but he will be able to make his way in behind Bar. 2 players to find. He can't even find one at the moment. He'll be given a freebie, and very quickly will he be shut down. That was very close in the end, but that is going to be a 4-2 half for Rhythm.
Yeah, and as I was saying before, this is where we can gauge Avert a little bit more and get to see whether or not this is maybe going to be a defender-sided Villa, if they're going to keep it rather contained on site, make it difficult for Rhythm to sort of break them down, or maybe Avert could end up playing a little bit like the Chiefs in the last game on Villa, where they do extend out a bit more, where they do have a bit of that sort of heavy roam style about them. And Avert's probably the kind of team that I think would still actually just take the game on, try and get in the face of Rhythm, be aggressive, try and find those kills early, get that 1, maybe 2-man advantage, and then go back to site.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the approach now, whether we will see similar from Avert or not. It's really just going to come down to a matter of time, Xenox, and this is the fill part. Look at Edpan go for it. Surely, oh god, I would have loved that 3 times in a row. We would have seen that run out from the in the starting round of the defense. But this is a really good extension from Avert. At the very least, it's going to burn some time for Rhythm as they start to approach. Oh, that's dangerous.
It actually can happen here. Elements is in position, so you can obviously see that they've got vision of it. So if Elements does get the call, he can make that run out.
There it is again. Kind of feels like maybe he doesn't have the info on whether there is someone in there or not, but he's certainly got the information there's someone outside of the window. It's been spotted, and as such, just fall away to a little bit more safety. This is really good from Avert. Look at the time that they're already burning. They're coming down to the minute mark. They're starting to burn through some of those drones. Again, they've only shot 2 of them, I think it is. But nonetheless, it's kind of stalling Rhythm out here.
Yeah, and that black guy as well, it's not so much also for the run out, but also even towards the mid portion of the game now. So at some point, Elements can then fall away from there, which I think he already has. And now he doesn't have to worry about that position, anyone coming from behind him, because they've got that vision courtesy of the Valkyrie. So I think Avert right now are playing it kind of like that ladder portion that I said, where, you know, they play it out a little bit aggressive, get into the phase of Rhythm, get into those sort of aggressive positions. So they push out towards like stat trophy for a little bit, then you fall back. Minute and a half, haven't lost anyone, wasted a bit of time. Now Rhythm, as the attackers, have to slowly start sort of unraveling the site, but they've just got less time to do so.
Minute 30 that Avert have burnt, so I'd say mission accomplished there. They've been able to fall away with enough time to find themselves in some safety. That deployable shield is super dangerous on top. That gives you so much kind of extra area to play from. Those, well, my magnets are
and
going
the
to be a nuisance. And the ADSs as well, Xenox. Ew.
Yeah, and the mute jammer.
Oh god! Oh man, you are not getting through games. There is no chance.
Well, that's a pretty clear little condition here for Avert. They're putting heavy emphasis on making sure that you're not going to be able to get into Aviator at all.
What?
And it also means that it's going to be a lot of utility expended on this one position, makes it very one-dimensional. Even if Rhythm don't want to be one-dimensional, they're going to end up having to be so. And Avert, this is basically playing into their hands.
I have no clue how that nade made it through them. 3 ADSs, I think my magnets must have been gone, but maybe it was just on the outside. Look at this from Noveix, trying to open something up, but it's a good trade from AFX, but goodness me, trades all around. It's Overt coming out on top, but maybe Drex, maybe he could make this work. That is an unbelievable C4 from Edpan. Hook, line, and sinker, AFX. You can try and try, you may, but Avert have taken their first round on the defensive half.
Yeah, and they looked very good while doing it as well. I mean, they did everything there basically perfectly. Wasted time at the start. They were eager to see if they could maybe get a bit of a run out with that black guy and get a bit of information. They fell off at the perfect time, didn't overcommit by staying around that trophy stat area, fell back to site, and then obviously they already had that big setup inside of Aviator, made it very difficult for Rhythm, and in the end, Rhythm are just trying, they're like 5 people trying to fit through a doorway. It's just never going to happen. So Rhythm's attack basically ended up becoming too one-dimensional, courtesy of the way that Avert ended up playing that round. Full credit, makes it 3 versus 4, and you know, this game is by all means not over at all.
found that super interesting about where they had those ADSs. I genuinely thought they might have had an ADS across towards Stat and Troph to try and support those players hiding there. But the fact that they had all three there, I mean, that in itself could have just been the round done and dusted if they'd been able to do their job on those nades that were sent in. Not to be, and that's fine. And we'll see how Overt continue to kind of approach this. I would, you know, I'm going to hedge my bets and just say that we're probably going to see that that extension quite similar across toward the southern side of the map that will enable a bit of a time burn there. You can see it's Cairo that might try to do so, and Elements dropping those mute jammers are just going to buy them so much more time when Rhythm start to approach. But I guess the problem is as well, Xenox, they can just negate this side of the map and all that utility goes for nothing.
Yeah, they can, but I still like what I'm seeing from Overt because it just means that they're extending out a little bit more. They're getting in the face of Rhythm. They're being aggressive with what they're doing on the defense. They're not just, you know, bunkering down and waiting for Rhythm to push on them. Yeah, you're right. If you obviously don't come from the south side, then, yeah, you're going to lose a little bit of your utility. But it's not like they're committing that much anyway. And then the little bit of utility that they are committing can get them information, and it can also help them out. You see Edpen roaming down below inside of Dining at the moment too. So Overt playing this very differently to the way that Rhythm were when they were on the defense.
Oh, that's an early pick from Sawyer. You'd be very happy with that one. Rhythm looking to find their way in. I believe that... Oh, no. Edpen! Oh, the timing... It just doesn't pay off there. Regardless, though, just continue to fall back. You're just buying so much time. Rhythm are down to 6 drones, and Rex is trying to make something happen, but they just cannot do enough.
Wow.
They're getting absolutely slapped. Everybody corner they go to. Before you blink, it's over, Xenox.
We didn't even end up seeing Stat Trophy. We just see Edpen down below and Dining pick up, what was that, 3 in the round?
Yeah.
Oh, that was marvelous. Yeah, Rhythm just got completely undone there, and suddenly all the pressure now is on the side of Rhythm, right? Yeah. Because Overt's defense is already proving, I think, to be tactically better than Rhythm's defense, and they only had a 4-2 half, right? So if Overt continue to play like this, if this becomes the norm, then they actually could very well run away with this game 7-4, 7-5 kind of territory. And it's easy to sit back and say, well, Xenox, it's only been 2 rounds. But look at this. Rhythm already taking a tactical timeout, and it's the way that Overt have been playing. We're not just talking about scrappy little, you know, it's a 1v1, it's a 50-50 coin flip. Like, no, they are kind of taking a bit of a, you know, something on Rhythm.
This tactical timeout has been called by the coach. Now, it's probably worth mentioning. I'm sure you might have mentioned it last night, and if not, maybe people know, but you can now call a timeout as a captain or as a coach, which is pretty significant because prior to this, it was only coaches that could call that one tack throughout the entirety of the map, which, you know, if you're not in the trenches, I know the coaches are listening, you know, they're active in terms of what's happening, but it would be very hard to know whether to call that or not, you know, and trying to find the right time to do so. Yeah. I think this has to be it, right? We've seen how many times this has been impactful, having a tack timeout. It's come right smack bang on the 11th hour.
I 100% agree with the timing of this tactical timeout for a couple of reasons. Firstly, it's 4-4, right? So you don't want to take it too late. You also don't want to take it too early. We're at that position of the game there. Now we're, you know, 2 wins and suddenly you've got match point. The other part of it, the other equation, is the fact that Overt have now won 3 of the last 4 rounds. So there's also momentum that is now on the side of Overt. You're going to obviously want to try and stall that out. And on top of that, you want to try and figure out, hey, what's going on? We know we're going to Kitchen Dining next because we've just lost AVG and we've lost that trophy. So we've also got a site-specific point that we know where we're going to. So there's like almost 3-4 points in there, Rob. That's the perfect time to take it. Hopefully they can actually adjust now Rhythm off the back of that because their attacks have looked a little bewildering at times.
Yeah, time to capitalize. Time to show us what you're made of. And, you know, no better time than now, especially with the site that we're approaching to for Overt. This is, you know, I don't know what the stats are, so I'm not just going to go making an outlandish claim, but this is generally the site that we see the least success on in terms of my recollection. So it's a good opportunity here for Rhythm to bounce back and kind of shut down Overt, as A little bit of contact coming through from Art. Again, Overt not afraid to show face. And this would be incredibly frustrating for Rhythm, knowing that you really can't enter the map on any single side of the building without being contested.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like it's a lot, but even just being annoying around that main entrance area and buying time, it doesn't have to be much. It also means that Rhythm have to play the guessing game a little earlier than they would have liked. You can't just walk into the map. You can't just walk around here free of charge. It just means that by the time Rhythm actually get towards the kitchen dining area, there's maybe only a minute left on the clock, maybe even only sort of, seconds. And that's obviously going to then be a win for Avert. Of course, the way that kitchen dining is, though, there are quick avenues onto site, but then Avert are going to be ready for that sort of rush on site if that does eventuate. Sawyer, I mean, this pretty much embodies everything. He can see at least already Novaex and Ghoul. He may have even seen AFX earlier.
Yeah, it's such a dangerous site to have the pulse on as well, especially with the vertical presence that you kind of need as the attacking side. Now, I'm going to hedge a bet. Oh my god, 5 C4s.
He's going to swing
there
that.
Are 5 C4s on Avert. That is going to be absolutely outrageous if Rhythm decide to go above. If not, they're just going to have to play for those last-minute plants.
Rhythm, though, do find the opening pick onto Twent. Minute left, as I sort of touched on before. This is about the time where you expect Rhythm to start to get a little bit more site control, or at least close by to it, and that man advantage certainly is going to help the equation. Sawyer on the pulse, he's got that nitrocell out of all of them. His is probably the most important because he can obviously play off of the heartbeat that he can see. Now, I think he already scanned AFX before. That's going to be another E1D. This is going to be the push.
Yeah, it certainly is. Drex has tried to open things up, and he's being successful in doing so. Sawyer tucked away in the corner. Can he find more than one? No. It's very quick trades, but Rhythm are coming out on top. Elements now has the diffuser in hand. He's in a dangerous position, but he's got no clue where Leb is. This would be an unbelievable nade if it hits. Elements, get out of there, just makes it away in time. But surely he gets caught on the rotate, which he does. Leb secures it for Rhythm, and a much-needed round for them to bounce back on in this second half.
They would have lost this game had they lost that round. I will say it. That would have been 4 out of 5 rounds lost. That would have been 3 in a row to Avert. That would have been 5-4 to Avert. All of those sort of circumstances going in the way of Avert. Rhythm would have already taken their tactical timeout. That was a must-win round, and it came down to a 1 versus 1, and I think it says everything about the way this game going. I love the little positioning there of Sawyer. I think he's actually a little bit unlucky. I think he should have been able to get 2 from that spot, get the first one, then swing and kill, but obviously was already looking towards Sawyer. But really well played again from Avert, but fortunately this time for Rhythm, they were able to counter. Most importantly, I think it ended up just being the fact they got that opening pick. That opened things up. You got that man advantage, and when it comes down to being on site and those trades are going out and it's go time, it ended up being, I think, a 3 versus 4 when Rhythm finally pushed in, and they were able to capitalize off that man advantage.
I think what's so funny is generally when you see the kitchen defense, most defenses will kind of extend above and try to hold the vert for as long as they can and then fall back. And it's a bit of a mini game in terms of Rhythm, or let's just say in terms of the especially when you do have someone like Leb on the sledge, you'd want to be getting that to use and trying to displace those anchor positions behind, let's just say, what's it called, Tetris? It's been that long since I've actually cast a game, but you want to be trying to displace those members from Tetris and in Kitchen, even in China, which you can't really do without that vert. But the fact that Rhythm just went straight through horizontally, I think caught Overt off. They had 5 damn C4s. That, to me, makes me think they're going to be playing for that game like, go ahead, it's going to be a hot plate on top. And if you're willing to risk it, go for it, because it's so dangerous. It's such a dangerous dance that you have to do. But right now, Rhythm, I'm feeling pretty confident about this. If they can walk away with this round as well, that really just shows us what they're able to do in terms of their own resilience. Oh! No.
This could be a bit of a classic match between these two teams. Man advantage now for Avert. One thing I wanted to touch on as well was Edpan. He's playing the Capcan this round. Set up those booby traps, make it hard for Rhythm to really push onto site. By the time they get to that site, may have taken some damage along the way. You can see Avert this time have changed their approach a little bit, Rob. They've actually gone for a bit more of a huddle onto the site, but they've set up those sort of, booby traps off-site. They're still able to, of course, deny once Rhythm do get close to the site through the gas babes as well, and you've got the ADS and you've got the Wamai disc, so it's very much a sort of sit on site. Hopefully they trigger a few booby traps along the way, and then we win the fights. They also got that one kill. This is perfectly playing out for Avert.
Yeah, and the fact that Ghouls bought the IQ is kind of like the perfect counter to what Overt are doing. A heavy util setup, knowing what is in front of you, that is literally everything that you could ask for. And Ghoul has done an incredible job of kind of opening that up. It was unfortunate that Rhythm lost that player so early on because they couldn't do a damn thing about it. And just like that, you click your fingers, and Rhythm have kind of dismantled that little area in and around games as they start to approach that minute mark. I think they're doing the right things. They're taking the right steps, but it's just going to be about how big of a difference this man count's going to make.
Yeah, and especially when you compare it to the last round where Rhythm actually had the one-man advantage, and you could see it as an attacking team pushing in, you can afford to lose one to then get one. They can't really do that now. If someone from Rhythm pushes onto site, they then go down to 5-3. Even if they've got that buddy system where you get the trade off of it, you basically can't really bait your teammates anymore. You need to try and create those 1v1 scenarios. Sawyer with a quick double, though, in the kill feed, and that's the round. It could even be a flawless. Indeed, it will be. Well, that was pretty quick in the end.
Yeah, really was. Really, really nicely done from Overt. I did think that Rhythm were kind of taking the right steps. They hadn't taken, a whole round to kind of get into it. But it just kind of worked out right at the last second. We will just be waiting for the final member of Rhythm to rejoin.
This is a tech. They're playing the kind of Siege that I like to see. And maybe above my expectations coming into Stage 3. I think both of these two teams are evenly matched, which is good news, because both of them took teams like Blizz and Knights to 7-5 in play day 1. These are going to be teams you can't take lightly for Stage 3. And they're both teams that I think are more than capable of returning for next year.
Yeah, no, I 100% back that. And the stats do as well, if they can continue to... I mean, both teams have played phenomenally right now. 5-5, and, of course it's sad, but someone has to take the map win. But regardless, this is just such a great building block. And, when it does come time to the end of this stage, let's just say, it could well be a situation where we're seeing it actually be so tightly contested once more. I think if we remember it, way back to the end of 2020 or even the start of 2021 with how close the leagues were. It really was unfortunate for Wildcard, the start that they had with Silex in the roster. Not a dig at Silex at all, it's just impossible to play with a coach that hasn't been actively playing for a long time. But, it was kind of like Rhythm were looking pretty good, three wins for them on the board, and they were looking pretty dangerous. And I think that, they may be able to get back to that form, and it is going to mean teams like Knights, for example, Xenox, let them in, because I think that's what we're talking about is the quote-unquote gatekeepers kind of open that door for them, and this is the stage to do it.
5-5, 11th round. One of my favorite sort of moments in Siege, Rob, where it's whoever wins this gets match point. Can they then capitalize and win it out? I will say this, the curse of Rhythm and 7-5s is still on play here for Avert to win the next 2 rounds. And yesterday was pretty heartbreaking for Rhythm to lose out to Blizz 7-5 after putting in a very good performance. This would also be pretty heartbreaking, even though Avert's a team closer to sort of their level. It's less kind of like, the underdog just falls short. It's more like two evenly teams that are matched, but still, Rhythm have got a history of falling short at the final hurdle. Can they get over it in this match?
You hope so. You can see there our wonderful Flores now finally being shown. I feel like this is the first time tonight we've actually seen the impact of the Roteros. It's been few and far between, to be fair, and from an operator that saw so much play in Stage 2, that is unreal. That's going to deal with the deployable shield and any utility on that front side of Trophy. Rhythm are starting to look pretty good for this attack with 1:10 left on the clock.
It's a matter of who does this really suit right now. Probably Avert. I mean, Sawyer inside of Astra hasn't been cleared, but now gives away his position. Never mind, that was, of course, just the Gemini from AFX. And That does mean that Sawyer's position inside of Astro could be tenuous here. 50 seconds left. EE1D goes out. Even though they know he's in there, Rob, he still gets the kill onto AFX.
That's so gnarly as well. A clean headshot as he backs away behind the desk. And now he can just sit there and continue to, you know, play for the spoils, because that's what it's going to be at the end of the day. He can continue to waste his time, and he's doing so perfectly. Sawyer is lining them up one by one. Rhythm can't seem to deal with it, and 20 seconds left on the clock. Overt's going to match point. Ooh.
Should still happen, despite a little bit of a last stand here from Ghoul. 1 versus 3, absolutely no time either. Inside of Master Bedroom, has the player inside a shield as well to deal with. Averter on match point. They are now 1 round away, Rob, from getting their first OCN victory.
Yeah, that's huge. First dub on the board in a T1 league, tournament, whatever you want to call it. Stage 3, this would be a great way to kind of kickstart. 7-5 loss against Knights, and then you come here and you find 3 points against a team like Rhythm, who have, you know, they can hold their own when they're firing on all cylinders. But right now, they are being kind of hit with a bit of a bat, to say, because, I mean, how frustrating would that be, trying to deal with Sawyer behind the desk of Astro? No matter what you do, he just keeps continuing to find kills and wasting time. We head to Dining, which could ultimately be the final piece of the puzzle for Avert. Oh, God.
Oh no, Twent.
That's a re. Is it a re?
Yeah, it is.
I think. We'll get confirmation in a second.
Lagged out.
Oh, Sawyer 10-3?
I don't know I've ever seen the term lagged out for a reason why someone's gone. Either way, wouldn't mind confirmation if this is a rehost. Yeah, okay, that is confirmation of the rehost. Just for a second there, I'm thinking, I don't know. Sometimes there's timing issues, Rob, when you can and when you can't. I don't know. Look, this probably helps out Rhythm, to be completely honest, more than anything. This is not ideal for Avert. They would have loved to have just taken all of that momentum into this match point round. This game probably deserves OT, though. Yeah. If I'm going to be completely honest. This is also the first opportunity we can actually have OT for the stage. And I know Vast is in for the call here, Rob, if you want to bring him in.
Yeah, I was just about to tell him to unmute because I saw the old microphone with the cross through it, but he's too sharp for me. Welcome back in, Vast. It's been a really tough fight for Overt to get back into this, but I don't know how much you've been able to see, but Sawyer has absolutely been popping off.
Yeah, he's been playing really well, especially the way he's playing behind utility and in power positions. Yeah, it doesn't really help that Rhythm are kind of peeking him one by one and not really putting pressure in other ways to deal with him. But yeah, he's doing very well.
And what's your take been so far? Because, you know, we came into this half thinking that Rhythm were looking the goods and were looking better than Overt. You know, is this a case of Rhythm have let the ball slip?
Yeah, I think so. I don't really know. Like, I've written so many things in my notes, and I can't really pinpoint what's exactly going wrong for Rhythm. It just seems like every round there's just something different that I can say that, you know, is going wrong for them, and it just seems, I don't know, it just seems overall they're just not really making the right choices.
It's just a strange one, because Overt have really started looking the goods here, Xenox, and, you know, I do in a way just, you know, I don't want to be too negative on the fact that, you know, Rhythm were up 4-2 and now they're looking at the fact that they're up against map point, but it does feel like they really have kind of allowed some of these rounds to fall by the wayside.
Yes and no. I think Avert has just been the better team. If I'm going to be honest, that's why they're up 6-5. Rhythm started really well, and I still think their biggest mistake was going Library Living. They were actually on a bit of momentum. They had just won Stat Trophy, AVG, and Kitchen Dining, so they had just done the World Tour. They had the opportunity to then go back to Stat Trophy, or to go... yeah, they could have definitely gone back to Stat Trophy if they really wanted to. They didn't, even though they had won it pretty well. Then you could have finished off with AVG. They could have had a 5-1 half and then played off of that. Instead, they went Library Living. That allowed Avert to get a 2-4 half and then show us their own defense here, which has been impeccable, even better than Rhythm's, right? So, really, I'm just going to say, I think Avert probably deserved the win, but maybe a 2-point win, if that makes sense, right? Like, I think 3 points is fine if Avert do close out and win 7-5. That's so unfortunate for Rhythm, but I think an OT win would be the best way to finish this one, and it would be in the side of Avert.
Do you think, Vast, you know, we were kind of theory crafting a little bit the fact that Stage 3 has started out pretty decently for both of these teams, considering the hopes that we had for them. Would you agree with that? Do you think that they've kind of performed above expectations?
I would say that for Avert. I wouldn't say that for Rhythm. It just feels, for me, it just feels like the same old Rhythm. You know, we've always said that they can, you know, keep up with, you know, strong teams, but I don't know, it just feels like they haven't really made any significant improvements in the off-season. And yeah, if they keep going the way they're going, I'm not too sure what the future's gonna look like for this roster.
Is there anything in particular you can kind of point out from this matchup, in particular for Rhythm?
As I said before, every round it just seems like something completely different that pops up.
Yeah.
For me, I think a big part of it, I feel like, is their entry as well. It just seems like they've lost a bit of frag power. I don't know. That's kind of just what it feels like for me.
Yep. All right. Well, don't go too far, Vast, because we might be speaking to you in less than 3.5 minutes. So we'll chat to you in a bit. Xenox now. It's time to get underway with our 12th round, the ultimate decision for Overt. Are they going to walk away with the 3 points, or are they going to give Rhythm an opportunity to get back?
Yeah, it's a pressure-staked round, isn't it? Head down to Kitchen Dining. Match point for Overt. Can they get all 3? The Rhythm, though, that little technical timeout, which of course was Twent, so for Avert, it ended up actually helping Rhythm, is really going to help them out. That was a nice little break. They can sit back, they can discuss what they need to do here, and they only need to win the one round. So you win this round, you at least get 1 point, which ties their Stage 2 performance. And from there, you can, of course, bring things back in OT. You got a couple of rounds up your belt. So it's do or die. 12th round, Avert, can they close it out?
The big question. Last time we saw Rhythm approach this site, they really didn't put too much emphasis on the vertical play. And once more, Avert have brought an abundance of C4s. There's actually 4 C4s, not 5 C4s. Don't know what's going on with that there, but there's certainly only 4 on the board with 2 impacts on Cairo. But I do like seeing the cap can. It can be quite a nuisance if you're just, you know, all it takes is for you to not do your due diligence. However, seeing that IQ makes me think Rhythm are actually going to walk away with this round. That'll give them so much information on that pulse as well. It's quite dangerous.
It's more than just the pulse. This is an entirely informational gathering lineup. You get info really from the Mozzie, the pulse, Capcan, even with the booby traps, can technically give you info. And then obviously the Valkyrie, right? So like you've got like 4 operators that are giving you quite a lot of information, which is good when you're obviously playing down below. And maybe you end up sort of turtling on site. You don't want to get sort of stuck in there. There's no windows, you can't see anything. You've at least got that sort of information here for Avert. The biggest downfall last time in the 9th round when we saw Kitchen Dining defense for Avert, they simply just lost the player early that was roaming around. So do need to be careful. Edpen over here in Living, he's going to get droned out, so we're going to see him fall back.
Nice timing. So you would imagine, hand's still going to hold firm, and there you go. Back down he goes as Rhythm start to continue with this clear. And this is super interesting from Rhythm. All 5 members are coming from the southern side. Not one is outside of the building, apart from Novatics now. But also, there's no pressure on the vertical lines. There's nothing coming in from laundry, nothing coming in from pantry. So Overt, if they have this information right now, this could be so damn dangerous, as they're all just coming from that one dimension.
But they do have the information because Sawyer's been sitting on site and he's like, guys, I don't see anything right now. There's a minute left. So that does give them the clue as to where they're going to be coming from. That's why we're seeing Sawyer now to start to sort of push out a little bit here in Memorial and see if he can get a little bit closer towards where Rhythm are at. And this is very different to the way we saw Rhythm actually play this in the 9th round. And will that backfire? Time will tell.
This will be interesting. Sawyer, how much information has he been able to gain? You'd have to imagine a fair bit. He would have been able to spot Novaics as well as Drex on that cardiac sensor. So the second they try to force their way into Sheets, oh, this is incredible. Elements has got the long line. Sawyer's going to find the C4 that'll stop the entrance from Drex. Look at this. It's an absolute massacre. It's a bloodbath in the final round. Wow. Rhythm have nothing.
Order now at macros.com.au.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
I'm running out of time. I'm running on a feeling so. I'm running out of time.
It's all on the save. The player heroic.
These songs are soft. The music's going to go late. 17. Graphics looks sad. Another pick. He's going to be washed through that. Down to half the game. Christian got that close. And then zero.
It's playoff time here for Oceanic Nationals Stage 3. And I can definitely say for certain today will be as crazy as my hair is and as crazy as this analyst desk is as well. I said it was going to be a crazy day, Gals, and it certainly will be. It's great to have you on here. You look like we just picked you up from Centrelink and Vast. You've got some dignity, mate. You're looking much better than this guy. I'll go to you first. How does it feel? It's playoff time. You can't win 3 in a row, but hey, you can win the hearts of everyone watching with your awesome analysis.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't win 3 in a row, unfortunately. I probably would have, to be honest, but I think that gives Bliss and Knights a good chance, to be honest, today.
Yeah, might give them somewhat of a chance. We'll see how, of course, it all plays out. Let's look at the standings and see how the stage as a whole has played out. Guys, we'll go to this graphic is just for you, so take as long as you need, but it was a good little stage we had.
Normally you're the one that talks over the graphics, so I'm a little bit out of my depth here. But yeah, this is how Stage 3 shaped up in the end. Now the top 5, they'll be playing over the next couple of days in the playoffs gauntlet. So unfortunately for Roffle, Wildcard and Order, they do miss out. But it was pretty close. I think one of the big storylines was the fact that Knights actually managed to bounce back and actually find some decent form here in OCN. They finished first. That means they're straight through to the grand final, and that is a huge, huge advantage, especially for a team that has a great map pool like them for the best of 5.
Yeah, before we get to that grand final, though, let's see the path to said grand final. Of course, it will all start with Avert and Rhythm being 4 and 5 with their respective positions for Stage 3. Then, of course, they await your old team, Vast, the Chiefs, who you know, playing from that second round position, they've got actually a bit of work to do if they're going to go for 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we're used to for the Chiefs being what second position where Bliss are currently, so it's definitely a more tougher position they're in. Still achievable, but yeah, I just think that having to potentially verse like Overt and then Bliss and then Knights, it's honestly really tough for them.
Guys, just quickly, your thoughts on this sort of little roadmap ahead, because it is a difficult one for the Chiefs. They're used to being in that third round position. Do you think playing that one extra round is going to be a difference maker this time around for them?
Well, as you'll see, my predictions probably sooner rather than later. I still think they could do it, but yeah, I definitely agree with Fast. It is going to be tough. I'm just here for the 3-peat storyline. Do I think it's the most realistic outcome of the gauntlet? Probably not. Again, Chiefs preoccupied a little bit with APAC South at the moment, but nonetheless, it would be awesome to see them make that run, and it's by no means impossible.
Speaking of your predictions, let's go and have a look at the Snowball Esports predictions with what is the best crew in the business. Now, of course, guys, you were the regular stage champion.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm honestly going to have to say I don't believe you're going to be able to do it here in the gauntlet, but you got such a good lead over just about most people. Mandy's obviously done an amazing job. So have I, actually. I'm in second place, isn't that? Oh, what a convincing argument we got here. That, you know, the two best
The
casters,
graphics man does it again. He just doesn't shut up. Just wants to talk over the entire thing.
Don't know what to say. But quickly, you know, the main thing here, and I will go to you on this one, Vas, because obviously Gus has already said too much, but what's interesting is that very last little row, right? Because the rest of it's all about, you know, the gauntlet itself. But that last row is basically who's going to win it. And the team that's in the grand final, you're the only one that's gone for the team in the grand final.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of overt kind of predictions. I'm the only one that went for Rhythm as well. I'm actually kind of happy that I'm the only one that kind of went for Rhythm and Knights. I mean, look, in the past, we have seen the team that have automatically gone straight to the grand finals have struggled. But I just think that I'd like to think that, you know, that's given some of these teams like Bliss and Knights that experience, and they'll be more equipped to dealing with those BO5 situations this run.
Guys, you've gone for the Chiefs, so has Mandy, two very smart people.
Yep.
Going for that full run, though, do you sense there's some wariness to it at some point? Bliss, Knights, they're not easy opponents.
Yeah, as I kind of prefaced in the gauntlet bracket graphic a little bit earlier, I don't think it's realistically the most likely outcome, just like everyone that's gone for Overt, right? They're kind of also predicting for the love of the storyline. Like Overt, for example, if they manage to win the entire thing, they'll avoid relegations. That's a huge, huge storyline for them. The Chiefs, again, they're going for the 3-peat. All the other teams, Bliss and Chiefs, Bliss and Knights rather, are chasing close behind, trying to get their first win of OCN. Even Vast backing in Rhythm, they have a chance to go for APAC South promotion as well. So unpacking all that's going to be a lot of fun.
Lots of storylines, as has been foretold on Twitter, actually, by Manic Monday. If you want to go check that one out, I thought I added to that one pretty nicely with my little reply to his. But let's go and have a look at our first matchup of the day. Of course, Avert versus Rhythm, two teams that have by far and away surpassed all expectations, probably is the best way to frame it, Vast.
Yeah, definitely. Both kind of similar storylines going on here. Kind of the underdog story. So it's kind of unfortunate to see one of these guys potentially knocked out straight away. But, you know, it's been really impressive, especially for both these teams to make playoffs. I mean, especially for Overt, their first season coming into OCN. To be honest, I didn't really have much expectation. I'm sure no one else really did. And they've really, you know, impressed all of us.
Guys, obviously for Avert, as Vast said, there wasn't really any expectations. It all started off with Sawyer on the reload saying one win was basically the goal. Then from there, you know, the goalposts just kept shifting. Now all of a sudden they find themselves with a real opportunity, an absolute real opportunity to find a playoff win. There's some top teams that have not been able to do that, like Order, like Bliss.
Yeah, it's very common in Siege that will say that a team that has nothing to lose will often play really strong Siege, and I think Overt have really embodied that in this stage. Their chances of avoiding relegation are so minute that they came into this season really just wanting to gain experience, gain confidence, and at the end of the day, have a bit of fun. And inside of the server, they've been showing that some really solid Siege. They've been posting wins against strong teams as well. So Overt are not going to be a pushover in this playoffs bracket by any stretch. I think the real question, though, is how strong are they in the best-of-3 format? Because we haven't seen that for a while. Yes, we got hints of it, of course, in OCL, but that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, and obviously for Avert themselves, if they can find this playoff win, while there are a few that are predicting them to maybe go on a bit of a run, I think that that's probably a little bit ambitious. Getting that opportunity to play a team like the Chiefs in a best-of-3 is so invaluable. And for Vast, obviously a team like this where they're probably going to play in that relegation series, they would have to probably go into that as absolute clear favourites due to the experience that they will have gained at this stage.
Yeah, they'll as well be really confident going into that. I think that as well with this team, they have like a lot of I don't know what the word would be, but like they just seem really motivated to, you know, win every game no matter who they're versing. And I just think that their mentality has impressed me above everything with this team. So, you know, they definitely have really strong foundations. And I think, honestly, they could do well in this playoffs. It does depend how their prep has been this week. I'm hoping that they had a strong prep, you know, make sure that they're prepared on all maps and other, you know, aspects of their gameplay as well. It's important to really make sure that your adaptations are really strong, especially in a gauntlet run. You're playing BO3s and a potential BO5. You really can't afford to, you know, just VOD every single team and pick apart everything. You just don't have the time to do that, especially in Overt's position. So I really hope, yeah, their prep was definitely orientated around adapting and, you know, strengthening their map pool.
Their opponents for this matchup, Rhythm, from a 9-game losing streak. They have made it into the playoffs. Guz, they have avoided relegations, unless I think if something weird happens today. But by far and away, when we sort of brought these two teams in, it was about surpassing expectations. These guys were pretty much considered down and out. No one really had them coming out of the bottom two. The pressure was on them immensely, and they just showed up this stage and proved everyone wrong.
Yeah, Rhythm have been a team that many would have probably scoffed at the prospect of making playoffs at all this year. They have really, really struggled throughout the COVID era, and even previous to that, times were pretty rough. But whatever is in this stage, it has really been clicking for this roster. Now, you mentioned the prospect of avoiding relegations. If they win this match against Overt, they're safe. So that's huge for them. That's a really big storyline. Second to that is if they actually win the whole thing, then they jump above Rafflecopter for their chance at APAC South. So there's a lot on the line here for Rhythm. Again, probably not the most realistic prospect they'll make it that far, but at the very least, if they can get a win here and just secure that position, then they can, you know, continue to build on that, hopefully heading into next year.
Vast, they had a +1 round differential. They kind of scraped in 3 wins, 4 losses. Does that put them as the underdogs in this matchup versus Overt?
Yeah, I honestly would just put them as underdogs just based off the previous matchup. Just watching how the playstyles kind of worked against each other, it just seemed like Overt's way of playing was a lot better against you know, Rhythms in this matchup. To be fair, they did say that they kind of underestimated them last time, so there could be a bit of a change. With this team though, it's been quite impressive, their turnaround. I just think when I think about their turnaround, I think about their roster change between picking up Dragos while moving him from the sub position to core, and Novakes leaving the roster. I did think Novakes was a good player, but it just kind of seemed that Dragos, something sparked when they brought him in. You know, he's been having a few really good games, and everyone's really just kind of stepping up. Leb, AFX, you know, they're all having their moments stepping up. Maybe it just seems like a bit of a, you know, change in the morale, perhaps. I'm not really too sure to pinpoint what's actually working for this team, but it just seems that roster change has sparked something.
Guys, ironically enough, it was Rhythm versus Avert, that loss back in Playday 2, that compounded their 9-game losing streak. After that point, they went and won 2 in a row. They beat the Chiefs afterwards, and they made that run that got them here for Rhythm. Maybe a chance at a bit of revenge, of course, against Avert, who compounded that losing streak.
Yeah, it was a close game, 5-7 loss for Rhythm over on Villa. So I mean, I guess talking about the map veto a little bit, I'm probably not expecting us to go there based off that, and also Rhythm's form of Villa hasn't been great. But yeah, it is an opportunity to get revenge. Best of 3 is a whole different ballgame though. We've seen it throughout this year. We've seen it last year. We've seen it throughout the 5 years that competitive Siege has been around. Best of 3s play out completely different to best of 1s. You cannot have just a couple of maps to fall back on. You need to be super duper strong on a few. And like Vars touched on, adaptation is going to be key, not even just through the whole gauntlet itself, but through an entire matchup as well.
Speaking of map vetoes, of course, best of 3. It's going to be ban, ban, then pick, pick, ban, ban, decider. Let's go and have a look and see where we will be heading for this particular best of 3. Clubhouse, Cafe, the first 2 banned, which means the pick of Oregon of Rhythm, pick of Coastline for Overt. Surprisingly enough, it was Overt who actually banned out Villa last, guys. They had the opportunity to decide the deciding map. They've gone for Chalet technically, not their choice, but it is kind of. What are your thoughts on this and how it's played out?
I was thinking we might have seen a sneaky bank make it through just based on what I'm looking at in terms of the most banned maps for both of these teams, but I guess Rhythm just not wanting to take that risk, despite it not actually being one of their more banned maps. Most of the time, or half the time roughly, it has been banned against them, and for Overt as well, been banned against a lot. In terms of the picks, they will hone in on those. Oregon for Rhythm, that's a very strong map for Overt, so that is quite risky in that regard, I will say that. Coastline, we don't have much data on for either of these teams. They haven't played it at all this year, so who knows what we're going to see there. In terms of Chalet, again, limited data, but Rhythm with a pretty poor record, and throughout the season, from anecdotally remembering back to those games, Rhythm looked really bad on Chalet. I'll just be completely blunt, they did not look great. So for me, Rhythm need to win this in 2. Oregon, though, I don't know how they're going to win it.
Yeah, Vast, just quickly though on the Coastline pick for Overt coming into this one, they haven't necessarily banned it a whole lot, but it is the most banned map for Rhythm. It's a map that they also don't play too often. You would have to say Overt go into that particular map as the clear favorite, but as Guz pointed out, Oregon, pretty good for both of the teams. Would you probably dare say Overt maybe come away here with the slight edge of this map veto?
Yeah, I think we talked about it actually on the reload that most of the teams really have only played, what, like 3 maps throughout the whole season. Yep. Everyone's kind of banning the same stuff. So from looking at these maps, I've seen more positives on these maps for Overt. We haven't seen Rhythm's Coastline, so we literally cannot say anything about that. I just think naturally Coastline is an aggressive map, so an Overt's playstyle is really aggressive, Rhythm's isn't. So I just think that Coastline is gives Overt the favor there. But I think it's interesting as well that Chalet was the 2nd most banned map for Overt, and they did decide between Chalet and Villa.
Yep.
I think the Villa ban was a good choice because they did beat Rhythm. You know, Rhythm, when you're the one that wins the map, you're not really going to change a whole lot because it worked already. So whereas Rhythm, because they lost in the last match, they probably would have, changed a lot of stuff, been able to counter strat. So I think Overt just wanted something a bit more fresh. And yeah, as we talked about, Rhythm really haven't had much success on Chalet, even though they do play it. So I think that's a pretty good decision from Overt there.
Very quickly, Vast, your final prediction for this best of 3. Who's walking away and moving on to play Chiefs when it's all said and done?
I did predict Rhythm, so I think it's going to be a 2-1, but I think the maps, I think the maps favor Overt, but I still think Rhythm will win.
Does?
Overt, 2-0, easy.
Yeah, I'm going to have to back in Overt for this matchup, and I'm thinking probably 2-0. Should be an absolute banging game, though regardless. Let's head into our first map. Your casters for this one are going to be your 2 favorites, let's be honest. They're the ones that people really want to listen to. Rob J. Monday, it's Dev Mata.
Actually, Dev Mata High. Sorry, just wanted to preface that one before we get into it. But Dev, it's time to get underway. I mean, we've been waiting for this one. This is a match that really coming into it, both teams, the boys have already prefaced this perfectly. Both teams, we didn't expect a hell of a lot out of them coming into Stage 3, but boy, have they surprised us.
No doubt these were the 2 lowest rated teams coming into Stage 3. Overt coming out of OCL. We hadn't seen them play at this level before. Rhythm not winning a single match in Stage 2 of OCN, and now look at where they are. Very exciting prospect. Both of these teams are going to be gunning for that 1st place overall. If Overt gets it, they don't have to play relegations and earn their spot back in OCN. If Rhythm gets it, they actually have a chance to qualify for APAC South. So much on the line, and their journey starts here.
certainly does. Oregon is where we kick-start this best of 3. Remembering, there is no second chances for any team. If you drop out, you're done and dusted for stage 3. And both of these teams have enough to prove. Find out who's going to be on that attacking side first. I don't know whether it said it on the graphic. I was kind of looking around mindlessly, but I'm almost certain it is going to be Rhythm starting. Yeah, okay, perfect. Rhythm on the attack first, so keen to see how these bans unfold. Sometimes we see some pretty juicy things, but more often than not, we do tend to see, you know, your Thatcher, maybe a hard breacher in there as well. So wait and see how this one pans.
Definitely an exciting prospect for both these teams. The Zof ban coming out. Look at Ghoul's reaction. He's so confused. Is that a Dragos ban, I wonder? Like, I think it's Dragos who popped off on Zephyr, got his MVP. Which match was that? I'm trying to remember. Was that against Wildcard, I think? They 7-4'd him on Oregon. Dragos popped off on the Zof. So I'm already loving that. You can see the Overt boys getting animated. Twents, 5-head, center of frame. And they are ready to go.
Kaid and the final ban. We're going to see. There's still a couple of impactful operators here that could really pay dividends. And they are going for the Valk, meaning the mirror gets left in. I always like seeing a mirror being left in on any lineup, on any map pretty much. Because, you know, some teams don't even bother touching it because it's so rarely played. But this could make things a little bit saucy.
That's it. I mean, Mirror is the most banned map in OCN for Stage 3 at 23%, and also the most banned map for both of these teams, and both of them ban it above the league average. So it is very strange to see Mirror let through here, and there is no doubt that we'll see a lot of Mirror influence, especially on that downstairs laundry supply objective where we're heading first. It can be very, very difficult to take out some of these Mirror windows and clear those power positions.
I feel like that would be a ballsy move for a 6-pick off of the Jaeger here from Cairo. It's surely just got to be a bait to maybe make Rhythm a little bit cautious. Looks like that's exactly what it is. Down we go. Rhythm have opted for, I believe that was the Twitch off of Flores. So, yeah, look, I'm happy with how things are kind of unfolding.
I mean, surely the Twitch 6-pick there is to try and hunt down these mirror windows. It can be quite hard to sneak your drone in there, but now with the added mobility, being able to jump, if you can get in and disable one of those mirror windows, pop that canister, that is a game changer for Rhythm. So I definitely think that we'll keep an eye on AFX and see if he can pull that off.
Typical hold, extending into the elbow. Elsewhere, where are these? Okay, there we go. Oh no, I got baited so hard. HP Omen community vote has Overt at 62%. And I think now seeing the map picks, I think the boys had already said this perfectly, really kind of leaning toward the Overt boys here. They've shown a, I mean, I want to say they've shown some great enthusiasm throughout Stage 3, but looking at these maps, these surely have to favour Sawyer and Co. Now, moving forward, Rhythm going to be going for that west side approach, taking away all of the dining and showers control.
And Rhythm have to start strong here. This is their map after all. And as we've prefaced, it's going to be a difficult series for them. But we haven't seen Overt tested in BO3s. In fact, the only BO3 we've seen this Overt roster play was back in OCL, the grand final for Stage 2, and they lost it.
Yep. Don't forget, the last time I think we saw Rhythm play a best of 3 was last year, end of 2020. So there you go.
When they got relegated out of OCN.
Yep, only to come back from the graveyard. I tell you what a storyline that was. And now here in Stage 3, they've got an opportunity to actually push Rafflecopter out of the APAC South promo relegation playoffs, which honestly is just massive, no matter which way you slice it. It's going to be a tough task, but certainly this is where it needs to start. You've already said it, Dev, off on the right foot. So far, I'm really happy with how long this has taken Rhythm to take control of that first 4.
Yeah, look, half the round gone, just under half the round gone, and they're already clearing essentially the whole map, starting to open up these hatches. Thanks to the Kaid ban from Rhythm, Drex can easily open up these hatches, no need to run a Maverick. So I like that from them. It's going to make them a little bit more time efficient. And we'll see that when it comes down to the pre-execute, whether that benefits them. But I think it should. One thing to note here, like this resurgence of Rhythm that we have seen in Stage 3, has partially attributed to AFX and Dragos, the 2 new recruits. Dragos coming up from OCL, had a bit of a storied history down there, and AFX obviously playing for LFO. Oh my god! Really solid effort there from AFX. He throws out his second Twitch drone, and now he's on it. Maybe we can have a look and see as he tries to sneak it in through the laundry. And he does! He goes for the long shot from on top of the dryer. He managed to get that mirror window. That is huge.
That is absolutely massive. You can see immediately Overt are forced out of that position and back for a little bit more cover. Elements playing from the last mirror window. Stock now. Pyro up and catches the nade, but Edpan looking to take his place. Not for long though. 30 seconds left. Rhythm, do they have enough here?
They still have this main mirror window. Elements does, and this C4 could be detrimental. Ghoul still survives the plant, and Overt won't know it. Now there's a serious chance for Rhythm to lock this in. Even though numbers favor Overt, Rhythm have that plant down. It's a post-plant retake.
You can see
for
one
the
of the
former
players.
OCL team.
My apologies. You can see one of the players rotating back up. I could not hold my excitement back. Leb now is in a 1 versus 4. This has to be done and dusted. Look at all of Overt's players watching every damn crossfire, Dev. There's no chance of making a way back into that round. Overt with 4 players left alive, looking really convincing here in the first round.
Fantastic retake and really pivotal setup there from Overt. You could see the impact of the mirror windows. Despite that first mirror facing Freezer getting countered by the Twitch, that second one, that deep in the laundry closet, could not be countered. We could see Rhythm tried to use Ace's Selmas to breach that wall, but just could not get it done thanks to Overt having a well-placed mute jammer there. And in the end, it was no doubt the info, the C4 from that mirror that helped engage that retake. Really good start here for Overt.
Certainly isn't. I mean, look, we can take away some positives from Rhythm as well. There was no doubt about it. They weren't messing around. They had well and truly done their prep phase droning. You could see 100% they had full control of dining and showers, and they acted like it as well. They took no time in flushing Overt back to the site. I think it was like a minute 50, and they could do whatever they really needed to. So that is the positive sign. And also, of course, AFX taking down a mirror window, but it's kind of, you know, all for naught if you cannot convert the round. However, this is starting out in a fashion that could be incredibly intriguing. I mean, we now move to dorms, and this is where we test Overt. This is the site that we put so much emphasis on, Dev. Well, I know maybe not so much us, but Guz and Xenox.
Oh, Guz and Xenox love it. They absolutely love it, don't they? Yeah, I mean, Guz and Xenox love to say that it's your dorms attacks and defenses that decide your Oregon. And look, it's the thing, like the nature of that basement is that it's just such a defender-sided site. And the nature of dorms is it's so 50-50. And the other two objectives tend to be a bit more attacker-sided. So, yeah, it does tend to be like, if you have really good dorms attacks, you're probably going to end up with a 4-2, maybe a 3-3, maybe even, 4-2 could be looking pretty good on your attacking side.
Yeah.
But for Overt here, they're going to continue this classic aggression, but Edpan actually gets punished on the run out from Small Tower. Great watch of the aggro there from Rhythm, and that is Edpan gone down.
I mean, he really committed to that peak. There was no doubt about it. It was a good 5-6 foot from safety. So he was really trying to open that engagement, but fortunately enough, Nago's watching on with the line. In the meantime, Element's finding a pickup onto Leb, and my God, trades left, right, and center. Ghoul not wasting any time at all. Twent goes down. That's 2 C4s off the board for Overt here. They've got to be careful because they're going to start to dwindle not only members, but utility too.
The aggressive hold for Overt can stab him in the backside on the occasion. Element still roaming below, still has a C4 for the Vert game, but you can see Rhythm very, very cautious, watching out for these roamers. Dragos has already found one Overt player, and he's looking for another now. He's holding this flank in lobby, making sure there's no potential for C4. Elements might get the better of him now.
Elements, you can feel it. He's getting hungry for that run out. He's got to be careful. It looks like a player just dropping down. Ghoul now watching the line back to site, but it won't make a difference because Sawyer's putting the pressure on, and that will allow Elements the freedom to rotate back around. Dragos just can't find Sawyer, who's being an absolute menace here in games. What is that cross? That is absolutely ridiculous. But regardless, minute 10 left. And tip for that, honestly, it's just an eye for an eye.
It is. These anchors have done a good job for Overt, and they still have some strong positions to hold. Rhythm really need to get a move on because Overt have converted into just playing really passively. Now there's some good positions for the attack and some breach as well now for Ghoul. But Rhythm really need to start either forcing a plant down or finding some more picks.
Just with 40 seconds, they start to make their move. Gonna make a rotate directly into pit. We deal with some of that utility there as well. So one of the last Vulcan shields. What do you reckon? You reckon they're gonna take this? Oh, Sawyer, this is dangerous, Dev.
Overt just have to hold on, but Rhythm are making their ingress. Shots back and forth, but no one can commit. Rhythm are the ones that have to make the move, and AFX makes 2. Now it's just Cairo left in the 1-on-3. Almost takes down AFX, but Drago's there for the refrag, and Rhythm, they teeter around the edge, but eventually they do push Overt back off of it.
That's the attack we've been looking for Rhythm there. They crack the egg, calm the nerves, and honestly, with that, gotta admit, Overt, they were definitely keeping the pressure on. Every time Rhythm found an in, Overt were responding. There were 2 occasions there that could have completely turned the entire kind of round. AFX catching, I believe it was Sawyer who was prone on the ground, trying to watch that rotate through the games breach, and obviously that final swing. AFX is, I mean, that's the way you want him having an impact, is just finding raw, pure kills as they enter the site. And now we are going to see a reattempt here from Overt. Clearly they understand what went wrong and they will be able to fix it, or so we hope. That's where things start to get a little bit messy, no doubt.
It definitely started on the back foot for Overt when they lost a lot of their roamers and aggressive players, so particularly Edpan taken out really early on as the opening death, running out a small tower. We saw another pick when Overt were aggressively peeking that rotate that they'd made from the games room site into where Sawyer is reinforcing right now. I think that they're going to probably do this open hold again. Yep, so this unreinforced wall, Overt like to make, and they lost a player through that early on. So I think that if Overt just tame their aggression a little bit, time it a little bit better, they won't end up at a numbers deficit early on, and that's really got to be what they're gunning for here.
Know that there's no one across a big tower. However, there could be someone in the basement, so I'm sure they'll be approaching that with the greatest amount of caution. Drex droning ahead for them while Ghoul does so on the western side. Small tower now under the control. That, I mean, just imagine the timing there. That would have been absolutely disgusting for Overt to start off.
I wonder if that was even VODed. They kind of looked at the timing that Dragos would usually jump into that window and tried to pre-fire it. Because it was only a second or 2 off. Very nice work there from Elements. Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe it's just a bit of a random pre-fire, who knows? But
you say that, but I will say Overt are one of the teams that we have seen time and time again VOD review their teams that they're coming up against, and we've seen them do it week in and week out. So that 100%, that has claim to it, Dev.
An early pick this time for Rhythm. You can see how much more aggressive they're looking at taking downstairs. They know that Overt won't give them as many free picks, so they're going to look to clear all the way downstairs. With this breach on the kitchen wall, it's going to be much easier, and you can see Overt pushed back. Elements doesn't want to take these unfavored fights, but he's about to find one in the backside. Cairo saves him, and that is a massive opening pick for Overt.
That's huge. Elements at his back turn would have been the freest kill of Dragos' life. Now, unfortunately, Rhythm were not in a position to trade that, so this just starts to spiral a little bit more, and this is where we see teams try to maybe cut their losses and approach a different area altogether, but Rhythm do not seem to be doing that. They are hard stuck here, trying to clear out the player insecurity. Elements is watching the hard line while Cairo's still on the staircase from Freezer, and it looks like finally the call has been made from Rhythm with a minute left. They have to abandon post.
That's a really tough pill to swallow here for Rhythm. Ghoul's still downstairs, still with Diffuser. He gets picked. That could be really, really bad for Rhythm. Needs to make sure not to get too over-aggressive. Meanwhile, Overt really playing their advantage right now, really playing passively. You can see Cairo looks to be making his rotate back to site up the armory stairs, leaving Elements alone, and that's fine. As Rhythm really need to get a move on with their execute. Looks like they're really putting some pressure onto Kids' dorms right now, and AFX has made his way into pit, but he goes down.
Was that from behind as well? I believe it was. I think Cairo was coming up the main stairs, so he's been able to find the freest kill of his life. He is too. Now he's got control of Pit. This is all over Rhythm. They are going to need to pull off some of the most nutty entry frags you've ever seen. Ed Pan, he's holding close to Dorm as well. How are they going to be able to get past this? Sawyer's just sitting in kids. This should be all over Red Rover. Ed Pan can't find the kill completely. Ghoul now given an opportunity. He'll start to stick that plant. Now you've got to be careful. Player from the double window was watching, but there is no stopping Overt. Another great round for them on the board of their D.
Definitely got close there at the end when Ghoul looked to perhaps make a plant go down, but Overt really tightened up their defense at Dorms on the second defense. They made it work, much more convincing. Rhythm just had no response to that downstairs roam. When Overt don't throw picks, Rhythm really struggled to get in the game. And now Overt have that laundry site locked in. Rob, I can't help but feel like Overt has got to end this half with at least 3 rounds, maybe even 4. It just seems inevitable that Rhythm will be able to take the advantage coming out of this half. And especially since it is their map pick, it's going to make it very, very difficult for them to dictate the pace of this match.
Attackers need to locate
And that's just it as well. We have, you know, it does feel like we're talking about a more structured Overt versus a Rhythm that can be quite dangerous when they're at their peak. But certainly in a best of 3, it is a marathon and not a sprint. But here's the kicker. You really can't afford to lose your map pick. You really cannot afford to let that slip, especially when this is a map pick that we know for a fact Overt would have been absolutely cheering. The second it came through, they would have been so happy with this. So now you're looking at going to Coastline against Overt, who, you know, they well and truly do their homework. They'd be feeling comfortable headed there as well. It's just not spelling the best signs, but it is very early days. We just need to see a little bit more out of Rhythm this half to convince us that it's so.
And you want me to reinforce here that Rhythm need to win this map is
Please.
the fact that, like, yeah, like you said, this is a good map for Overt, but, like, Overt pick Coast. We haven't seen them play Coast at all in Oceanic Nationals Stage 3. I don't have their extensive OCL stats. But Rhythm also, like, it's their most banned map. Like, they do not play Coastline.
Yeah.
And so even Rhythm wouldn't have necessarily been able to predict this veto and expect Overt to pick it. Like, they might have expected Overt to pick something like, I don't know, a Villa or a Club instead. And that really just makes things dire here for Rhythm. Like, there's no second chance.
No, there's not. And I am going to give credit where credit is due. Rhythm are finding their pacing in the early parts of these rounds quite well. Unfortunately, in the last round, didn't really pan out for them all that well, but both times we've seen them on this basement attack, they've wasted no time whatsoever in expanding across from small tower. And sometimes we can see teams really halter out when there's no one from Overt really showing face. And you can see it well and truly is one of those anchor hard setups. You know, you've got your... my goodness, I forgot the name of Smoke for it. How do you possibly forget the name? How could you possibly forget that? What are you opping about? I heard you say
I thought there was a player on laundry stairs for a second. I thought Drex was about to get it in the backside, but no, not happening. It was
there was. You got baited as hard as I did.
I got so baited when I saw that outline. But what I was going to say here is, like, I'm a bit concerned for Rhythm going for the front take here. It's like, you got 2 mirrors facing this take. Like, Overt have... Like, look, can we have a look, Mandy, our lovely observer, at the blue setup? Like, look at this blue setup. There's like, oh yeah, so here we go for Laundry and Freezer. And then if we go and look at blue instead, like, there's like no setup over there. And yeah, like the con setup, it's like, yeah, you got a mute jammer to protect against Flores. Like, I feel like Rhythm could really be going for a blue take here and bypassing those mirror windows. Instead, I'm going to try and address it head on, which is really going to rely on AFX doing something here with the Twitch.
Oh, did he get it? I didn't hear any sound cues. I don't know whether he was able to get that one that was... Has he?
Yeah,
Or maybe it was the Havana. Maybe it was the ex-Kairos palette, because you can see there Drex was across that side as well. Also been little Indians made. Cairo looking to play just on the corner of Freezer as Lev now makes his approach from blue. This is really good from Rhythm. They need to spread the pressure, because last time Overt just had the pick of the lot.
For sure. This mirror right here, though, that's not going to get breached as a mute jammer on it. I think you're right, though. If Rhythm can backstab from blue, find some success there, it could go really well for them.
Looks like setting up now, Elements. C4 in hand, Cairo tries to swing, but Dragos wins that out. Lev goes down, and now the plan is being stuck. Drex manages to get into a position to deny, and Edpan is the only player left. Sawyer on the ground. What can Edpan get done? Fortunately enough, for Rhythm, absolutely nothing. Great trade there in the end from AFX, and man, that is a much more convincing attack, you've got to say.
That is a massive dub for Rhythm. There's no doubt that Laundry was not going to be favored for them, but they managed to really pick apart Overt there. In the dying moments of that round, they looked to just steer the boat, get on top of it. Really loving the way that they're using the smokes as well from AFX to the fullest effect. They managed to force down that plant and really baited up so many kills on the back of that. And with that, I mean, I was saying that I don't see a world where Overt doesn't win 3 or 4 rounds here. I don't see a world where Rhythm wins the half. That's suddenly changed, right? Like, Rhythm have proven they can beat this downstairs defense. They've proven that they can beat the Dorms defense. And that puts them in such a strong position. Like, 4-2 half, totally on the cards now for Rhythm.
I'm just going to say it. I mean, it sounds so minuscule. It sounds so small. The pressure from Blue there, Dev. It can completely throw Overt off. When they were ready for that attack from the front side, they knew there were players in Freezer, they knew there were players in Laundry, and just a little bit of pressure applied from Leb. I don't even know whether Leb was able to get anything done further than just showing face across the blue. I'm pretty sure he was the first player to fall for Rhythm. Regardless, though, it just makes Overt cautious of that backside. They can't put all of their attention to the front. And, you know, these are just the small things, the small, tiny adaptations. And that is all facilitated from Rhythm not dropping a member early. And speaking of dropping a member early, I like this from Cairo. He's playing aggressive in meeting here. If Overt changed things up and I was just waffling about Rhythm, yep. Bet your bottom dollar there's a player on the top floor as well, is there?
It looks like, yeah, so it looks like Overt have reached into the strat book for this one. They said, all right, let's abandon our anchor mirror-centric strategy. Let's go for our heavy roam strat. This is something we've seen Overt do a lot of before, in particular Cairo. He just owns Meeting Hall. Like, that is just his. And with this really extended setup, Overt can lean into their mechanical skill, which is a massive strength of them. So definitely going to be a new challenge for Rhythm to try and address.
And this is where we see like how far Rhythm have really come in, you know, one stage. We see where that composure comes from, because these kind of adaptations that Overt are making can really be quite hard to deal with. A lot of drones just being thrown at Overt right now to get some information. 3 drones left, in fact, with only 2 minutes left here. Rhythm, they are going to have to capitalize on the fact that they've been able to force them back early here, but goodness me.
Yeah, I mean, Overt just completely fall back to sight. You nailed it on the head there, Rob. Like, 3 drones left for Rhythm. That was the strat for Overt. Like, Overt don't need to find kills on this roam anymore. They can fall back to sight, and like, Rhythm have to face check a lot of the rest of this roam still, and then still they're going to have to deal with the site setup. And yeah, like, hatches are pre-opened for them, which is nice, but there's all kinds of util they'll have to contend with on site. There's some Prismas. This nice shield here in Freezer that Elements is playing behind too. So, and now the opening pick as well for Overt. So definitely really well played by this former OCL team.
Yep, really impressive. And it's just something that we've talked about time and time again for Overt. Every single time we see them play, even just Oregon, for example, a map that really some teams just sit back and really stick their feet in the sand kind of thing. They don't really move. But Overt are more than happy to change things up week in and week out. Right now we're seeing this against Rhythm, and they're really being pushed. This is where Rhythm need to step up. What can they get done? 30 seconds left. They're the man down. There's still so much utility that Overt have to use.
There's also going to be util for Rhythm as well. Still 1 smoke left. The ADS catches 1. Now Ghoul goes down for the plant, but Cairo can deny. Trade back, but it might not be enough. They've flooded Freezer, and they're making it work. They're just going deep for kills, but Overt well and truly ready to receive. And on the second attempt down here on the basement, they get it done with the roam.
I don't mind that at all from Rhythm. The second they see that Ghoul is down, the second that diffuser is no longer being planted, they send all members left. It was just a flurry of bodies just being thrown at Overt. And fortunately enough for Overt, they stand tall here. Cairo finding that early pick, but Sawyer really doing a lot of the damage there. I mean, if AFX gets past him, finds that kill, it's 2-on-2. They have laundry control. Rhythm is Overt would be scrambling to try and retake or play for the retake, if you will. And instead, it's a moment of composure from Overt.
Yeah, and a moment of cheekiness from Overt. Is this a Cav pick for Cairo? The 6 pick onto the Caveira. That is not something you see every day. He is going to be surely banking on something very, very cheeky here. He's gone for the shotty as well, which really restricts his long-range gunfight potential. Like, yes, he's still got the pistol, but, I mean, it's not quite what it used to be. I think they've reduced the damage. It's no longer like 99, it's like 60. Has been that way for a while now, but, I mean, he's really going to be banking on some misplay from Rhythm, from lack of droning, hopefully finding an entry player solo so he could go for that interrogation. Yeah, I mean, very, very strange pick, very unusual. It's not even like Rhythm are really relying on a Jackal, which Cav would hard counter. So, I mean, I can only imagine it's got to be because he's hoping to get an interrogation. Otherwise, why would you pick her over anyone else?
The other thing as well is just Rhythm have been really efficient with their early prep droning. Like, I've got to say it outright. They've been really good with it. If they misstep here, that is, I want to say, an unfortunate timing, unfortunate mix for this attacking roster. But we'll wait and see how that pans out. Cairo is all the way over by Harry Potter at the very least at Big Tower Stairs. AFX doesn't seem to have any idea whatsoever. This could be really, really dangerous.
Oh, he doesn't!
No.
But he finishes the kill. He doesn't go for the interrogation.
What?
Oh, that was such a good play from Cairo, but he goes for the safe bet instead of going for the interrogation. I think that was a good move, though. That's a twitch off the board. He wouldn't have known that AFX was solo. And now he can just play this stairs position, support his teammate in showers, or rather bathroom. A server? What's that? Server, oh my god. But I don't know if it's an early day or what. It's
Early day, not enough coffee.
Got enough. I do need another coffee. I had some green tea, actually. Cleanses the soul.
Jeez. Clearly not the wine they'll get paid.
You can see how scared Rhythm are, though, here of that flanking Cav.
Yep. And what's really dangerous now is, let's just say Cairo falls back to sight. That shotgun is going to be an absolute nuisance in close range. Like, you can just play on the other side of the game's wall and continue to peek with it because it's all close quarters from there. So this is a very dangerous position for Rhythm to find themselves in. Plus the fact you've got to be aware there could be someone flanking at all times. Fortunately, they've got all the drones up that they could ever need, and I have no doubt AFX is going to be flicking them to make sure that, at the very least, Rhythm counter that and catch it.
Yeah, on top of that, you can see that Overt actually reinforced off where they usually put a rotate on games, and now that breach has come through for Rhythm. But Overt are playing really passively now. Drex switched onto the Mav, so he's got the nades to deal with any util. Cairo reckons he hasn't been droned. Now, we don't know whether Rhythm saw him or not. They could have just baited that out. That could have been Leb pretending to not have seen the Cav. But either way, Cairo is still very much an active player in this round.
You just have to imagine from here, they're going to expect some kind of... Oh, God. Twent shotgun in the body for Ghoul. That's a cheeky little present in playoffs. I'll tell you what, Drex now going to be making his way in from pit. There it is, all individual 1v1 fights. So they're going to make the difference, and Twent nearly manages to hold on. But in fact, Rhythm continue to push in here. Leb, shoulder in shoulder, will be able to find one more. 2 players left. Surely he cannot find his kill. If he can, he's going to be able to stick the kit. Seconds left in it, but he can't get around the corner for the knife. And Overt, they find the half 4-2.
Strong start for the crowd favorites. Overt on Rhythm's map pick. 4-2, Rob. And now they go on to their attack. Rhythm have to play catch-up. And they need to win this map. This is their pick after all. And next up is Coastline, which is sure to be an Overt win. Rhythm have got to get it done here.
They certainly do. They need to get started. And the best way you can get started with an NVMe SSD from Samsung. It is their latest range, and it's, I'll tell you what, It is something to behold. The power these little tiny pieces have can change a game, and Rhythm need that right now. If you want to find out more, ! SSD in the Twitch chat. Follow the prompts.
Ride speeds like you've seen before. Ultimate precision. Unstoppable timing. Unstoppable. Load screen so short you don't even know that they're there. ASMR stream brought to you by Samsung. Thank you very much, Samsung, for sponsoring the Oceanic Nationals 2021. Great presenting partner. Now let's get into the round. We have to have fun sometimes. I have a bit of fun with it.
You got to.
I mean, I feel like I've got to be having fun here. Like, you know, you flexing onto a cav on the final round of your defense, even though there was no interrogation. I mean, that's it's a bit of gall that they've got. And now they switch onto the attack, but Drex is ready and waiting here. He's got such a nice little angle here in Master with the shield to play around. You can see both of these teams really favoring aggressive holds on this Dorm's attack.
Where did that Rotero drone come from? Okay. Just not getting the barbed wire. I'm sure there's other pieces of util there that they might have been able to dismiss. I actually can't see anything that's been lost there, but certainly now they're going to be able to put the pressure on Drex from the backside. This is a position that Drex plays quite often, and look at this. He's going to have to go aggressive, and he just falls back into the closet in the right time, but still Twent keeps him in position. Now we can get away and reinforce. Big, oh no, Elements, not like that.
Oh, narrow margins a lot of the time here in this game. You can see that Rhythm have really just tried to pull back, fortify their anchor positions, force Overt to do the dirty work. Ooh, that's a nice nade there from Sawyer, already clearing out the pit shield. Just perfectly placed. Feels like it's only a matter of time before Overt shapes up in a good position for this execute. AFX has taken some damage too, as his shield has been destroyed. Where was that? I mean, how did they destroy that? I'm thinking like it must have been from below, but I don't see any player down there. Maybe it was from the big window? Maybe it was the Flores? I don't know. Either way, Overt is, oh my god, they're just melting through Rhythm's setup here. Rhythm are just stark naked on the bomb site, holding on for as long as they can, and there's 40 seconds. Overt looking so good.
This is something Overt had talked about previously, is the ability to dismiss this kind of a setup. Twent's going to be able to stick this. How is the C4? No, Edpan just can't shoot it out. Dragos goes massive, but Edpan goes deep. He will find one trade, and they're still managing to hold on here, but Cairo is so far away from the action. That has to be the round in the bag here for Rhythm. Is there any opportunity?
No. There you go. Bit of a high five from Leb onto Cairo there at the end. And Overt, they looked so good, but sometimes all it takes is a well-placed C4 to deny the plan and rip apart and execute. That was Drago's newest member on this team, one of the newest players into OCN. He stepped up hugely for his team, just couldn't shoot out that C4 for Edpan, and I mean, it cost the team, didn't it? That's already a strong Dorms defense win for Rhythm. They still have Laundry unlocked.
Just going to sing their praises as well. Overt have commented before on this kind of, the old style of meta for the defense, which is, holding on behind, deployable shields and all the sorts. And they're very efficient at kind of ridding of that utility. And I'm just looking back at that round there. Elements and Edpan were both watching for that C4, sorry. The second Elements went to shoot it, Dragos actually re-peeked from pit and found another kill. So you gotta sing the praises of Dragos there. That doesn't happen, and that round is completely different. Regardless though, we move on with a successful Dorms defense down into the basement. This is where Overt's attack is going to be tested, but I am liking the Ying already.
Yeah, the Flora is usually very good for this downstairs defense, downstairs attack rather, but AFX has got the mute, which does make it much more difficult to get those Flores drones in. So I like the fact that, Cairo is flexing onto the Ying instead. Cairo, a great flex player. He's happy to just jump on whatever's needed, really, which is funny because he's also a fantastic entry. Always finding openings, always looking to backstab the defense. I think we've seen a lot of these overt kind of blue pillar takes before, which, I mean, I'm a big fan of the blue and pillar takes instead of the front takes. I just feel like the front takes can live and die on such small margins.
Yeah.
Whereas, I mean, I think overt, after they map clear, I would expect them to go for the pillar take. It's particularly good when you've got the Ying coming down that electrical hatch. And it looks like, for now at least, Rhythm have got full anchor setup. So, no roamers for overt to find.
What's so funny about what you're talking about there, Dev, is, you know, the stark contrast from the defenses we saw toward the end of 2020, which were all, you know, so heavy toward the blue side of the basement defense. And now it's all about the front side attack. It's all about Laundry. It's all about Freezer. And every time we get to see a blue take, I get excited because that's just what, you know, that's the better part of what I knew when Oregon came back into the map pool for competitive at the very least, was all of that backside take, rear stage stairs plus blue. It was gorgeous, and now we are seeing, of course, a different variety to it, but it's still paying off, so I guess you can't knock it till you try, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's true. I mean, I feel like it's weird that it was meta to attack blue back when the utils sync was like so much more strong, when Jaeger and Wamai were stronger.
Yeah.
And now that they're weaker and that we've got more like attackers that can counter that, like it's no longer meta. I don't know, it's weird, but you know, there's a reason I'm not a pro player, so I'll leave it to the pros. Nice attempt there at breaching that wall into Freezer, but no, pretty well countered there by Rhythm. Nice mute jammer, plus Dragos hanging around. But it looks like, I mean, this setup's just screaming blue and rear stage push right here. So surely overt go for that.
I really like just seeing the clear of Harry Potter there, because there's been one or two teams I think Rhythm is one of the teams that sometimes play with one of their defensive members in there and just wait for the attacking side to kind of swarm through E. It does look like it's going to be a backside take, Dev. You're 100% correct here. Ghoul is on a very aggressive line. He's being droned out and he has to fall away for the moment.
When Overt eventually does take blue control, there's a mirror window they've got to watch, but for now, it's focusing on taking down Ghoul, and the entry comes through, but Leb supports from the site, and Overt fall into the meat grinder. Still, that Jaeger of Ghoul is in Harry Potter, and he can come to life and take down Overt. He finds the double! Ghoul steps up for his team! Elements can't even get him, and Overt have fallen apart.
Drex is going to be watching from the backside. He has to find two now. They've got to go deep. 10 seconds left. The shotgun in hand. Drex needs to play big here. A huge clutch on the agenda, but it's just not possible. Elements falls away with the sidearm and slaps them silly. Overt are lucky to get away with that.
Oh, they've got to be feeling the pressure after that one. Sawyer giving them the lecture. A very, very close round. Overt are lucky to have won. Not really thoroughly clearing Ghoul. Like, I mean, they went to refrag him and then completely tunnel visioned on the site. It's a miracle that Overt managed to make that happen, but just something about their fraggers attacking that bomb site. They've always got it in the bag. They've always got these amazing entries, finding double kills, no refrags. It's just a sight to behold for Overt, and now Rhythm have to do it once again.
And you know, let's just theorycraft here. Overt, well and truly, if they were to actually clear Harry Potter where Ghoul was, then that was a 4v1 for Drex, which is just so much more of a convincing round. And that is, you know, that's a scary tale in itself.
That's it.
And kind of fortunate that we did preface a little bit about the way sometimes Rhythm will play with a player in Harry Potter, because it can be effective, especially when things get chaotic like that. Like, Ghoul clearly was in Harry Potter, but a miscommunication from, I believe, maybe it was Ed Pan coming down the stairs on a Yana, whoever it was trying to go for that kill, but got absolutely tagged up from, I'm pretty sure it was just from the B chassis as they swung onto the unreinforced ball. The unreinforced ball, there we go. Maybe like soft color for Xenox, but at the very least now, moving forward, Overt are very much in the driver's seat, and this is the position they would love to be in.
No doubt. Now, interestingly, we actually see the Hibana completely forgone here. So the only hard breach is going to be Sawyer's Maverick, plus that cheeky little hard breach charge secondary for Cairo. So opting not for smokes. No smokes on this lineup at all. Unless Medpan's running him, which I very much doubt he would be. Looks like he's got nades from the overlay. There you go. So no smokes in the lineup. Very curious. Can make those executes a little bit different, but they don't necessarily need it, especially not when they can just snap on these roamers. And this extended hold for Rhythm is just not panning out. Overt, so good at these clears.
I think we were singing their praises throughout all of Stage 3, and now in playoffs, they're stepping up yet again. They are a serious threat when you start to think about the Chiefs, when you start to think about Bliss and Knights. Sure, that's a hell of a lot of maps that Overt need to play, but right now, that is all their attention. All of their attention is on this one tournament. If they can continue the way that they've started here, I do start to ask the big questions of the bigger teams. Oh, no! No! But that's okay. Fortunate for Rhythm, they've been given another lifeline.
They have. Leb's so lucky to be alive there. And once again, just like Rhythm, a lot of teams will reinforce that wall, at least one of those two panels, and that would have given Leb a safe spot to hide, but no. Case here. Actually do have two reinforcements in the bag, so I'm not sure I vibe that setup, but you know, it's one thing to critique them, it's another thing to do it better, and that's what Overt need to prove. They've already cleared off the Pillar Shield, and Overt, once again, are just... This is like last round, but they look even better because they found the pick.
Yeah. And this is really dangerous. When you lose a pick here on this defense in particular, things get really hairy. There are just too many avenues to be exploited, and you can see Overt are well and truly spread right now, but it also gives 1v1s. Leb, who has been an absolute animal here in Stage 3, has given an opening for Rhythm. Can they convert?
Really good hold from Ghoul on this mirror, but Elements takes him down. Cairo and Sawyer and Elements can step up together. They can find Drex, 1 HP and a dream. He's got to clutch up huge, but surely Overt can lock this in. Plant down, Drex does gas him up, but Cairo has always got his teammates back, and this is huge. This is match point for Overt.
And this is Overt. This is Overt, Dev. We came into this saying we were already favoring them. They were already looking like one of the better teams in OCN. They come into playoffs and they continue to perform. Remembering as well, for all the viewers at home who may not be up to date with where things are at, if Overt are able to pull out the... I can't believe I'm even going to say this, but if they can pull out the gauntlet run, they could miss the promo relegation playoffs at the end of this stage, and they could well and truly convert into a 2022 season for OCN, which is just unbelievable. This is a Rhythm timeout, though, and it's one that is very much needed here. Map point against you, and it's your own map pick.
What are you going to be talking about right now? Leb's doing the most of the work, it looks. They would also have access to their coach Wood at this time. It looks like Leb's doing a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of the comms. I mean, not able to successfully defend Laundry. That's a real kicker. They've lost it twice in a row now. That does mean Dorms is unlocked. They won that. But, I mean, let's be honest. Overt were in such a strong position. Had that C4 from Dragos not landed, Rhythm would have lost that. Rhythm need to figure out, are they going to go back downstairs? And if they do they once again go for a roam setup? Because I mean, Dragos was just caught off guard all on his lonesome last time. Such a tough decision now for Rhythm, where to play, how to play, what to do to make this comeback happen.
Wouldn't even surprise me if we ended up seeing something like a dining defense. Honestly, at this point, it seems like Overt have cracked the egg. They are going to go back to the site in which the only site that Rhythm have won out of 3 possible rounds. I still just am not convinced right now. Overt storming away with Rhythm's map pick. And this is really what we praised Overt for through and through. Was their ability to dismantle defenses, was their ability to VOD review, to find any slight little weakness in a team's armor and just consistent pick it to pieces. Now we will see whether they're going to be able to do so again. Lineups changed only a fraction here for Overt, but certainly they're going to need to be careful.
Going to be a tough slog now for Rhythm to get this back up and running. Like you said, Rhythm's only hope of making it to APAC South League next year for 2022 is by winning this match, beating the Chiefs after that, beating Bliss after that, and beating Knights after that, being our Stage 3 OCN champions from last place Stage 2 to first place in Stage 3. That would give Rhythm enough season points to take Rufflecopter's spot in that promo relegations tournament for APAC South. And what's worse, they lose this game, there's a chance they'll have to play relegations for OCN OCL if Overt can do the miracle run and win this entire tournament. That means Rhythm will have to play in that relegations to fight for their spot in OCN for next year.
Stark contrast, Wildcard are stuck. They're hard stuck.
Yep.
They can't get out of it. I mean, could you ever say that that was going to be a world that we saw, Dev? I know they're not playing in this tournament right now, but it has to be said, we were absolutely shocked and stunned when we found out that they just were not going to be able to amount enough points, that their performance in Stage 1, 2, and 3 across the board have not been good enough to claw them out. And this is in much credit due to what Rhythm and Overt have achieved in Stage 3. There is no doubt about it. Now with a minute off that clock, Overt haven't really pushed the envelope in terms of clearing any of these players out. In fact, it's pretty stalled out at the moment.
Patience can be a virtue, though, especially when playing against aggressive teams. And Rhythm have looked to ramp up their aggression on this defense. You can see the open hold. Twent going for a breach into Master Bedroom, and that is really going to catch Drex off guard. And that's why patience is a virtue. Overt identified the weakness. They set up, they measured twice, and they cut once. They cut Drex out of what could be the final round of this map.
Absolutely gorgeous from here on out. If they can cleanly take this round, we head to Coastline next, and I don't think I really need to say too much about what that is going to entail. You have to imagine Overt are heavily favoured on that map. You're wrong though. Sawyer now trying to open up from Attic, put the pressure on from all angles here. Overt once again showing us what the power of their VOD review can really achieve. My God, dude.
The game sense on Overt is just so good as well. Like you look at... What was that? The deployable camera, yeah. But hey, it looks like the next kid's about to come through, Rob, so I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, why not? It's the last round, or potentially the last round. Cairo sat there for far too long, and it's given an opportunity for Ghoul, who takes it. Twent and Sawyer, they're next up on the chopping block, but in fact, it's them that are doing the chopping. Xenox would be proud. AFX and Leb to try and hold on. This is possible now. Cairo can't find the kill. Leb's gone massive, but it's only AFX left in a 1 versus 3 to save Rhythm's hope on their own map pick here. He's stuck in the kid's corner. I do not imagine this would even be possible. Sawyer, Nail, Coffin, meet Overt. They take the first map.
Pretty cut and dried for Overt Elements, looking like it was just another day at the office. A massive game from the Ash main, and Overt are one step closer to putting Rhythm in the dirt. What a massive Oregon win, 7-3.
This is exactly the kind of Overt we'd hope to see coming out of Stage 3 and into the playoffs. Unfortunately for Rhythm, the story is not bowing favourably whatsoever. Their map pick, they get slapped around on attack and on defense, Dev. And now we do move to the formidable Coastline, which has been hidden. It has been hidden for Overt all of Stage 3, so who knows what we're going to see.
It's the first Coastline we've seen in OCN at all in Stage 3. In fact, the first of the Coastline rework we've seen in OCN ever at all. Very exciting. I just want to take one extra moment to praise Overt, right? We talk about how they're an aggressive team. They've got really strong mechanics. They are such a smart team, and their game sense at predicting their operator flex picks going into rounds is so good. Like, they picked a Buck right when they knew that there would be roam clearing and needed Vert. They picked a Thermite right when they knew that they were probably going to be going for a Dorms attack as well. So just, I'm loving Overt, everything. I'm so behind this, and there's a reason I predict to go all the way through and do the miracle run.
Well, look, I think that'll wrap it up here for map 1. Let's hand it over to the capable hands of Xenox and the boys.
Geez, one round win and suddenly Dev thinks they're going to do the entire run It's a good start, though, of course, on Rhythm's map pick. Guz, 7-3, pretty convincing win. Something we spoke about on the desk during that map veto was, of course, the Oregon and whether or not it could be the downfall of Rhythm. And heading into Coastline now, you can't help but back Overt all the way.
Yeah, at the end of the day, heading over to this map was a questionable decision, and ultimately the result reflects that. Now, Rhythm probably sent themselves to this map because it was strong for them this year. At least it was the strongest map that they had. Not that there's been all that many, but as Varsada said in the green room, right, they've had a while now to prep a decent map for their pick. Unfortunately, Oregon doesn't go their way. Overt, on the other hand, they played really, really well. They're aggressive and they're on point, they're sharp, but the attacks in particular, they had really great build-ups, they were clearing utility, they were doing the basics that they needed to get rounds across the line, and I said it was going to be a 2-0 before, and I just doubled down on that now.
But it feels like Overt just don't sacrifice much for their aggressive nature. Sometimes in the past we've seen teams try and go on the offense a little bit, but maybe leave other parts of their game to be desired. But I don't want to say they got the whole package, but geez, for a team that's in their first OCN season, they look like they've got the whole package.
Yeah, I agree. I think something that's been really impressive that kind of Deb touched on is their ability to be really flexible and adaptable with their op picks. And I think their util game was like just really impressive that game. They brought Flores and Ying. Something that we didn't really see Rhythm do is bring much flashbangs and stuff to burn ADSs and were my magnets, and they were using Ash charges and nades to burn util, whereas Overt were actually using flashbangs, they were using the Flores. I just think their util game was so much better. Their adaptions were so much better that game. Every round, I really like how Dev pointed that out, every round they had a clear goal for certain operators. They were changing their operators. And yeah, with Rhythm, we didn't see that. We saw Cairo bring the Ying and doing quite like a lot of really good work on it, and Rhythm didn't really have an answer for that Ying. So I'm hoping moving forward for Rhythm, they really need to be looking at the adaptions, because right now Overt are just killing them with it.
They couldn't really get into the game rhythm. Guz, obviously, Leb did as best as he could, +2 entry, 1-0 player rating, almost a 1-for-1 KD. But other than that, it was as one-sided as you could really ask for, a 7-3 kind of scoreline. Moving forward, though, of course, this is a best-of-3. It's not one and done. Coastline coming up soon. I guess, obviously, we've already sort of framed this as being Overt's map pick and Overt with all the chances. What does Rhythm really need to do if they're going to be the underdog going into this one?
I think the important thing to remember is that whilst this isn't their map pick, the thing that does kind of side with Rhythm a little bit is that Coastline is almost the exact opposite to Oregon, right? You're not going to be clearing as much utility. It's going to be very frag-centric, which Rhythm can thrive in that environment sometimes, although obviously Overt is strong in that department as well. So I don't think Rhythm should beat themselves up too much. The playstyle on this second map is going to vary wildly to the first, so they can try and rejig things a little bit, find that confidence back, and come out firing for the second map.
Let's see if they can find that confidence during the break, which is where we're heading. And when we do come back, of course, Coastline awaits on the other side.
Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just a dust, just a sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, it's fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, up, up.
Well, welcome back for the break, ladies and gentlemen, here to the Oceanic Nationals presented by Samsung. We are currently 1-0 in our first best of 3 of the playoff gauntlet. Avert taking Oregon 7-3, pretty convincing. They clearly did their prep, guys. That's evident to see. Someone else that does prep for you, though, is Macros. Of course, we've got the Macros Parkour Prep challenge coming up tomorrow. That's a big one. That's another event that I'm sure I'll finish second in after thinking I'm going to win the whole thing. But guys, as you can see down below, Macros Prep Phase Parkour, how you think you're going to go?
Look, this was actually a really, really fun challenge. We had 4 different parkour routes that we had to try and navigate that Vast tortured us with. Some of them were really, really hard. I ended up like cheesing the last one because it was so difficult. But yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. So I look forward to that one tomorrow. You
can get yourself some ready-made meals at macros.com.au. And of course, use the code R6S30 at the checkout and get $30 off your first order. Vast, I know you do your prep on the broadcast as you used to do in-game as well. So how you think you're going to go with that one? I think you were the one that, of course, set up the challenge. So I'm assuming you're going to finish first then, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't think you guys are going to get all of them.
All of them?
I'll be surprised. I think you'll get the first couple,
mate,
to be honest.
I got them all.
I spoon-fed the first couple, I reckon.
I got them all, mate. Don't worry. You'll see tomorrow.
Here we go.
I absolutely got this one in the bank. Look. Unfortunately, we're not heading to Bank. That would have been a really good segue, but we are heading to Coastline for this next match, guys. It is Avert, though, who are the clear favourites going into this, of course, to preface for Rhythm. It's about playing that underdog card once again, as they kind of did throughout Stage 3, coming in from behind, and hopefully they can find a way to extend this to a third map.
Yeah, the saving grace for Rhythm is this is quite literally the first time we're seeing Coastline in its reworked form here in OCN. So that's a pretty cool storyline in itself. So we're not entirely sure what to expect. We have seen a couple of teams experiment in APAC South and across some of the other global regions, but more locally we're yet to really see it be played out. Rhythm, though, they're on the back foot. I don't think they looked great over on Oregon, which was their map pick. Now they're heading over to Avert, who have no doubt put a lot of man hours into dry running, prepping, scrimming, breaking this map apart. They'll be ready and firing. This should be Avert's for the taking.
Avert had a very good defense, Vast, on Oregon, where we kind of expect teams to do well there, but it was their attack, right? 3-1 attack on Oregon. They both start with O. But heading into Coastline, that's a really good sign for Avert, right? Their attacking game, they're offensive, they're always aggressive. It's their map pick. So much really going their way. Is it going to be too much? Maybe that sort of burden of being the heavy favorites going into this map, do you sense that could get to them for this occasion?
I don't think so. It honestly does depend on Rhythm because, right, it is Coastline. It's more aggressive map by nature. I think Rhythm really need to match Overt's aggression and put the pressure on them if they, want to try to bring it back. We saw on Oregon the way Overt set up for executes. They kind of you know, take their time, be really thorough. But then when it's time to execute, all 5 of them are like just really explosive on site, and it was really hard for them to deal with that situation. And I just think Coastline, you can't really bring heaps of util and hide behind it. You can in some areas, but just for the most part, it's going to come down to your roams and, you know, who's applying more pressure and kind of dictating the game.
It's going to be an intriguing matchup, of course, of up 1-0. They win this here in Coastline, and then they can go and take on the Chiefs. That's us done on the desk. We're going to throw it over to, honestly, one of the casters who I think is the best looking in the world, and the other guy. You guys figure it out.
I think it's pretty simple.
Number 1 and number 2, come on.
Yeah.
Number 2 that way.
I'll be honest, I think I already know I'm the other guy, so that's okay, Dev. Let's get underway with this one. Coastline, this is an interesting match just because of the fact that we haven't seen it for both of these teams. We haven't seen it at all in Stage 3 for OCN. You've already prefaced that, and the boys have done so perfectly on the desk. Who you got going into this? I mean, surely we're going to be backing in Overt. It is their map pick after all.
We can give Rhythm the benefit of the doubt and say, look, maybe Rhythm have been cracking their coastline, which I think is imperative here. Like, if Rhythm haven't been cracking their coastline, bit sketch, but yeah, naturally you've got to go with Overt. Neither of these teams have played it in Stage 3. Even Rhythm didn't play it in Stage 1 or Stage 2 either. So you have to just naturally incline to Overt as it's them who picked it. But at the same time, like, I think Rhythm attacking on this map is going to be a lot easier for them than it was on Oregon. So I would definitely put a lot more of a chance on their foot. And look, maybe if Rhythm, like the guys were saying, get off to a banging start and start that momentum, especially since they do start on the attack, maybe we'll be able to see them.
And what I'm really curious for as well is from Overt, we've only ever seen Oregon Club and Villa, 3 of the most common maps, especially in Oceania. But like at the same time, most of those maps you kind of tend to play quite structured. So I'm really curious to see from Overt how they go about, you know, Rhythm's defense, Rhythm's attack, things like that, because they don't have VODs to have reviewed there. Meaning, we're going to see a completely fresh playstyle from Overt. There is nothing that they can really do other than prepare for themselves, which, look, all in all, I do think Overt have been phenomenal at all stage long. This is where you kind of, you know, push and shove just comes a little bit too aggressive. Where do Overt shut this down? Is it from round 1? Is it from round 7? When is it?
Well, it's going to be tough for Overt to come out of the gate swinging, starting on the defense, where Coastline these days is looking to be an attack. I mean, I still think it's attacker-sided map. The stats we don't have for OCN. For other regions, it can vary, but I think it's an attacker-sided map, so that gives Rhythm an advantage here going in at the start. If they can get momentum, maybe they can run away with it. Another thing I will say that perhaps is in Rhythm's favor is, like you said, Overt are a really good counter-stratting team. They're really good at boarding their opponents, exploiting weaknesses, and Overt can't do that because there's no VODs of Rhythm playing Coastline. And what's more, like Overt, like you said, they've historically played structured maps. They're really good at playing a structured map well and then mixing in some aggression. But Coastline isn't a structured map. So there's not that fundamental, I guess, underlying facet there that they can look to exploit. So this is going to be a bit of a testing ground for Overt. And while we're kind of giving them a lot of the benefit of the doubt, Overt has said in the past that they actually, when they go into a game favoring themselves, they actually perform worse. Like, if you read Twent's interview with Snowball, he was saying that, yeah, Sawyer was maybe being a little bit modest at the start of the stage when Sawyer said that they were expecting to win like 1 or 2 games. But Twent said, like, when they were playing against teams like Wildcard, Order, Chiefs, like, they didn't think they were going to win those games. They thought of themselves as the underdogs, and that helped them out. When they played Rufflecopter and they were a little bit cocky, that's when they got, you know, stomped. Or, that's when they lost that game. So that's something that I'm definitely keeping in mind here. Overt can't get too cocky.
No, not at all. And this isn't like, this really is an exciting prospect for me as a viewer. You know, seeing Overt in a completely different scenario to what we've seen them all stage 3. And you know, for Rhythm, we've seen them through and through. They've played I want to say a variety of maps over the stage 1, 2, and 3. I'd have to go back and double check that. I do know that Oregon has been probably their most favoured map, but Coastline really does just leave so many questions unanswered. And this is where Overt can start to really build an incredible storyline. 3 maps throughout stage 3, all 3 have been convincing in their own fashion. We've seen them perform decently against some of the best teams in Australia, and now we get into the realm of, okay, where does that end? Where do we now change the storyline? And this is where it can start to shift a little bit. This is what happened with Bliss back in Stage 1 and Stage 2, they looked so good in the regular season when they were just playing their default maps, when they were playing maps that they were expecting. However, when something different came along, let's just use the best of 5 example from Stage 2, they went 1-0 up against the Chiefs in that final. And I'm pretty sure when we spoke to the boys about it, when we spoke to Oda, they were saying, yeah, we were so confident once we got that first map on the board, and then Chiefs steamrolled them. This is where we start to dive a little bit deeper into that overt storyline. And I'm sure Blue Panda and Cthulhu could probably DM us and tell us all the stats that they had from Stage 2 OCL. The thing is, that's kind of out the window in this scenario. I know that some people would probably moan and groan about that, but it is. Coastline is a completely different ballgame from the way that we've seen them play all stage long. We know that overt can get aggressive and can be quite menacing, but this is really the proving ground for them.
There's no doubt about it. This is a big game for overt, and they have, I won't say it handed to them on a silver platter, but they have a massive opportunity in front of them right now, and it's Rhythm that really has to step up, because they're a team that historically has struggled on these less structured maps. I mean, this is a bit of a reach, but like I've said, we don't have any coastline results from Rhythm all year to relate to. So let's look at the next closest map in the pool in terms of playstyle. That is Chalet. Chalet, the most attack-sided map we have in OCN, and Rhythm have played it twice, lost it to Order and to Bliss. So that's a bit concerning here for Rhythm. Like, the fact that we haven't really seen them do well on the less structured maps going into Coastline, and I think this is the critical part, I don't think Rhythm would have guessed in a million years they'd be playing Coast, but Overt have picked it up, and they're looking to run with it.
That's the thing, right? It doesn't make a difference what happens in that veto, it's what happens in the server. You can be unprepared headed in, but you can still perform to your best, and that's what Rhythm are going to have to do here. Their backs are up against the wall, their Stage 3 is on the line, but also don't forget, APAC South promo relegations are on the line for this roster. Happy birthday to the lad Sky. I think everyone can take a note. Absolute legend. He is one, I'm going to say he's a pillar of the Rainbow Six community. Go ahead and please type happy birthday in the Twitch chat for this gentleman. He is an absolute rig.
So Sky used to observe these guys' matches in OCL. Sky does a lot of the obs for OCL, but he also does the social media for OCN. So if you see an OCN post saying, you know, who's going to win this match, Rhythm or Overt, can you just reply to that with happy birthday, Sky? That would be fantastic. That's at R6 Esports OS.
Util clear off the board here for the attacking side. I do find that interesting. I honestly do. I thought we would see more of like the Zofia band in this map than I would have gone in for like a Thatcher or a Flores. That is a much more traditional and I would say comfort bands in a sense. And Valk, obviously, I don't think we can see a coastline with Valk left in. It would just be too dangerous. Mirror as well, the two most commonly banned operators on the defense and attack. So there you go. We got our storyline ready, and now we see Rhythm on the attack.
Element's trying to get in their heads a little bit. Element's pretty cocky tonight, not gonna lie. Like, he was really enjoying it at the end of that first map. He absolutely popped off. But yeah, look, this is going to be a great match. It's the first coastline we have seen in OCN for Stage 3. The first time Reword Coast is getting some love in the Oceanic region. Haven't seen either of these teams play it in a hell of a long time. Valk, like you said, very aggressive op, banned out. Mirror, a very anchor-centric op, banned out. Just a lot of these fundamental, powerful operators on coastlines no longer available. And with Rhythm starting on the attack, like you said, they have a little bit of a leg up, a little bit of an advantage. They have a second wind. They've got to win this map and then the decider, which is going to be a huge task.
Especially on Chalet.
That's it.
Like if you were to look at this, I would say that. I mean, I think the desk was saying that Chalet is leaning toward Overt, if I'm not mistaken. But I still think that both of these maps, Chalet and Coast, leave the door open completely for either of these teams. HP Omen community vote, by the way, at 62% for Overt. If you do want to jump into that conversation, it's at R6 Esports OCE on Twitter.
10 seconds left.
Love that, and make sure that you say happy birthday, Sky.
Yes,
when you interact with those posts. Now, I've done a little bit of digging. The last time Overt played Coastline was against Fury in that OCL Grand Final for Stage 2, the one that they lost. Overt have gone flawless all OCL stage, and then they lost the Grand Final to Fury. It was a gutting loss, but Coastline was the only map they won. It was an 8-6, a very close game. They went even 3-3 on their attacks and their defenses, and then just lost in overtime. Oh, sorry, just won it in overtime, rather. So a very balanced map for them on the sides, but it's Rhythm who have to step up. Dragos. Oh, finds a shoulder, but not much more.
Element's lucky to be alive, but now this is where it can really start to falter. And oh no, Leb just not in range. Can they catch him on the cross? How is he being able to get out to security? Gotta feel like that is a misstep from Rhythm. They needed to capitalize on something like that.
Especially it being Elements, a player who's been on fire tonight. Edpan not quite having the impact that we would usually expect from him. He's the only overt player, aside from Sawyer, to get an MVP so far in Stage 3 for OCN. Edpan, funny story, he's actually coming into this match straight off of the back of a uni exam. Like, literally. Like, the reason we didn't have his camera on earlier tonight, before map 1, was because he was still doing his uni exam while we had started broadcasting. And then, as soon as he finished, we started the game.
That's dedication. Dedication to an absolute T. Now, for Rhythm, they have not found much of an opening in ways of a kill. How much have they been able to achieve in dismissing some of this utility? Still feels like Overt are sitting decently pretty on site here. As they start to close in, Reb underneath can start to put a lot of pressure on that player in the corner, but Kairo's going to find the opening, and Edpan doubles down. Drex now trying to find Elements in the corner. It's actually Edpan, and he takes him down to just 1 HP. This is not favorable, but for Dragos, he may well make it possible.
Really nice flash up through the floor. Cairo opened up this round, and now he's looking to hold on as Cool Vibe Stairs has been taken for the attack. This is such a power position for Dragos, and with Lev going on the double window as well, he could do some serious damage. Twent goes down, and Rhythm have everything they need to make this work. With Cairo down as well, it's all on Elements. Shut down, shut out, and Rhythm starts strong here on map 2.
What's crazy is all 3 players that were left in the server at that time for Rhythm were on about 5 to 10 HP. That was all that was in it. So it was 1 bullet away, 2 bullets away from making that work for Overt, but it doesn't make a difference. They dig their heels deep and they find the first round. One that's important nonetheless. When you kickstart into a second map that isn't your own, you really need to be able to find the comfort here. Ghoul calling a tech timeout, and say tack, and quickly jumping out of the server, indicating, of course, just some slight minor technical issues, but in a match that has so much on the line for both of these teams, you cannot be afforded any kind of small little hindrance in gameplay. But regardless, got to be happy for Rhythm in that case, Dev. They fought back after Overt found the opening 2 picks.
Really good closer for Rhythm. There was a 3v5 to a 3v0. And Ghoul himself, top and center, love him. What a character, what a larrikin. Got the guitar behind him as well. He said it's been there ever since he started playing comp, and he is absolutely shocking at it. He can't play to save his life. Ghoul's a bit of a... He's a funny player. Like, he's wearing the Atletico jersey right now, which I think he probably got in, like, PAX 2017, back when Atletico were one of the big teams. Our old mate Silex, former wildcard manager, was a star of that roster. Even Todd played on that roster back in the day. He's still kicking it.
Dev, I always love just reminiscing with you. Not reminiscing on times I remember, but just hearing you reminisce. There's a joy that comes with it. I definitely cannot remember anything pre-2019, I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's all right. I love to see all these boys staying hydrated, though. Important to do so.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Pretty sunny day today here in Melbourne. Not that I can see the sun now. My favorite thing was when Ghoul was in, like, they won their first game in, what was it, like 9 months or 6 months or something ridiculous.
6 months.
And he's celebrating, and then his mum comes in, opens the door and says, "Mate, shush, Lachlan, be quiet."
Yeah, that's a sign of That's a sign of someone popping off, Dev. That's what that is.
Oh, I just absolutely loved it. And, I mean, his mum wouldn't be used to him getting excited because he's been losing every match for like 6 months and then finally wins a game. He finally just wants to celebrate and mum's telling him to be quiet.
Keep it down. And he's trying to explain to his mum, Mum, I just won this E-game. The first time in 6 months. Apparently she understood. Apparently she understood in the end. It was just a bit of explanation.
She would need to come in, knock on the door and say, "Are you winning, son?"
Aye, aye, Captain! Sorry, it just sounded like you went down the SpongeBob route there, and I can't help it. I can't hear you! Oh, goodness me. Well,
Speaking about throwbacks.
That is a throwback and a half, that's for sure. But something that isn't necessarily a throwback is, of course, Livin coming on for, once again, another stage of OCN. Our charity sponsor that have been phenomenal in helping us spread the incredible message. It ain't weak to speak. Please take this time to check in with yourself, but also check in with your loved ones, the ones close around you, friends and family, players, whatever it is. Dev, I consider you family. I would check on you. This is the time you take out of your day. It is 10 seconds. Just ask, are you okay? It is not weak to speak. If you do want to support Livin in the way that we can, just go across to Twitch chat, type !LIVIN. You'll be able to go straight to their page for all of that juicy merch that they drop. OCN 15 at checkout.
We're both wearing the Livin merch today as well. It's very comfy, very stretchy, very good leisurely wear, I will say. And we like being leisurely here on OCN.
We do. It's a much more relaxed vibe, isn't it? Honestly, it's just not Australian enough. I think we need to go a little bit deeper. It's time to go deeper.
Always down for that.
Well,
so
Overt are always down for a good game, Dev. There's no doubt about it.
I mean, yeah, but they got their backsides handed them first time around. Now they've gone Penthouse. Very unusual bomb site to pick here. And I'm liking the spice that's brought to the table, especially without a mirror. Penthouse, very difficult. If Dragos can get in downstairs with the lifeline, it's a lot of vert that he can do on the bomb site. They also have a Bark from a lead. Can really mince up the floor and take down these key positions. Like, the big thing here is that, like, you need to clear all of VIP, which is where Cairo is, and you need to clear all of Theater, realistically, to get a plant down. If you can get a plant down on this objective, I mean, it's all over for the defense.
Kind of feels like the a plant in the old consulate garage defense, right? Yep. If you get one there, it's pretty much all done and dusted. I mean, considering... Oh, Sawyer, that's not the line. I think he will see you first there in that occasion, but Cairo goes down in the meantime, so Rhythm are forcing the issue here for Overt. How do they respond? Because right now, Rhythm are certainly looking, I would say, in the driver's seat after round one.
It's true, but they traded back Leb.
Yep.
Traded back Cairo, right? After he took down Leb. Ed Pan's on in VIP. Got the long angles, got the 1.5, and he can start dueling these long fights. Dragos is in a good position, only if he can realistically find some of these vert angles. Like, there's so many defensible positions downstairs he needs to displace. It's AFX now, almost landing the shot he needs, but dancing around the cabinet on the other side is Ed Pan. And it looks like Overt may well be in control. Fragos hoping to live up to his name. It's Drex in the bomb site to support. Overt look to have control here.
Really quite awkward. Where is that kid? Is it just behind Drex or is it in an irretrievable position? He goes deep right now, finds the first. He knows exactly where Sawyer is. A quad kill in the round. Twent now in a 1v2. Drex holds on. He's in the perfect position. And it's all about outplaying Dragos right now. Oh my goodness, he just catches him on the way back through. Twent decides to bail. And that should be the round done and dusted. Dragos can't find him. What a clutch for Overt. That's one apiece.
What a massive round from Drex, met with an equally huge play from Twent. A round that absolutely should have been Rhythm's, thanks to that huge play from Drex right here. Flicks straight on in, takes down Elements, gets the headshot. That was a 4K on the round. but Twent clutched it perfectly. Drex had no idea that Twent was back in Hall of Fame. He ran straight into him, trying to pick up that diffuser. And that ended up being to Rhythm's demise. That's got to be a bit of a tilting loss for the boys on the attacking side, and Overt have got to be pretty ecstatic after that one.
Could only imagine. Could only imagine. And it doesn't take much for this roster to get up and about each other. So that's a scary little prospect in itself. Overt being left that little room to start to gain some kind of momentum on the defense here, shutting Rhythm out on a site that is uncommonly played. I mean, we haven't been able to see it too much in we haven't been able to see it at all in OCN Stage 3, and I think even Apex South Dev, the other league that we're casting, I still don't think we've really seen Coastline a hell of a lot. So I don't have a lot of data to go off for that site, but regardless, Overt have converted that as they move back to the hookah defense, which we typically tend to think is probably the most defender-sided. It's the most comfortable, at least. Now, whether that's in successful rate or not, I'm not even going to try to comment on that. But what is this? No, Twent. No.
Right on the back of 1v2ing, he goes for this really aggressive spawn peak, but no one spawns there. Just to add to your point, we've seen a couple of coastlines in Apex South. So that's 4 in total. And across 43 rounds, it's actually a 40% defensive win rate, so that's 60% towards the attack. So you'd very much expect Overt only get 2 rounds here if this is to be an even game. And this is Overt doing what they absolutely love to do, and it tilts the hell out of so many teams. They just throw an Alibi Prisma outside, and it just constantly has that opponent detected outdoors ping. And I know Boydie from Rufflecopter absolutely hated it and kept calling it cringe when they were playing against it. But I mean, you can't deny its results, right?
No. I didn't. Hang on. Wasn't that Boydie and then went and did the exact same thing? Yeah,
Against
see,
Order,
this is,
yeah.
Come on, Boydie. You're going to know these things, and so does Elemental. Finds a kill and backs away. Drex cannot refrag right now, pulls out the sidearm. Surely, can he find the kill? There's only 1 HP on him. It's Ringa Rosie. No! Oh! What is going on? It's Levin Ghoul left to try and pick up the pieces, but Overt are tearing them to pieces.
Oh, it just all falls apart. Leb can finally take down Edpan, but I mean, this man is completely surrounded. You can get Sawyer too. Elements decides not to peek, not to throw the advantage, but the scary thing here is this is actually now a 2v1. Elements like basically dead already. This makes it really, really scary. This is very clutchable for Leb. Very, very clutchable.
Have you heard that?
Oh, don't you dare.
Not another one.
Don't you dare use that again.
Leb, though, 1v2. He's got a lot of work to do, but a minute on the board. That's the big thing right now. He's got so much time to play with. That C4 could be absolutely devastating. Is there a noise cue that will be made by Leb coming up blue? It sounds like at the very least they're going to see, is that C4 gorgeous? No, it gets caught on the phase. And now Leb has been given the opportunity, but Elements will not let him any further than the second tier of the staircase. And again, Overt, they bounce back. They look good.
Bit too close for comfort there, not gonna lie. Bit scary. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just gotta move on in situations like that when you nearly throw a 4v1. We've seen it happen before. Saw it just the other night. Was it Chiefs against Luna Battle from Invictus in Apex South? I mean, good effort there from Leb. He shows that old man still got it. And harking back to our earlier point, right? Like we've been saying, this is the first coast we've had in Stage 3 of OCN, but back in Apex South, we've had it a bunch. And over there, it's only a 40% defender win rate, so 60% attacker win rate, which means you would expect like a 4-2 attacking half. So Overt has actually kind of hit par for the course already here on their defense, which is the scary thing. Like Rhythm really need to make this a 4-2. And that's only par, like that's not favored to Rhythm. And Rhythm really need to be favored because this is the end of the road. Like, Overt's up 1 map.
Yeah. It's a fantastic point. You know, the fact that there's 3 rounds left, Overt could, let's just say 5-1. That is just...
I mean, that's it, GG.
Just just put it in the bag. And the way Overt are playing at the moment, they could have won all 3 rounds. You've got to remember back to round 1, Rhythm had 3 players left alive, but all of the 1v1s came down to 5 or 10 HP. And I'm pretty sure collectively they would have had 20 HP on 3 players. So it really can just be a pixel in it, a second in it that changes the entire tide of a round. However, Overt are showing that they're digging deep at the moment. We just need to see a little bit more from Rhythm. What can they get done on their attack? And let's just be honest, there's a lot they need to get done.
Checking to see whether he can get around this mute jammer. I like that. So Ghoul's actually been able to get a couple of these Xkairos to detonate. That's thanks to the way that the mute jammer's radius has changed. The nade's going to clear off the jammer so he can get a proper breach. And I mean, it's a great mute counter now. Like, mute's been nerfed. He no longer has that cylindrical radius. It's just a sphere now, and that means that it's much easier to get around it.
Certainly makes things a lot more difficult. Now Leb trying to find that vertical line, that rotate behind the B chassis, just in between the sites. It's quite dangerous if left unattended. We've seen players time and time again be able to hold service from there. So really, you've got to be cautious on your approach, ensuring that you've cleared that. Due diligence being done here. Rhythm now starting to move across to Sunrise and flushing out these players in this bar position, but it's not going to be all that easy. I'll be completely honest. I think Overt have actually completely given it up. Or maybe they haven't. What is this from Cairo? Tries to get aggressive. That is gorgeous. Double teamed here.
That's Cairo's first opening death of the map. He's already found 2 so far, and found 3 back on Oregon as well. So he's always involved in those opening engagements. Very important that Rhythm gets the better of him here.
Went now. It's a very cheeky position should it go unattended and unnoticed. You couldn't imagine Rhythm are not going to check this, or at the very least body check it. But with that smoke being thrown out, I mean, I'm not going to say that might throw them off a little bit, but certainly Twent, for all intents and purposes, has been undetected right now.
Yeah, very concerning here. Rhythm just don't have a lot of vertical control, and like Overt have retained so much map control, which means that Rhythm's essentially going to have to walk into the meat grinder. We really need to suss out what Rhythm are doing.
Oh,
yeah,
no!
My God. What can you say, Rob? What can I say about that?
I don't think that there's anything left to say, but a 3 versus 4, and the pieces continue to fall into place for Overt, Leb, and Drex. Oh my God, Twent is disgusting on blue. Overt have taken 3 rounds straight on their defense. That's right, the defensive coastline is looking solid from this roster.
Massive struggle for Rhythm now as they look to salvage this half. A 3-3 is the best that they can do. And honestly, Rob, at this point, it's not looking like that's possible. Have a look at that double spray down. SMG-11 controls the spray, finds the double, and then finishes off with the shotgun as well. Huge play from Twent, the newest member of this Overt roster. Actually used to play on the old Fury back in OCL.
Traitor.
And, yeah, he betrayed his former team, I guess. But hey, certainly has been doing a lot of good stuff here with Overt. This roster has really come into their own, and they're looking to take their first ever playoffs match in OCN. They never expected to get this far, but they look to have Rhythm's number. They took them down on Oregon.
Yep.
Coastline looks to be where Rhythm make their bed and have to lie in it.
Devastating for their storyline, considering what we have seen from Rhythm throughout Stage 2. I mean, let's just be completely candid in the conversation here of wildcard and order. They have not been up to the mark. They're quite disappointed in their Stage 3, and I think that that's certainly been a factor as to seeing some of these other teams really step up to the plate like Rhythm. You know, that's just the opportunity that's being given to them. However, you know, I don't want to take away from the fact that Rhythm was still able to beat Chiefs, right? They've still been able to put up some pretty big numbers on the board coming into Stage 3. So it's not just that some of the teams like Wildcard and Order are slipping, it's that we are seeing that skill gap really start to decrease now.
And Chiefs is the next match in this playoffs bracket. The winner of this will go and play the back-to-back OCN champions. Both of these teams beat Chiefs in the regular stage. I'm sure they're both looking to repeat that here in playoffs, be the first team to knock Chiefs out of an OCN playoff. You can see that Dragos has the read here on this aggression. Believe that's Elements, is it? The other side?
Ed Pan, I believe. Is it? He just threw a... Oh, was that a C4 or a Magnet?
Maybe it's Cairo? I don't know. Let's... Is it Cairo? Yeah, it's Cairo. It's Cairo.
What's the hello? You know, that's just the game here. What's the outline? That should be a new segment for us, Dev.
Hey, I would definitely fail at that one. Cairo contesting with the SMG-11 is
Oh
very
my God,
ambitious,
dude.
but there's a reason why, and it's because he's just so bloody good at it. Dragos has him trapped in the corner, and he can't even finish him on the cross. Oh my, oh my. Cairo may have bitten off a little more than he can chew though now as the entries go in. Surely he's not long for this world, but Rhythm are looking sloppy here. They're just trying to brute force. While they do take some important ground here, Overt can be pretty satisfied with what they achieved.
We're now establishing that Cairo was just Houdini, because I didn't see him rotate out of office, and nor did Rhythm, apparently. They were still looking as if he was in there, and he gets away with, you know, such little HP. Now this makes things a little bit awkward. Instead of 3 crosshairs, you're fighting against 4, and Cairo, as sharp as he is, makes up for a second. So there's a 5v4. That's just how the math works here. But certainly Rhythm now fighting and clawing tooth and nail to find these rounds on the attack. It's not going to get any easier on their defense.
45 seconds left, and the hole is open for the execute, but still plant denial on Overt. It's Soil almost going down there. He's the man who holds the golden gas canisters. And as this execute goes down, Overt need to deny.
Beautiful. This is beautiful right now, but there is another form of denial in Twent. He's going to be able to use the Yokai drones to dismiss, and it actually allows Soy to get into a position to throw the smokes. Oh no, this is surely going to be Rhythm starting to run a bit of amok here. Look at the positioning from the Yokai. They go deep now. What can Rhythm do? They're still going to be able to deny it, but what happens after that? With 3 seconds left, he's going to be able to deny it once. Can he do it again? It doesn't make a difference. The player's being dropped. Overt are holding on. It's a 2 versus 3. They're still going to deny it. Overt managed to claw that round back after Rhythm put in such good work.
The Yokai once again clutches the round. How many times in Rainbow Six do we see those cheeky little Yokai drones clutch rounds? Beautifully played from Twent. And even though, like you said, Rhythm flooded the site, took down most of the anchors, Twent was so safe and secure. I don't know where he was. Honestly, could have been anywhere.
Oh, I saw him. I saw him. He was all the way on the other side of Kitchen.
Oh my God.
He was all the way on the other side of the map. They were never going to be able to find him. I just saw the outline of him as that replay happened. That is just disgusting and perfectly timed. I mean, do we ask that big question? A question? Did I just turn into a Kiwi, did I? That big question of Rhythm, which is, you know, should you have done a little bit more due diligence trying to find that Yokai drone, or was that send just all but worth it? It just feels like there was so much to that that went Rhythm's way, but it was just the Yokai that completely unraveled them.
I think that Rhythm kind of thought, well, we shot the first Yokai drone, we need to go deep here. And then just in the midst of the chaos, there were so many factors to worry about. They couldn't find the second. Plus, I mean, credit to how it was played by Twent, right? After he denied the plant with 7 seconds to go, he dropped the Yokai off the ceiling and put it on the ground, hid behind a little couch, only went back up again right when he was going to deny it. So incredibly well played from Twent, who has honestly been a shining star for Overt this game. And, I mean, it's put Overt in a position where they have, hands down, won this half on their defense.
An incredibly terrifying prospect. This is Overt's map pick, and they are playing like it as well. Confidence to boot, and just overall dominance to the Rhythm lineup. They've been pushing this issue so many times, trying to find this player in office, but they cannot flush him out. Every single time, Overt are wasting 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, and they find kills as well, but it's traded back by Drex at the very least. They cannot catch that player running out. That is 3 times I've counted without putting any kind of markers down on my paper that Overt have wasted up to a minute in there with no kind of punishment.
It's hard to hold a wide angle when you're Rhythm going up against players like Cairo that can just swing you. Leaves Rhythm in a very difficult position, and once again, a missed kill. AFX should now know there's a player inside Sunrise, and I believe that's Edpan just gone down. Now, Rhythm's guns come to life. Now it's a 4v2, more than half the round to play with here on this final attack of the half. And Rhythm are just spiraling. Overt put all their hopes on Sawyer.
Was two of the quieter players in terms of the frag department in Elements and Sawyer. Sawyer might be able to find it first. He was given a freebie. There's absolutely no way that Rhythm are going to miss from here. It surely should be a free kill. My goodness, it was too close for comfort. 4-2 is the half for Rhythm's attack.
Overt are looking phenomenal on their map pick. They took down Rhythm on Oregon and then on Coastline managed a 4-2 defense. Overt have everything on the table in front of them. They've lined up all of their ducks in a row, and now it's just time to finish the job. Rhythm move on to the defense, and this is the last chance for them. The last chance to go deeper into the OCN Stage 3 playoffs, and the last chance for Rhythm to have a shot at APAC South 2022.
This is it. Prefaced it so often on the desk between Vasquez and Xenox. There are so many storylines, and it's going to be hard to follow, I'm not going to lie. We got, Chiefs going for the 3-peat. We got Bliss hoping to do something in playoffs, not just get absolutely slapped around. Yeah, just anything outside of a best of one win is what we're hoping for them. So, and also, Knights trying to show their dominance in the National League. That is the big thing that we've been missing from the Knights. Even though they finished first in Stage 1 and Stage 2, they still did all right. This is their stage where they can really show what they're made of and prove that they are the best in Oceania, but we're not there yet. We're here, and both of these teams have enough on the line for themselves, but it looks like Overt just have something else they're fighting for. Oh! And right now, nearly catching. Oh, what? Okay, that was Cairo catching him from Sunrise. Thank God. I thought surely not. That's not from outside of the window, but regardless, it is Overt with the first.
And that's the 4th opening kill for Cairo. This map, he's just a monster in the early rounds. He also found 3 on Oregon as well, so he is the man that opens the engagement for Overt. And while there was a trade back, Elements went down. Overt have still maintained their man advantage by trading that kill back. So in a game of Coastline, which is so frag heavy, which relies so much on manpower, Overt find themselves very comfortable in their opening attack.
No one on site to deny this Twitch drone. It's kind of dinner, if you will. Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. Was trying to find a little bit more than just the ADS, but it turns out Rhythm were in the right place at the right time. AFX deals with that one, but now with a 4v3, a little bit more off the board here for Rhythm. Just is bit by bit, they are chipping away. Need to hold firm.
Cairo on the Ying, what can he do? Can he enable Twent to push up onto Cool Vibe stairs? There's actually 2 players here from Overt. They're looking to erupt when the time is right.
Time might be right now. Edpan will find the quick trade. It's Dragos and Ghoul left. A minute on the board. Don't jump to any conclusions just yet. Both of these players in their right minds, in their right time, can absolutely dismantle Overt's push. Does feel like everything is lined up here for another round.
Look at the flashbangs come through. Ghoul trying to get into a position to deny this plan, but Kara's going to force it down. Dragos makes a great kill, cuts off that control of Cool Vibes, but now it's a retake. 2-on-2, Dragos and Ghoul versus Twent and Cairo.
Goes looking for that wide swing. He's going to be so careful here. Can he long arm it? I don't think he's going to be able to from the safety of the other side of the door, but it looks like Pyro gets absolutely deleted. Twent now sprinting into position to try to deny this. What can he get done? He should be able to find both of them, and he does too! That is the first attacking round for Overt. Elements hits them with a lull, but goodness me, they are flying away with this game.
Oh, just look at him! Sawyer, I don't know what he's saying right there, but I'd be scared to see the nicest man in the world give me an expression like that. Overt are 2 rounds away from beating Rhythm 2-0 and marching forward, earning their spot in the next round of the Gauntlet playoffs. A really solid effort from Dragos there, but he couldn't cover Ghoul. Not at the end, not when Twent pushed up forwards. Overt are going to be very happy with themselves now. 1 more round, they guarantee the overtime, but 2 more rounds. And they are going to be marching on forward, winning their first ever OCN playoffs match.
Really sucks there for Dragos and Ghoul, I believe it was, because that was just such a hard position to try and fight back from. You know, they really had absolutely no idea where Twent was, Elements, I can't even remember now, where they were, I think it was Twent, where he was coming from in the end. You know, he could have been coming from up Cool Vibes, out on the balcony, by the window. There were just so many places that could be denied in that position, and they just had to hope and pray that they were able to find that. And now we really do ask the big questions. Rhythm, you need to dig deep. It is match point. There are no take-backs. This is it. Your last opportunity before Overt hit map point and surely take this game.
Like we've been saying, Rhythm, their only chance of playing in APAC South 2022 is by winning this entire tournament, being OCN champions for Stage 3. Then they'll get that spot. They'll take Rufflecopter's spot in the promotion relegations. Oh, I think the Twitch here has not realized that the way that the Twitch drones works has changed a little bit. You can no longer destroy or open up Evil Eyes using Twitch's drone because it's a laser now. It's no longer an EMP or a taser. So that Evil Eye is going to stay alive, but at least Overt are going to be aware of it. Oh, watch it, Connor. Oh, here it is. Come on.
Oh, sure. How did he lose that? Elements is dirty. Oh, no. Oh, get deleted. Get deleted. Elements as well is going to continue to push downstairs as Twin comes straight through the site. Overt are knocking this best of 3 out of the park. Rhythm were not even given a chance in this. 1v3. Ghoul, we've seen you do some pretty outrageous things, but you're going to be stopped in your tracks. That is match point for Overt. I think he had just stretching the hamstring there at the end there. Elements was.
Oh, love to see the exercises. It looks like a cut and dried match. These boys can feel it. They're over the moon. 1 more round. And Overt will be facing Chiefs this afternoon in the playoffs. Rhythm, there's no second chances. Not when you can't even win those. Not when you're down 6-2 on the second map of the series. Rhythm, this is the end of their road.
Overt are not even going to allow them to accumulate more than 5 points across 2 maps. They are pretty much on the verge.
Attackers need to locate.
They're not pretty much, they are. It wouldn't even be a knife's edge, Dev. Be sliced completely in half, and that's Rhythm's hopes. That's Rhythm's dreams, sliced and diced.
Also, Vast's prediction. He's looking a bit silly right now. The only one who picked Rhythm.
Just goes to show you what happens when you stop playing. You know, you just kind of
lost touch with the common man.
It's the what's the best way of putting this? She's become a potato brain. Washed is, you know, that we all knew that he was washed. That's why he got out. But when you then step into this kind of role, the potato brain just becomes too intense. You know, look at Raven. I mean, Poor Raven. I don't even know how he just became collateral damage then.
Yeah, mate.
Attackers are heading out.
Yeah, mate. Well, he can talk him now because he's probably not even watching right now.
Yeah. No, probably not. Probably not. Sure.
Ah, mate, I mean, we hyped it up, but this game has been a stomp. The whole series. Overt has been doing away with rhythm. And
Oh no!
once
way!
again, Edpan and Overt find the opener. Dragos, who has been the shining light for Overt, he has taken down. And a 5v4 Overt find themselves in with match point at their fingertips.
That's the second time we've seen someone peek from the window, and it's Rhythm that just get absolutely obliterated by a sharp Overt right now. It just seems like Overt are playing for something else, and they really are. Rhythm are safe for 2022 for now. You got to remember that, for now. Where does it end though? Can Overt really run this gauntlet? Right now, they are showing us that they deserve to, Dev. First two opening picks in the opening minute, and they're going to continue to push shortly. Not Ghoul. How does he find that? How does he find a double? What is going on? He's going to find a third.
What? That is unreal. They just found one. He found one with the SMG, one with the bailiff, and he knifes the last one. He puts the lol in chat as well. My luck this game. Sheesh. Sawyer says 1 and 7. Poor man. Even Ghoul acknowledges that is rough, but certainly not as rough as Rhythm's chances right now. Leb and AFX, look, they can do it. They can make this 2v3 work. But Overt, they've got that match point. They've got that fire beneath them.
That they do. Entertaining nonetheless at the very end. They're going to be able to clear the back of the bar in Aquarium. And now that pretty much forces Rhythm to be on site if they weren't already. Overt, they really have everything they need for this round. It's just going to be about how they deal with AFX and Leb. Full HP for both of them. They've both stood up at a moment of need as well. So it's just a little bit further here. Oh, got it. Default has to be dealt with a little bit earlier there.
Kara's got a lot of util here for the execute. 35 seconds, 2 smokes and 2 candelas, and here they come.
They do. Leb now, he's going to be the linchpin, and just like that, he's going to find a double kill. He's been unbelievable all stage long, and he steps up at a moment of need for Rhythm. Elements, though, what can he find? Absolutely nothing. A triple to close the round, and we are not done in this best of 3 yet.
Certainly not. The Boomer himself finds the 3K with the Warden, shutting down the Candelas from Cairo. A much needed round after a significant drought from Rhythm. It's a long road ahead, and it could still be a 7-3, 7-3, but moments like this just got to make you smile on so many occasions. Look at Ghoul.
Honestly, I just caught myself.
Yeah.
I just caught myself on
smiling on
so many occasions, Dev. Just so many of those occasions then I was just smiling. You know, you can't see because there's a screen in between us, but it just echoes the statement, you know. You really do just smile consistently throughout OCN.
Attackers need to
And now,
and defuse bombs.
Rhythm have a small inroad back, but I could not imagine. This is like the path that is never traveled. This is surely impossible.
Well, they couldn't come back from a 6-3 on map 1. Not sure if they'll be able to on map 2. I like that Overt, we've complimented them a lot for their flexibility in their operator picks, and as soon as the Warden is teased out for just 1 round, they 6-pick off the Ying. They bring the Finker instead for Cairo, which I think is pretty great. I mean, you got another 2 sets of or another set of nades, so 2 nades total, plus the Gone 6, plus a bit of a heal as well, supporting up your teammates, boosting up, reviving any down teammates. Very much Finker's come into the meta recently. And LMG is also a mean killing machine.
That it is. Seen, I believe is it Ethan that just absolutely tears to pieces?
He's gross, man, with that.
Yeah.
Grotty.
Yeah. He's absolutely gnarly. Oh no, the big boss man's typing in the Discord, Dev. I think he is watching. Oh no, he is well and truly watching.
Raven calling us out for calling him out on stream. Very disappointing. But there you go. I mean, we're just testing it, right? It was just...
Yeah, it's all a big test. It's just a bait, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like how Elements was putting a bit of fun in the chat. Like, it was just fun and games, you know?
Well, you know, they say it's all fun and games until someone gets hurt, Dev. Right now, I think Rhythm are a little bit hurt. There's no doubt about it.
Like this from Ed Pando, makes a swift entry. It's the run of the suppressor on the C8. We've seen a couple suppressors today. I enjoy it. It's a bit of fun.
It does always make me question a little bit, you know. I mean, I've never been a suppressor player, but I've also never been a player, I guess. I guess I'm missing both words.
I reckon we sub you in for Sawyer and over probably would have made this a 7-1. What do you reckon?
Yeah, honestly. Sawyer in the bin.
We can say it because we love him so much. That's
yeah,
the
seriously.
only reason we're
honestly,
allowed to say it, you know?
he has been one of my favourite people to talk to, I will be honest. And he's only come in stage 3. Absolute character. It is good to, you know, see them smiling on so many occasions.
Oh, give it a rest, mate. Give it a rest. We've still got a game to play. You know, Rhythm's not done yet, mate. Keep your serious big boy pants on.
Well, I'm not going to take them off, am I?
Certainly not. This is a professional broadcast, mate.
This is a family-friendly broadcast.
What? Here we go, Ghoul. There you go. See you later, Twen. Here comes the execute. But Edpan's good for 1, not for the second. And now Sawyer is the last man standing. Shut down. Maybe, after all, Rhythm do have a shot here on the defense. The comeback is on.
Aye, that's disgusting to close things out there, Drex. Absolutely love that line. Underneath the footholes, all the way through both sides. Now, this has to be attack timeout for Overt. There's no question in my mind. We've been confirmed. Tactical time Overt. You know what? I will say, Dev, all fun and games, and we always say it's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Right now, Overt, they're not hurting necessarily, but this is where they have to stop it in their tracks. If they continue to go on, this is just really bad signs heading into the game versus the Chiefs, especially if this was to go to overtime. We would be sitting here scratching our heads and really calling upon the rest of this Overt roster. But they've got the composure, calming themselves back down. And for me, that is critical at this point because you know what? They want to run the gauntlet. If they want to secure their 2022 season for OCN, you want to be playing as minimal as you can. You do not want to be going through this, seeing best of 3s left, right, and center before you go to that grand final. You really need to minimize the damage.
It's like Sawyer's running away from his problems. Bit of a quick little loo break during the pick phase, maybe. Hey guys, save me a 6-pick. I'm gonna round him up and it's just letting the cat out. Letting the cat out. Mad respect to Sawyer. You know, he used to coach Melon Cat. Maybe that was the Melon Cat we just saw.
Yeah, I never saw the photo of the Melon Cat, and then one day it just popped up on Twitter for no reason whatsoever.
There are so many Melon Cat photos. I mean, just gotta type Melon Cat into Google and you'll see a lot of photos of cats with melon. There's some good gifs as well.
How have we turned into... How did the conversation go from such serious
Melon
times?
Cat was a professional Rainbow Six team, thank you very much. They were a professional Rainbow Six team. They participated in the Oceanic. They participated in the Oceanic Nationals. They participated in the Pro League. I mean, that was quite a team. You know? Big names like Fisho Guy, Nico, Derpeth.
Yeah.
Big names on that team.
Yeah. Well, 2 of them are over on the order roster now. I guess one of them technically a coach.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Mate,
I think every single Melon Cat player. I can go through and try and remember all the players, but I'm gonna get someone like left out, and then I'm gonna hurt someone's feelings. But Sawyer was the coach. Sketchy was the analyst. He's now with Knights.
Yeah.
You've got obviously Derp, who now coaches Order. You got Nico, who plays for Order. You got Fish, who plays for Chiefs.
Yeah.
Who am I forgetting?
Oh, don't do that. Why would you ask that question?
I think I only said 3 people.
Yeah,
who are actually players. I'm going to hurt some people's feelings. This is great.
I'm looking desperately to try and find him, but this is, yeah. Oh, hang on. Melon Cat? Where are we?
Vinny and Milo, there you go. That was the two I forgot. So the two wildcard boys.
The two forgettable ones.
The two guys that we've actually had on broadcast with us before.
And why
I'm
is that,
sorry,
Dev?
Vinny and Milo.
Why were they both on the broadcast?
Because they didn't make playoffs.
Sorry, boys. We have to,
I love
we have
you
to have a
boys.
laugh. Yeah, we have to have a laugh at their expense. I mean, we laugh at our own expense enough, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Milo.
Come on. Surely Overt can finish it off here. Surely. I mean, Rhythm, I respect that. Like, 2 rounds in a row, you know, they've started to step it up. Ghoul found the opening pick last round. Pretty high percentage conversion for opening picks this game, so I'm keen to see whether we can see that continue. Oh, look at this. Twitch drone got free real estate on site.
That's
I mean, you can literally walk up Cool Vibe stairs right now if you're Overt. It's free.
Would you walk up or would you walk down, considering bars is the defense?
That's what I said. I said walk down, mate.
Look at this. My goodness, that is a lot of information that these... Oh, no.
My God, he's dead.
This is disgusting. Not very often do you get to see the full effect of the drones, but certainly Twent using them to good effect. Edpan now going to be able to stick this.
Where is the plant denial? Where is the plant denial? Come on! Come on, Rhythm! Where's the plant denial? 5v4 on for the retake. Rhythm have the opener. But they have to move. They have to get a move on. As Cairo starts to backstab. And Drex finds one before being shut down. Overt can hold on here on match point.
Oh! Dragos, 1v2, found a pick coming out of the hatch. But this has got to be it. This is where the storyline ends for Rhythm. Overt are all but there. There's 15 seconds. Look how well Overt are playing this right now. They're sitting back, sipping on pina coladas. That's it. There's no more time left. Edpan can sit back. He can relax, knowing full well they are going up against the Chiefs. GG, well played to the newest roster in the OCN.
And like, I'm sure that they're very happy, but I think it was an expected result. After coming off strong on Oregon, a decisive coastline win puts Overt into the next round. Their first playoffs win has been achieved, and the Stage 1 OCL champs are gunning to be OCN champs here in Stage 3.
Big storyline now converted. Unfortunately, Rhythm, their chances of APAC South promo relegations are in the bin. However, we do still credit them for what has been an incredible Stage 3. Now that storyline completely sits with Overt. They are looking to run that gauntlet, Dev. They are looking to book their 2022 spot in OCN. It's a long way between then and now, and they're up against Chiefs next, so this is going to be an interesting one.
But hey, Overt have beaten Chiefs before. Who's to say they can't do it again? We've also finally had our doubts quelled, set aside that Overt are not a BO3 team. They've already won their first BO3 here. You could argue they won it in the map ban phase, but certainly they backed it up in the server as well.
What's really incredible is the fact that we got to see them on a map that we haven't throughout all of Stage 3. It was Coastline, it was a banger. But we're done here. We'll give it back to the wonderful Dest that are more than capable of breaking it all down.
Well, no, these two beside me are definitely going to break it down. I'm probably just going to lead them into doing so. But Manic and Dev, beautifully done as always. Guys, Overt, they get the job done, guys. No real surprises in the end for this result. They were expected to get past Rhythm, and honestly, they've done so even slightly easier than I had thought they would be able to do.
Yeah, convincing fashion. They took Rhythm's map pick in the first over on Oregon and here on Coastline. A little bit closer and honestly probably a little bit more narrow than it really needed to be, but across the board, Overt playing super duper solid. And if there was one player that stood out for Overt, it had to be Twent. Sky was in the green room doing socials, and I think he probably phrased it the best. It was Twent diff. He was not only getting to work, especially on Twitch and clearing utility, but he was just fragging out round after round after round. And there was a lot of chaos that he managed to sort of cut through. That play over towards Cool Vibe is probably one of the key highlights of the match. And yeah, just across the board, it looked really, really solid. Fortunately for, or unfortunately for Rhythm, they can now no longer make the APAC South promotions, and that locks in both Bliss and Ruffle.
Vast, while Rhythm can no longer make APAC South, the goal was always to avoid relegations. They've done that. You've got to give them a tick overall for the stage.
Yeah, I would. Definitely an upgrade from their, stage 1 and 2 performance. But I don't know. I just felt Rhythm could have given a lot more into this game. There were glimpses where, they had some really good moments, but I was overall kind of disappointed in the way they played Coastline. I was hoping that this week, they would spend a lot of time on their map pool and really getting it strong, and it just didn't really seem like they changed a whole bunch, whereas Overt did look like they have a lot of things changed. I mean, Coast is a brand new map for both these teams in terms of actually seeing it live. But yeah, I just think for Rhythm, there's a lot of positives, but I just think like their early game really let them down today. They were just really slow, especially on Coastline. You need to be a lot quicker post. You can get a lot of good coverage with drones, spread your drones out and really gain a lot of information and, take the map control quick where it's free. And it just seemed like they weren't doing that. They were just kind of pushing into things that were being held, and, Overt had strong setups, and Rhythm were just stalling with their entries, and it really let them down today.
Rhythm, yeah, definitely struggling a lot in terms of entries. For instance, as you can see in the statistics there, all of the opening kills generally going the way of Overt. They had basically everything going their way in this best of 3 series. Overt 2-0, of course, they won out on Oregon. We felt probably during the map veto process that Overt were the slightly favored team, especially getting their Coastline, which honestly, they hadn't played it that much. Oh, they actually hadn't played it at all, guys, this stage, but we knew from their playstyle alone that they would do really, really well on this map. They did that. They proved it for us, and their Oregon, of course, was just as good. And that leads you sort of to the next topic. They, of course, get a little break. They're going to go play the Chiefs. Do we expect them to get maps like Coastline in that next matchup?
Really good question. The Chiefs have dabbled in Coastline in APAC South. They smashed Iowa 7-1 in one of those results. So potentially it is, again, a bit of an unexplored territory here locally in OCN. That was the first time we've seen it all stage in its reworked form. So don't know if I can conclusively answer that question. It wasn't the most dominant performance ever. Chiefs are a great team. I'm sure they'd be willing to take Overt over on Coast.
I mean, it was 6-2 at one point, right? So, that's pretty dominant in itself. True. And then Rhythm did have a little fight back, but still. Let's go to our interview, though. I do believe it is our main man, Twent, after a big performance. Hello. Firstly, congratulations on the win, the playoff win that you guys have been able to achieve. It's been a stage where you keep just smashing goal after goal after goal. It's like the next one, then the next one. Yep. Now you move forward, you take on the Chiefs, and you get a little bit of break. But what's the thoughts going into that one? That's your next goal to smash.
Yeah, I mean, coming to that game, we were pretty confident. We knew we could win. Kind of expected to, to be honest, but oh well. Chiefs game, it's going to be a lot more difficult, I reckon. And it'll probably come down to the map veto. See who wins that one, I reckon.
Yeah, good segue into my question, Twen. I want to talk a little bit about the veto for this one. When we saw it pop up, we were very confident that you guys would be happy with the veto. Was that the sort of sentiment that you and the team shared?
Yeah, well, we knew that Rhythm always banned Club and Coast, so we knew we'd be playing one of them, obviously. And yeah, it was Coast. We were prepared for it, and nothing surprising or anything like that.
Yeah, I guess with you guys, it just seemed like you had a really good understanding against Rhythm, everything they were doing throughout the game. Was that due to perhaps the way you guys kind of prepped leading into this weekend?
Yeah, well, Oregon, because they have 2 or 3 VODs on that, so we knew exactly what they're going to be doing. They did the same things, and so we VODed it. We knew how to counter it. Coastline, they hadn't played it, so we kind of just went into it kind of like a scrim, I guess. And we lost some rounds because we didn't adapt properly, but as a whole, we adapted better, and yeah, that's it.
Twent, I have to ask you, mate, what's with the name? When are we going to get this just changed to just Trent? Come on, do us a favour.
Gotta be a little bit original.
Never?
Never.
That's all right, mate. Love it nonetheless, and we love watching. We love watching you guys play, of course. Any shout-outs you want to give before you do head into your next matchup against the Chiefs?
Just the org, they support us really well. Always supportive before the games and after, and also Pants, our coach, does a lot of analyst work for us. so we can come in prepped, and yeah, that's all.
Awesome job, mate. Thanks for coming and having a chat. Best of luck in your next match against the Chiefs.
No worries, thank you.
It's a short break, of course, for Overt going into their next match. It's not a long break, guys. What do they need to do with the time that they've got going up against the back-to-back OCN champions?
Pump themselves up a little bit and find some confidence in the fact that they beat them in the regular season, but also don't get complacent in that, right? Remember, that match didn't really mean a whole lot for the Chiefs, so there are some positive signs for Overt heading into this matchup, but again, best of three is a whole different beast, and this is going to be a much greater challenge than Rhythm was, so I wish them all the best. It's probably going to be the most difficult game they've played all year.
Fast, just quickly, put your player pants back on here for a minute, right? You would have just watched the game, I would imagine. You're the Chiefs. You're going up against this Overt lineup. What's your win condition as a team? What are you looking at going into this game if you're the Chiefs?
Oh, that's a good question. Putting my player pants back on, I can imagine Chiefs probably watched back that game, hopefully, and kind of picked up a few cues or like things that they could exploit. They probably would have looked at what maps to go to. I think ban Oregon, just straight up, that's definitely one thing I can see them doing. For the Chiefs, I can imagine they're probably not going to change their playstyle too much. They'll probably be very conscious of Overt's goal and how they want to play the game. But yeah, I can't imagine Chiefs will change too much. I think they're going to bring out the aggression and really just try to put a lot of pressure on them. I don't think there's a real clear way to actually counter Overt, to be honest.
We had in the interview with Twent, he said it may just come down to the map veto alone, Vast. I'm going to go back to you on this one here. How do you think that's going to play out in terms of the actual map veto? You kind of touched on it there briefly with Oregon.
Yeah, we don't know a whole bunch about Overt's map pool. I mean, they just showed that they can play coastline. So I think, as I mentioned before, Chiefs will ban Oregon. It's been Overt's best map, just the way they're playing it. Like, maybe statistically, I don't know if it's the best, but just the way they play it. They like really look comfortable on that map, have a really good understanding on what they want to do, clear goals. I think Chiefs do have the wider, more diverse map pool, so that will definitely help them with the vetoes. But I'm not too sure, to be honest. I'm not sure what Overt are actually going to ban. That's the question for me. They got 2 bans, but they have 7 maps to choose from.
Well, you got to
ban
Clubhouse, surely, right?
You would think so. They Overt can play club, and it might be the same philosophy with like the IG game the other day. Like, they may have been able to VOD it. I'm not sure. I would probably just not risk it, just ban club, to be honest.
Yeah.
Be happy to play Villa, be happy to play Coast, Oregon, Chalet. I feel like those maps are more up in the air, like a bit more even ground, both teams. We haven't seen heaps from it, at least in OCN.
Well, of course, we're going to go to set break, give these two teams a bit of time to prepare for our upcoming match. So in the break, we'll even just sort of shuffle the deck chairs here as well and get some new boys on the desk. Don't go too far, though. When we come back, it's Chiefs versus Overt.
Order now at macros.com.au.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
My name is Jigsaw. I'm from Team Bliss.
My name is Rapix and I'm from Team Bliss.
My name's Digital. I'm from Chiefs.
I'm God Legion from the Chiefs.
And today we're going to be playing Quick as a Flashbang.
Throwing flashbang!
I would say I'm pretty observant. I'm always kind of looking out for things that I can exploit.
It's paramount that we're observant in esports and in competitive gaming.
I'm pretty observant. I can definitely identify things quickly within a map.
I'm pretty observant, but I'd say when I'm like in the swing of things and I'm really concentrated on my gunfights, I honestly don't hear a lot of calls, but I try my hardest.
My eyesight.
Eyesight's fine. Dad has glasses, Mum doesn't. 20/20 vision.
Before or at the start of my career, it was pretty good. In the past year, it's kind of gotten a bit bad.
I actually have glasses, not next eye, I do. For reading, though.
Digital and God Legion. Don't really know you too well, but I think me and Rapix got the sharper eye, not gonna lie.
Jig and I are definitely an iconic duo. They're not ready for us, that's for sure.
Look, I think they're a lot younger than us. I think, they've got a lot of energy, especially this time of day, they can think. So I think they did pretty well.
Team Bliss, yeah, no, they're not that good. We smashed them. They're pretty easy. Hopefully that doesn't get snipped.
Look, I think Digital, it's early in the day, he's still waking up. I've got to have faith in my teammate. I would say he did pretty well. I got to have faith.
I hope Jake does good. He certainly will talk up a game.
But we'll see.
I'll probably just breeze through it anyways. They did win against us in the grand finals, but we gave them that win anyways. I'm versing Dig and God anyway, so it should be easy.
No stress, no pressure. I got this.
Throwing flashbang!
Give me something.
I'm flashed.
That's a long flashbang. Is that the new update?
Wait, is this like fading out?
I see something on the left, but I can't make it out.
What is that on the left?
I definitely should have worn my glasses for this.
I see a silhouette.
Like a sort of lamp or a light top right. I feel like this is an operator. Jackal? No, Thermite. Jackal. No, it is Jackal. Yes.
Jackal.
It's Jackal.
Jackal.
That's got to be like high score, I reckon.
That's not bad, 40 seconds.
His light on his head gave it away. I can see it.
I guess I just look at Jackal a lot. I don't know. I got a thing for the Spanish.
Throwing flashbang!
I don't know if it's going to be white for 20 seconds again. No, it's not.
Oh, hold on. This is quicker.
Bro, what is this?
Maybe it's a room.
Something to the left there. I can't even describe what I'm seeing.
It's going to be a gun, right?
It looks like a gun. Is that an UMP-45?
G36C?
It's a G360?
G360.
No, it's the G36C.
Yes, let's go.
Oh, I'm so good.
If I didn't stumble, that would have been like 32 seconds.
Ooh.
Throwing flashbang.
Round 3. I'm flashed again, guys.
I'm gonna get this within 20 seconds. So far, just white.
So I think it's a map.
A map? No.
I see a flag.
Is that Oregon? No. Outback? No.
Is that a siege flag? Sledge. That's sledge. Yeah.
Sledge is somewhere. Where is he, though?
Playing golf at the theme park.
Golfing.
Sledge at Deep playing golf.
Playing golf. Mini golf.
That was a poor performance, eh? Ah, right. No, I thought Sledge theme park was it. Didn't see him playing golf. Thought I could have saved a couple of seconds there. Is what it is. We move on, though.
He comes up with these pitches.
I think the first one did pretty well, but the last one I just couldn't figure out what it was.
Look, if the entire split was playing quick as a flashbang, I think me and Repix have got the bag. I'm not gonna lie. We've got that keen eye.
Jig's my partner. He has the quickest reaction time. He has the best aim I've ever seen as well. He's definitely smashed this one out, but I still think I did better than him as well.
I don't know. I feel like Jigsaw might have carried Repix from what it sounded like. So
one thing I will give to Bliss is they're good at choking, so they'll choke at this as well. So I'm hopefully they sort of match their grand final performance.
I think it might be a close one between us.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Oh no.
Look, after those first two, I sort of guessed that, but no, it feels good. I'm used to winning, so I love that.
I'm Morgan Ishizaka. I play support for the Chiefs, and what you don't know about me is that I studied marine biology at university. Yeah, when I was little, I really liked fishing. I just had an interest in a lot of marine life. My name, Fisher Guy, sort of ties into my interest in marine life as well, because when I was little and coming up with a username for my first computer game that I was playing, Minecraft, I named myself Fisher Guy. Favorite marine animal? Probably just be fish, yeah. You know, there's a lot of fish. It's hard to pin down one that might be my favorite. It's good to understand many fish, not just one. Yeah, a lot of people have come to me with questions about fish, but all I can remember now is just stuff about Siege. So the Siege operator that I think would make the best marine biologist would probably be Lamai. In-game, he's wearing a wetsuit, and in one of his cinematics, he's swimming around in the ocean. Some fish grunt. I don't know, there's all kinds of sounds that they can make.
I'm not letting you get up unless you say blah, 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 blah.
No. Please no.
My name is Pen. I play flags for a bit, but what you don't know about me is I'm actually an amateur rapper. I started rapping when I was in high school. Rapping was like an underground thing in my country. One day there was like a TV show, goes really popular, and all the young kids like us just started talking about rap. My favorite Chinese rapper is actually MC Hot Dog and Johnny J. For the Western rappers, I mainly listen to Baby No Money and Logic. I used to try to write some rhymes and freestyle. I wrote about my first date. It's a little bit cringe, but once I rapped on the graduation stage, there was like at least 200 people there. I can still remember how much I shaked and how nervous I was. Everyone was actually clapping the song for me. That was really good. I enjoyed it. The best Siege operator for rapping, I would say probably Mozi, because he talks a lot, right? It'd be sick to sing an Aussie character and like rapping in front of the camera and never stop talking. It'd be so sick.
time to find out whether Overt have it in a best of 3 against one of the best teams in ANZ. It's Overt and Chiefs up next, and Vast, we'll come to you first. Do we think after what we've seen from them in that first best of 3 that they are going to be able to push Chiefs here?
I mean, just looking at the way they played, yeah, I think that would be fair to say.
Yep.
But I just think, especially in this gauntlet format, energy is a huge factor in your kind of stamina. You know, sure, you can play a good BO3, but then you got to keep going. You know, you got another BO3 next. So it really, a factor will really be Overt stamina. Have they played in the gauntlet run like this before? No, they haven't. So I don't really know how they'll go in that regard. But, you know, I think it's important, something that we definitely valued on those back in my days, bloody a while ago. Definitely our philosophy was to try to kind of conserve energy and just keep, you know, the spirits and the morale at an optimal level. So if, you know, Overt's kind of conscious of that, then I think they've got a pretty good chance.
I don't know why I asked you that question. You've got no experience in the matter. You can't talk to that. So, Dev, we'll go to you now. I mean, let's wrap a little ribbon up on Rhythm's performance, because Stage 3 was phenomenal. And, you know, I think maybe that didn't do them justice for the storyline that that they'd dealt us. Do we think that that's still some promising signs heading into 2022?
For sure. Look, Stage 2 for Rhythm was really abysmal. I think there was even whispers of like, will they even stay together? Like, that's how dire it was for them.
Yeah.
They hadn't won a single game, and which is such a shame, because like end of last year OCN and then start of this year Stage 1 OCN, Rhythm actually had some really, really good games. And unfortunately, they got relegated. They got gifted their spot back in thanks to Meloncat disbanding. Like, all kinds of factors have been at play for Rhythm. And I think it's just really great to finally see that they've had a great stage here. They took wins over Rufflecopter, Wildcard, and Chiefs. And even though they kind of petered out here in the playoffs, they're all but confirmed for 2022. And I think that they'll come back with a renewed energy when that happens.
All but confirmed for 2022, and there's a reason why there's a but in there. There's a big asterisk next to that, because one of the teams coming up against the Chiefs, it's Overt. They have the greatest opportunity. I think we were saying it on Thursday night. Destiny is in Overt's hands here, as it was for Chiefs in APAC South. Now both of these teams go head-to-head. Vast, I mean, we really are feeling like this should be I do think we should see this go the distance. This should be a best of 3.
Yeah, I definitely think that this will definitely go to the third map. I just think both of their play styles kind of very similar in nature. I mean, the Chiefs are very based around adapting and sometimes aggression, and that seems to be Overt's kind of identity that they've tried to work on this season. So both very similar teams in that regard. I just think that, you know, it will be really hard for one of these teams to really just dominate the other.
And as we are introing Chiefs for the first time in the gauntlet here, Dev, maybe for viewers at home that haven't been able to, you know, kind of keep along, or maybe they're watching for the first time, maybe you can give us the best indication as to where this team's at.
Look, these are the kings of OCE. They've won Stage 1 of OCN. They've won Stage 2 of OCN. They're at the moment first place in APAC South League as well, all but confirmed for the major in Sweden. And ever since they dropped their former captain, Vast, a bit of a washed-up player, and brought on the veteran of Ethan, you know, they've looked to be taking their next step. Look, they were pretty good when Vast was on there, but I think dropping the dead weight certainly helped this team really take themselves to that next level. You've just got some insane players on this roster. You've got, like, you know, your Worthies, your Ethan, God Legion, all just like some of the best in OCE in their own right. And some fantastic supports and flexes in Fisho and Didge, plus, you know, just a whole institution that is Chiefs, you know, as an Oceanic esports organization. They've got the support behind them, they've got the support staff, they've got even like a sports psychologist, Michelle, who's been helping coach this team. So they've just got basically everything that they need. And yeah, it's been unusual to see them coming in third into the playoffs instead of in second where we usually see them, but they can definitely still run the gauntlet for the 3-peat.
And what is it like being on that roster, Vast? Obviously, you know, you haven't been there for the better part of a month or two now, but, you know, seeing their progress made in Stage 3, is this kind of par for the course that we expected them to be on heading out of Stage 2? Do you think that they've stepped up a notch at all, or is it much the same from what we saw in Stage 2?
Some things haven't changed, but see, with the thing with Chiefs is it's really all about learning. Every stage they're always taking away something from it and learning. Every stage there's always, you know, a different issue that they're working on, but they really seem to show that that they do work hard and they're capable of doing that. From Stage 2 to Stage 3, you know, as I mentioned before, a big thing for us in the past was not starting off strong. It seemed like they put a bit of effort into that, and they started off the season actually quite strong in both South and OCN. They had a few dips to be expected. Seems like a lot of teams are kind of struggling with form in South and OCN, but I think for the most part they've been playing really well. They've been gelling really well with Ethan. I think that for me, even though Ethan, you know, is such a huge pickup, a roster change is a roster change. There's always going to be some issues, some growing pains, because, you know, Chiefs is a completely different team to Wildcard. It's a different era for Siege. So to be expected, you know, there was meant to be always be a bit of a learning curve for Ethan, but he seems to be, you know, picking up the game very quick again.
Tell you what, you were truly meant to be a commentator once you finished, didn't you? You summed that up beautifully in a way that you haven't divulged into any details, because I know you've been into trouble for actually leaking some of the stuff on stream. So it's I know you're holding back there, Vast. I mean, surely, how much more could you give us outside of that?
Not a whole lot. Like, you know, I still keep in contact with some of them here and there. I mean, they're, you know, busy quite a lot, so I actually haven't really spoken with them or played with them.
That's
but
sad.
no, I couldn't, you know, tell you any more, Rob. You know,
that's all right. Hey, you really are becoming a commentator with the way that you vaguely speak about everything in ums and ahs and ifs and buts, and, you know, maybe there's this going on, maybe there's that. You're fitting it perfectly, Vast. But one team that has fit in perfectly, Dev, is Overt. They have walked into Stage 3. OCN, you know what? They haven't even walked. They have just blown us all away. They kicked down the door, and they continue to do so here. I mean, what can you say about this roster that hasn't already been said?
Oh, they walk with a specific swagger, that's what. They have strolled on in and made OCN their own. After winning OCL in Stage 1, so they have technically played a gauntlet bracket before. They came in second into that, so they won the BO3 and then won the BO5 afterwards. And look, going into Stage 2 of OCL, they were fantastic, 7-0, all flawless wins, or all regulation wins during the round robin phase, but in playoffs they did drop that grand final. Coming into OCN, they were gifted their spot essentially thanks to LFO disbanding, and they didn't disappoint. They came in with low expectations, which Sawyer had you know, really put forward and say, look, we're lucky if we, you know, maybe stay ahead of Rhythm. Well, they've done a lot better than that. They've made it to the playoffs, seated in 4th place. Now they are rematching against Chiefs, who they already beat in the final playday 7-2 on Oregon. So this team has kind of flipped things around. Like we had no expectation, and now we have every expectation.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And Vash, you know, I hate to ask you to repeat yourself, because I know you've spoken about it before this, of course, when they were going up against Rhythm, when we were kind of setting the ideas and the philosophies around what we might expect. But I mean, honestly, this roster, I know that we have sat behind the scenes in the green room talking about everything that they do right. Is there much that we can really pick apart for them? Because it feels like everything seems to be aligning quite well.
Yeah, no, I'm actually glad you brought that up, because that's exactly what I was thinking. Right, like, what is the future for this team? I think that as they progress, they will find that, you know, next year, a lot of the teams will start to get used to their playstyle. And there are going to be challenges that this team faces. You know, they've had a really successful, you know, Stage 3, but there definitely will be growing pains. There will be a lot of issues that they face that might be out of their control. So from, you know, looking forward for this team, it's like, you know, how do they deal with that? They really need a strong kind of foundation within the team, a strong support staff to really be able to, you know, overcome those hurdles. You know, and I just think something that I think you guys were touching on about that I think that will be really important for these guys today is we were talking about how their expectations for themselves, right? Like some games they don't expect themselves to win, some they do. They notice that the games they do expect themselves to win, they start playing a bit bad. And I think that's a really important thing that hurdle we had to cross in Chiefs is putting importance on games. When you don't put importance, on those games like we need to be winning this, you're going to just play so much better. So I think that's kind of where they're at right now, is kind of crossing that hurdle of putting importance on games.
Now, I mean, I'd love to ask this straight back to you, Vars. Sorry, Dev, to shut you out of this conversation for a second. But, a player's brain versus a commentator's brain. I mean, yeah, you are an SI caster and all of those kind of fun things. But
just ask Vars the question.
When was the last time you cast a major? Am I right? Am I right? Anyway.
Just ask Vars the question.
Do we think somehow that maybe that it wasn't a curse by any means, but maybe that mentality was broken with their win against Rhythm? You've got to remember as well, the win that they just took against Rhythm in a best of 3 was quite convincing.
Yeah, maybe that they kind of were focusing on that this week is not, as I said, putting importance. I mean, it does kind of seem like they expected themselves to win that game, but sure, you can expect yourselves to win games, but I think just like having the mindset of not setting an expectation is better, not putting any importance on any game, because then sometimes it can, change the way you play. You might get a bit more nervous than you're used to.
Yep.
So I think for today, for them, they just need to not put any importance in this Chiefs games and potential future games in this gauntlet run, and just keep playing with confidence how they've been playing.
Yep, that's fair enough. Now, Dev, before we show the vetoes, let's hope the pro don't bring it up right now. Do you want a theory craft, or do you just want to show them? It's up to you.
Look, this is an exciting prospect because Overt have still only ever shown us 4 maps in OCN, 3 that they showed us during the regular stage, and then they played Oregon again today and Coastline. So whereas Chiefs, they've been playing for a lot longer in OCN, they've also got Apex South, so they have a much more exposed map pool. And, there's a lot of overlap between strengths between both of these teams on specific maps that they like. So, I mean, I do know the veto, so I can only pretend that I'm theory crafting. But yeah, I'm very eager to show it to everyone.
I was going to come out saying I predicted all these maps, and now you just...
Sorry, not enough. You've kind of pulled back the veil on the fact that the casters, know nothing. But let's have a look at where we're going, and Vars, we'll go to you first because we already know what that veto is going to be. Because of course we're privy to that behind the scenes sometimes. But Vars, this is an interesting one. The way that this is played out with Clubhouse, Coast, and Villa being picked through. I mean, what is there to say about this?
Yeah, all the casters, myself included, were actually kind of breaking down the thought process between these decisions, because it's kind of crazy that Overt picked Clubhouse, Chiefs' best map by far statistically, and then Chiefs picked Coastline. I think Chiefs, sure, they've shown a bit of, they've shown that they can play Coastline here and there. They've been Knights and Direwolves in Apex South, so it's a pretty good map for them. Plus, they also were able to just watch the last game, so I'm sure they were kind of looking for some tendencies to pick up on. When it comes to the bans, I kind of talked about, the only thing I could predict for this veto was that Chiefs were going to ban Oregon. That's the only thing I could say, because everything else I legitimately had zero clue.
Dev?
Yeah, look, I'm really excited for this. I think this is a very spicy veto. Really glad to see that the Chiefs banned Oregon. It is the map that Overt beat them on in the regular stage. It's a map that historically is really good for Overt, not so great for Chiefs. Yep. The club one is the super exciting one. Look, Chiefs, they love their clubhouse. Ever since being picked up by the Chiefs, they haven't lost it a single time. They've played it 10 times and they've won it. And I've even got some cheeky advanced stats for you. They have a 73% win rate on their attacking side and a 72% win rate on their defensive side. Those stats are mad, absolutely mad. And you know what? The next best win rates that we've got for Chiefs are actually on Coastline, which is the map that they picked. So 60% on the attack, 54% on the defense. This is massive for the Chiefs. These are arguably the 2 best maps for the Chiefs. And so it's really some serious gusto from Overt. They have some confidence. They are taking the best team in OS to their best maps, and they reckon they can beat them. That is insane.
I guess that's the confidence that we were talking about, Vars, that you kind of need. You need that unfiltered confidence as a sense. But do you want to talk about what we were saying just behind the scenes as we came into this one about maybe kind of leaning into the fact that Chiefs won't want to be, exposing too much of their map pool?
Yeah, there is that factor, and I'm really glad, Manik, that you're the one making me talk about that. But yeah, there is the fact that, Chiefs have to play Order next week to potentially go to the Swedish major. So, I mean, I think Chiefs haven't really set up the veto in that way to hide anything. I think, to be honest, they're probably just going to play super default. They're just going to try to hide things in the way they're playing, I can imagine. As that's what I would do. I think as well the maps that we're going to, you are right, it is kind of leaning towards Chiefs winning it, but in terms of the map, the veto. But I think they have had a week. Chiefs, I can't imagine they would have changed their club that much. There's not really much you can even change on club in the way you play. You can make some small tweaks, maybe do some different bans to change the way clubs played, but overall, I doubt they would have changed much. So I think over there, the reason they picked it is maybe they were able to, that's one map they were able to study Chiefs a lot on, perhaps.
And that's actually a question I was kind of leaning into, so it's a great segue there for Dev here. Overt, we have praised through and through for being a team that well and truly does their due diligence. Their VOD reviewing, you can see it in their attacks, you can see it in their defense. They have a very clear idea as to what they're trying to achieve. Now, they had a little bit of time, they had about a week leading up to this to kind of go through Rhythm and potentially the Chiefs as well. Dev, do you think that maybe this pick could be that of confidence after they've been able to review?
It is not the first time that we have seen Overt take a very strong team to their best map and win it. We talk about Clubhouse, we always think of Wildcard, right? Wildcard were a fantastic Clubhouse team. We always said that Wildcard's form was super shaky, except for Club, and that was their best map. No one could beat them on Club, even if they were shaky on other maps. And Overt took them to Clubhouse, and we were like, come on, Overt. That is playing Wildcard 101. Don't take them to Clubhouse. Overt beat them 7-2. Yeah. Take Wildcard to their best map, and he smacked them on it. So if they are doing the same thing here against the Chiefs, could we even perhaps have a little bit of confidence in them and say, look, maybe they have done their research. There are a hell of a lot of VODs of Clubhouse to watch, and Coastline for that matter, of the Chiefs. I know, for example, you've got Rufflecopter 7-1 from Chiefs, which was very, very recent, just a couple weeks back. You could see them beating Bliss in the Stage 2 Grand Final, and all kinds of results from Stage 1 and Stage 2. Overt have so much rep that they could have done if they had predicted this veto. And I honestly, I think that Overt would have predicted this veto. So very exciting time to be an Overt fan, because they are just laying all their cards out on the table and saying, look, this is not a bluff. We've got this. Yeah, and Vas, we'll go to you for final thoughts before we throw to a quick break, because of course we do need to give the players just a little bit more time. Not much, but do you have any final thoughts on that veto process before we close this out?
Yeah, I think kind of what Dev was talking about is really important. Usually the way most people would go about, for picking maps to verse a team on would be, ban their strongest maps, play their weaker maps, but Overt seem to have a different approach. Doesn't matter what map, it doesn't matter how good you are on that map. They are kind of confident in their way to analyze the other team, look for tendencies and flaws that they can expose. So I really like that, I guess, way of thinking. It's a little bit different. Whether it's better or not, I'm not sure, but it's something that I haven't really seen in a while.
Well, that's set the scene quite well here, gentlemen. We're going to go to a very short break, but I'm telling you right now, do not go anywhere, because this is sure to be a barn burner of a best of three. We'll see you afterwards.
Order now at macros.com.au.
I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world. I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world. I feel on top of the world right now. I call the shots in the man with the plot and we only go bombs away. And no one protecting my mind as a weapon, that's why I'm a dominate. Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all trying to sign my name, they want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, now everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish, yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I always wanted the world, I want to conquer the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. Savage, you've been distracted, your best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I need that.
We're back to the desk before we head into the game, and I think it's time to hone in a little bit more on Clubhouse. We're still waiting for 1 or 2 players, but it shouldn't be too much longer. Dev, as we look at this one, I think you want to talk about Overt, right, on their Clubhouse? I'll just let you have the floor. I'm not even going to ask you a question.
Look, the story here is Overt's club, right? Because Chiefs are the ones who dominate on this map. They've won it 10 times, 100% win rate ever since they got picked up by the Chiefs, and Overt picked it against them. They picked Chiefs' best map against them. So what do we know about Clubhouse for Overt? Well, the last time they played it was a little bit sketchy. They lost it to Rufflecopter 5-7, and it's really imperative that Overt have cleaned up their game since then. Particularly on their defense, they only won 2 rounds. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we can kind of put that down to. For example, 1 round was a Rufflecopter clutch. But I'm just interested to see whether Overt continues with the kind of bans that they're looking for. For example, like, they like that Malusi ban, and they like to play really aggressively on their attack on the back of it. They also run a kind of weird attacking comp. Like, they got 3 explosives kind of soft breach ops. Like, they run the Maverick and the Ace, but then Buck, Zafir, and Finker. So I feel like that's a very like kind of aggressive lineup that you would usually see from Overt, where usually you maybe get like the 2 hard breaches and maybe a triple hard breach or something like that if you really want on club. I'm really curious as to how that'll play out against Chiefs, who historically have just been so good on both their attack and defense with a 70% or higher win rate on both sides.
Speaking of the Chiefs here, Vast, I mean, very quickly, I didn't realize Ethan's eyes were so blue. When he was up against the camera, it looked like the ocean. I kind of got lost in it a little bit there, but Vast, do you want to maybe, I mean, without giving too much insider information on the Chiefs Clubhouse, do you want to break down a little bit of what we could expect?
Yeah, so I think something that's interesting, I think Twent was talking about it in his interview, he feels like a huge factor will be op bans and the veto. I think that with the op bans for Chiefs, it's like, what do you ban against Overt? I can imagine Chiefs will probably stick to their default bans, but Overt, their most banned operator this season is Zofia, which is like really strange. It seems like, I don't know if that's a ban based off of Zoph's util, or they just feel that they want to make certain players really uncomfortable. Seems like every time they do bans, for the most part, it kind of it's like wacky bans, like, I don't know, like off meta bans. So maybe, you know, we could see Overt do some, you know, weird ban that we wouldn't expect that could maybe hurt the Chiefs. On Clubhouse, I can't really think off the top of my head too many operators that they've played. But we have seen teams in the past ban, you know, like Sledge against the Chiefs, and it, you know, has worked in the past. But for Chiefs, yeah, I'm not really too sure what they're going to ban here. Clubhouse, they're probably really confident. I'm hearing weird sounds in my ears right now, and it's really hard
guys, it's just like
talk about
doing some ASMR while we're trying to talk. I'll jump in. I'll give you my 2 cents.
Just help me, Dev. Help me.
I feel like surely this is going to be a Thatcher ban from Chiefs. Like, that's historically what they do. Like, of the 10 times that they've won it, they banned that 9 times. The only other time was they banned Monty and Q confirmed banned the Thatcher. So, like, Chiefs are very familiar with playing a Thatcherless club, which would obviously rely heavily on the Mav. But that's exactly what Overt like to play. Overt like to ban the Hibana and then run, like, the Ace Mav combo. You're like a pro player or former pro player. You have a lot of experience in this area. Like, is there some merit here to leaving Thatcher through if you're Chiefs, banning the Mav instead, and trying to see if Overt can deal with that change?
Just go on.
Leaving.
Sorry, no. Vars, you're gonna have to make this one quick, mate, because the game's ready.
I won't even go on. If I start, I won't stop talking. So, I mean...
Prediction! Just give us a prediction then. Who do you reckon? Rob can't even do his job. He's in a laughing fit.
We have to go to a break. I think I did predict Overt to win this game. To be honest, based off last game, I don't even know what I'm thinking anymore. I don't know my thought process, but I think that, you know, despite me predicting Overt to win, I think it will be a really close game, like probably 2-1.
All right, beautiful. 2-1. I'm not even going to ask you, Dev. We'll ask you when we come back from the break. But we're not going to a break. We're going to the 3rd and 4th best casters in the region at Xenox and Guz.
Thank you very much, guys, on the desk. Beautiful analysis, as always. Clubhouse, Coast, Villa, the 3 maps we are going to be heading to. You got me there. Oh. The absolute unprofessionalism of this broadcast, guys, is the reason why Manic's never done an SI. But as we head into this best of 3, Chiefs definitely the favourite team. Avert, though, you got to give them credit. They come into this game with a big chance.
Oh, but they are sending the Chiefs to their best map in the pool. And you know what, bravery and stupidity are the same thing. It's the outcome that determines the label, and that's the label we'll be giving on Overt at the conclusion of this one. If they get it across the line, well, my word, what a performance it would be. But if they fall flat on their face, they're going to look pretty damn stupid.
It's an intriguing matchup. 2 teams with similar play styles. Avert are the definition of aggressive. The Chiefs, the back-to-back OCN champions. They don't mind rumbling in the jungle here, and I think they'll be more than happy to take it up to Avert, who, you know, are going to obviously look to set the pace and set the tone here on Clubhouse and try and come in and stop this Chiefs streak that they've been able to establish. The last time that the Chiefs did lose on Clubhouse, they were under the Elevate banner. That was back in April against actually then Giants Gaming. So, so much has changed since then. Thatcher, Hibana, though, staple bans.
That leaves Maverick on the board, so expect to see some tricking from both teams on this map. Velk taken off the board. Again, not too unexpected in the current meta. Velk has a very high ban rate across multiple maps, across multiple regions. She is just so incredibly powerful, and teams often don't want to be forced into playing the IQ if they wish to counter her ability to gain information, and that is a ban that the Chiefs have echoed throughout a lot of their matches. The Chiefs themselves do now kind of get free rate a little bit on this second ban, and it's actually Mozzie. First time they've banned Mozzie out this year, and no doubt that's a bit of a change up to the expected mute ban for the Roam.
Yeah, that's an intriguing one, obviously, for the Mozzie to be taken off the board. It's something we don't see too often. Whether or not it was going to be played remains to be seen, but still something that Avert, probably the kind of team to employ. Avert, speaking of them, will be on the attack first, Chiefs on the defense, which is already a bit of a difference for Avert, as they actually defended first both times in the first best of 3 on Oregon and Coastline. They started up on the defense, so they already need to switch up here and get onto the attack straight away, which I'm sure will be more than fine for them. Cash and CCTV will be our first sight.
I can't believe I'm going to ask this question to you, but what do you reckon for this series in terms of scoreline?
Well, I think there's an opportunity here for Avert on Clubhouse to win it out here and then go to their map pick on Coastline to actually 2-0 Chiefs. I don't think that's going to happen, though. 62% favoring Avert on the HP Omen community vote to the 38% for the back-to-back OCN champions. I know Avert's got a pretty decent fan base, but I'm going to have to say for everyone who voted there, you're going to be wrong here. In terms of what I think Chiefs will be too strong here on Clubhouse. I think they'll be then too strong on Coastline. I expect Avert to give them a really, really good showing. And I think maybe something along the lines of 7-5, 7-5 could actually sum up this series. Yeah.
I'm in two minds. I have some Thai takeout that's ready and waiting for me, so 2-0, I wouldn't be complaining too much, but at the same time, I really want a close matchup, and I think this head-to-head deserves it. Wouldn't be too unsurprising, at least from my point of view, if it does go to the 3, but Overt need to win this map, I think. Yes, they played well against Rhythm on Coastline, but Chiefs, whole different beast, and the fact that the Chiefs picked it themselves instills some confidence in me and just the veto as a whole. Very Chiefs heavy. In terms of this round, though, again, this is classic Clubhouse so far. Sawyer likely going to be playing on that Maverick, or at least someone on the team. Every single attacking round here, Kennel's Wall will be the first point of interest here for the attacking round.
Oh, no.
Oh, we got the mute bug. So, you know the trick, Mandy. Get on a drone. Once the drone gets shot, it should fix it. Oh, no. Cairo got off. Oh.
Come on, Twent. Come
Shoot
on,
it!
What? What? No! What?
There we go.
There we go. Okay, cool. Thank you, Worthy. The MVP for the Chiefs, the MVP of our hearts there for fixing that one. Twent actually takes a bit of damage there over towards Jacuzzi Wall. Still 2 minutes, a lot of time here. Cairo gets information, that was actually from that drone earlier. And already has logistics control. Almost got that kill on the player crossing back. I think it was God Legion through Con. Doesn't quite find it though, and with a minute 40 seconds remaining, still no pick yet for Overt, but decent map control.
Bit of a misplay there from Overt to allow God Legion to cross back in towards site, seek refuge, and fortify that position inside of Cash. Now, Worthy is on a bit of a lurk, bit of a roam, mindful of the line of sight created by Cairo with the skeleton key, but no one watching that at the moment. Overt focusing their efforts on the objective itself, and that may allow players off-site, God Legion now joining in on the fun to get something going.
Con control fully established now for Overt. Sawyer can get to work trying to get rid of that deployable shield. Is successful. Puts Fisher Guy now in an awkward position without that cover. Of course, Kennel's Wall already opened up, so Sightline's established there. It's Elements who will get the opening pick, though, onto Fisher Guy's sort of pointed out. He was definitely stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now they actually send a second over towards Elements. It's Ed Panda who follow over towards that Kennel's Wall and might even go towards Garage. Still 43 seconds remaining and will be doing just that. Worthy should be able to get this kill, does so. That's going to be a mistake, I think, from Overt that gets punished, and suddenly Digital's found 3. The round is over. Just like that, from full map control to everyone dead.
A little bit of lucky timing there for the Chiefs. That flank works out in Garage. Digital, though, on site to find 3. Holds down the fort with the Org. Well played by him. Didn't necessarily feel like outside of God Legion not being cut off that Overt made any critical errors necessarily in that round. In fact, they got the opening kill. It was more so the fact that they tried to commit to a really late rotation. They didn't know if Garage was clear. Ultimately, it wasn't, and that was their downfall.
You just have to wonder there if the call is to see whether or not you can put a bit of pressure on that player in rafters, and then Worthy's just suddenly standing right at the door, top of Oil Pit, and that kind of just changes everything for it. Although, in saying that, while that play happened in that particular area, apparently elsewhere, Digital's finding 3 kills anyway, so it probably didn't make too much of a difference in terms of that particular rotation. Good start for the Chiefs, though, of course. Cash, CCTV, has proven to actually be somewhat vulnerable in recent times of Clubhouse that we've seen here for OCN, so good start for them. Now they head down to Church and Arsenal, which is still time and time being a staple for the defenders, and just looking at their lineup, sensing there will be some sort of aggression above with God Legion on the Vigil.
Yeah, the roam game is going to be quite intriguing to watch in this matchup. Now, typically we do see a mute band out here to facilitate that, but on this occasion it's the Mozzie band out, or actually, sorry, to counter the roam for being as powerful, rather. I don't know if Mozzie is necessarily the most potent on this map, but I guess the Chiefs just must be a comfort pick for Overt to some extent. The Roni as well, really, really powerful. Now that might be getting nerfed in the not so distant future, but for now, very strong as well. So instead, Overt, if they want, pardon me, Chiefs, if they want, they need to lean in to those 2 other operators that are great for that roam, being the Mute, Vigil in combination. Can Overt try and overcome that?
Ethan on the Thunderbird as well with those owner stations. So second round, of course, this is a best of 3. It's a marathon for all intents and purposes. This is not one that is going to be over within just a couple of rounds, even if a team does get out to a fast start. Fast Element straight into Garage and tries to establish control below Cash and CCTV Lounge, and Cairo actually finds the opening pick onto Gold Legion. That's the Vigil game already taken out in terms of that little mini game. It's a big win for Avert.
Yeah, Gold Legion not having much of an impact on the clock, definitely not in the frag department, and a distinct difference from round number 1. Overt able to cut off that Roma, find the kill. Now Fisho re-aggresses over towards Strip. Ooh, was that a drone on the speaker? Potentially. Now, if Fisho's position is known, Overt should be able to, at the very least, cut him off, but I'm not entirely convinced that they are aware. Cairo narrowly misses an opportunity for his team's second kill of the round, tries to go for it once more, but can't hit those shots. But Fisho is really going to be the linchpin. If he pops off here,
they don't
could
know.
turn the round.
Yeah, now they definitely do.
Now, yeah, they definitely do now.
I went a little bit early with that one. Digital takes a big chunk of damage, but even though they do know his position, that's still a bit of presence that is going to favor the Chiefs here, and Avert have to be mindful of it. They now know there's that lurking player over towards Strip. Trying to get these Selma charges to open up this hatch inside a kitchen. Still a minute left, so time is fine. Cairo has been able to get a lot of work done with that skeleton key as well, so this is not too bad for Avert. They got the one-man advantage. It's just Fisho Guy that is going to be a thorn if they can't deal with him.
Leaves 3 on site, so Avert at one point or another are going to need to commit. For the meantime, Edpan assigned to the flank watch duties. This angle, he should win, and sooner rather than later, Fisho will be forced to move as Avert begin to encroach on site.
And the other thing as well to note here, and Fisho Guy does die, but it was the knowledge for Avert that there was only 3 on site, knowing that Fisho Guy was, loitering around Strip. Digital actually lands a lot of damage on the Cairo, but Sawyer finds the kill. 5 versus 2. Avert have thoroughly opened up this site here. The Chiefs just get slaughtered. Flawless round from Avert.
Very clean. All kicked off when God Legion was taken out very early. No response, no trade. That then forced the hand of Fisho to try and reclaim some of that territory up above. Maybe go for a little bit of a rat play over towards Strip, but Overt really disciplined droning. They had an inkling that someone was over on that side of the map. They droned it, they confirmed it, and then Edpan sat and waited and got a free kill. Again, that leaves 3 on site from there. Overt able to just completely overwhelm their opponents, and a good response considering round 1, their execute was very poor.
Yeah, and they did everything while leading up to that round 1 execute. It was just the actual execute that let them down, and I think they were able to replicate the build-up play, obviously, in the early portions of that second round. You get that opening pick onto God Legion, and then suddenly the rest just followed, and they executed a bit better as well. So 1-1. Does it set the tone for this best-of-3 matchup? Is it going to be a staple of this best-of-3 matchup, this back-and-forth nature, both teams going head-to-head? I've got to say, right now, inside of the first 2 rounds, Avert probably showing a little bit more than the Chiefs. Reminder, of course, the Chiefs, this may not be their map pick, but by all means, it is their map.
Yeah, that is just such an interesting dynamic, this whole veto. Such a big show of confidence from Overt to pick Clubhouse. A 10-map win streak for the Chiefs. That is extremely dominant. When I hear a number like that, I think back to the wildcard of old, for example, a team that just was so dominant. And the Chiefs, not quite at that level yet, I would say, but on an individual map level, that is just an insane number. And that includes Apex South as well. So, I assume it includes Apex South if I recall them correctly. So, such an impressive statistic, but Overt looking to try and, I guess, trump that.
Overt looking to open up this jacuzzi wall as well. Also has the Sawyer Gates from Ethan applied to the jacuzzi wall for extra good measure. This is where Overt, I think, one of their strengths this stage has been their ability to get the job done in terms of prep work early on in these rounds and these little mini games, and just generally having a lot of time remaining on the clock when it's late game. Ethan at the edge of dirt looking for something, but not sure that he's going to be given anything by Overt.
No 1.5 times on Aruni, so he can't get as much magnification towards that long distance fight as he would probably like, and I think that window of opportunity has now slammed shut as Overt begin to progress forward, or at least rotate now on towards the roof. Halfway point of the round well and truly eclipsed by this point, and Overt looking to get something,
got him,
try and get an opening, but Ethan does eventually get that pick.
Yeah, and patience is a virtue. Also, timing is a factor. Sawyer goes down. That's the Maverick, but the Maverick has already done the job. So Cairo just pushes straight in onto site. Knowing there's a player in dirt as well, it's technically a 4-on-2 when it comes to this position on site. Cairo, though, loses his life to God Legion. Good fight back here by the Chiefs, and now by this point, you would have to think Ethan should be close back to site. Twent actually going to get this diffuser down. So it's a 3 versus 3 retake now for the Chiefs here defensively. Ed Penn, top of main stairs, good positioning for Overt. Elements on site as well inside a bedroom, and this is suddenly going to be a difficult retake for the Chiefs.
30 now on the clock. Elements cuts off Ethan. Can he get the second? Does onto God Legion. Worthy to trade. Still a winnable position here for the Chiefs, but he's so low. A single bullet will shut him down, and a drone inside of Con will well and truly confirm his position. Progresses forward over towards the rotate. Mindful that a player may be down below. That is the case, but it's in the opposite direction towards the south. Worthy goes for the long arm, baits it out, but Ed Penn will snatch that one for Overt.
Yeah, and even the way that Overt sort of positioned themselves there at the end, one watching from Jacuzzi Wall, one from the gym hatch, and then one on site inside a bedroom. You've basically got everything covered that you need to cover. They had Ed Penn as well over towards top main. For the Chiefs, they get bullied here by Cairo more than anything. He just quite literally just walks in, gets 2 kills, and that opens up site.
Yeah, that is the point of the round where they won it. And this is giving me very similar vibes to when Overt took down Wildcard on this same map and the same objective. When Overt got the smallest of openings, or they droned a particular place and went, lads, it's clear, they just hit the send button, fully committed, and they backed themselves in to win these sorts of fights. The Chiefs were very much offside, playing for rotations, playing for different POIs around the objective, and just kind of negated the breach itself. And you cannot give that kind of window of opportunity to Overt. They are one of those teams that will constantly just back themselves in to go for plays like that. And whilst it may be quite risky and it may not work out all the time, particularly on first attempts like that, it tends to have a high conversion rate, and Overt did a really good job in displaying that there.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams as well where you would lose that player from that pick of Ethan over towards dirt, and then maybe they look to stall and reevaluate. But instead of that, Overt just literally just push straight in. Doesn't matter that you lose Sawyer, doesn't matter. Cairo just pushes in, gets 2 kills, opens up site. So even though you lost that player, you've been able to try and catch Chiefs there on the counter-attack, essentially, and it works perfectly. And I think by this point now, Chiefs have to realize they might be in a bit of strife here. Because you've got to remember, this is a clubhouse. Statistically and historically, it's been pretty good for defenders. Maybe not as of recent, and generally, I think a team like Overt on the attack are going to be able to expose the weaknesses of the defensive sites here on Clubhouse. They're just such an aggressive team and can really get a lot of map control, whether that's vert or horizontal. And they're just so quick in getting open these walls, for instance. They don't mess about. They've always got a lot of time. That's, I think, one of the biggest things I know about Overt is just their time management is impeccable.
Yep. Again, harping on that last round, as you mentioned, when a player died, they didn't stall out, waste time trying to reassess. They quickly formulated a plan. They knew Ethan was off site, that's 4 on. Let's just hit site and see what we can get done. That lack of messing around, I can't think of really the term to describe it, but they just, they commit to a plan. I think that's the best way to describe it. They quickly formulate a plan, they commit to it. And that's been one of their strengths so far in Stage 3 that a lot of other teams have been struggling to cope with. And so far in the first handful of rounds, the Chiefs finding life a little bit tricky as well. But God Legion gets the opener in round 4 into Cairo.
And that's the Chiefs right there, adapting, knowing that Overt so far at least have been almost every single round going for that Kennels Wall and Jacuzzi Wall. Some teams sometimes neglect it, especially on a site like Cash and CCTV. Don't always see teams pushing for, say, a con take. A lot of the times you'll see a lot of a heavy emphasis on Garage, for instance. So Garage and Kennels Wall is generally going to be the play. But Overt have been trying to just about do everything. Garage, Kennels, and Jacuzzi Wall.
we
Edpan,
go.
look at
Again.
this. This is again just a Verge trying to catch Chiefs off guard. Digital got one. So did Edpan though and Sawyer. 2 versus 3 still in favor of the Chiefs. 50 seconds left. Diffuser's on site as well. So that's not ideal. Sawyer can see it, but he can't grab it.
A key difference to last time, that diffuse on the floor means someone needs to make the precarious run to try and pick it up. Elements, 1 HP in a dream. God Legion starts the round, he finishes it as well.
Yeah, much better there from the Chiefs. And I think that sometimes it's about having the ability to adapt on the fly. And the Chiefs are really good at doing that. Understanding the situation there, you put God Legion over towards the bathroom, try and catch that player that's going to be coming through Jacuzzi, looking to get that con control. You get that early kill. Suddenly, you're also taking away a bit of map control that Avert have been doing such a good job at obtaining. And then the ability to sort of follow up and execute late round as well, get those kills, knowing they're also going to be aggressive and push in, which is exactly what Edpan did, almost emulating what we saw in that 3rd round, Guz, with the Cairo push. Like, it was identical.
That's what I was going to say. Yes, it was great. God Legion got the opening pick, but just like last time when Ethan got the opener on the bedroom defense, that was the trigger. Overt were like, you know what? We're not in the best position. Now we send. We try and trade out, find picks. Unfortunately for them, the diffuser got dropped on the ground. Had someone have taken out Digital on rafters and they could have got a default plan down or at least been in a position to consider getting it down, again, the round could have played out very, very differently. So despite the Chiefs getting the opener, it was still quite close. And that's the kind of volatile playstyle that I've continued to bring up time and time again, that the defense can find really tricky in shutting down, because you have to think about it, right? When you have a couple of players just send it in towards site, that's a really great test of a defensive team's ability to quickly communicate, deal with pressure, because there's a lot going on in Siege. Like, it can be a sensory overload when an execute's coming through, a lot of noise, utility, people dropping, kill feeds running down like crazy. So the Chiefs are being tested at the moment. How clearly can they communicate and calmly work their way through these chaotic situations that are being thrown at them?
Yeah, and again, Chiefs adapting here. They've switched up their defensive lineup for Church Arsenal. It didn't work out well last time. They dropped the Wamai, they dropped the Thunderbird. Less of that sort of defensive approach on site, and they bring the Castle and the Alibi instead. So that should help them a little bit in terms of stalling out this Avert push and this Avert aggression, and allow them to sort of maybe play for a little bit more of that late game. See if they can also roam a little bit above, find a kill or two. Avert have been doing a really good job at creating this contest, but this is where the Chiefs tend to push back and find a way. This is gonna be a rush. They're gonna go straight to site.
Diffuser's already been dropped though, so Sawyer will need to recollect that over towards the door. Elements on the drop finds 1 over towards blue. Now 3 stacked in that position, but Digital, he could just sit on that kit. The single bullet in that, or the last bullet in that spray rather, will collect Sawyer. Now Elements left to clutch.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Digital is just completely cut off this attack at the head. They went for a rush. They had that player through dirt. They went for blue, understanding that the Chiefs were going to go for a bit of a defensive roam above, so then just push straight onto site, catch them off guard. Elements gets a second for the round, but it's all for naught, really. He can't even get over towards that diffuser. So many eyes on this position. He gets himself into Arsenal. Can he create the 1 versus 1 with Digital? Oh, has he seen him cross? No, not yet. Got to be careful of that hallway as well, and yet. Too many eyes on his position, and the Chiefs now gain the lead.
That's 2 times now. Overt have tried to send it in towards site when they've thought they had an opening, and it just hasn't quite worked out. And just like the last round, it was actually Digital to be that kind of guardian angel, if you would, of the diffuser, holding down a critical position, and a really nice play there with the MP5 to find those picks. Chiefs now with the round advantage, likely instilled with quite a bit of confidence now. They've been able to sort of push back a lot of these really aggressive attempts from Overt, and they're slowly starting to really get a read into this kind of playstyle that they're bringing inside of the server. I would love to see what the average round time is at the moment. It would have to be probably some of the quickest averages, or the quickest average I have seen in a Clubhouse game for a really, really long time. These executes are coming through so fast from Overt.
Opportunity now for the Chiefs to at least establish a 4-2 half on the defense of Clubhouse. And a par for the course. More than anything, though, overcoming what was a very hot start from Avert just puts Chiefs in such a good position going into the second half on their attack. Gym Bedroom, though, was successfully attacked by Avert in the third round. It was, of course, that Cairo push round.
5 seconds left.
How it plays out here. So far, this has not been the conventional structured clubhouse that we tend to see time and time again, guys. It has had its many innovations and aggressive nature added to it, and it's been very fascinating to watch. We expected it, though, coming into this matchup.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Overt have picked the Chiefs' best map, 10 win streak for them, so they knew heading into this one they would have to bring something a little bit different, playing default against the Chiefs, who they themselves, keeping in mind, have a very important Apex South match coming up. They're probably going to play default as well. That was not going to work. They need to try and disrupt the system a little bit here, try and really make the Chiefs feel uncomfortable. And for the most part, I think they've really achieved that goal. The scoreline maybe not fully reflecting, I believe, just how well they're playing, or at least the intent in which they're playing with at the moment, but that can really flip here in round 6. A 3-3 half would be really, really strong in my opinion.
It's very early. Jacuzzi wall already opened up.
I'm just waiting for the set.
Sawyer. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? But the Chiefs would be expecting it now, so it's a little bit harder to sort of do that twice. And they obviously need to understand that and go for maybe a little bit more structure here in this 6th round. Getting some information on site. Chiefs have kept it rather defensive this time around. Ethan, the only one that's not on site, I think he's playing bot main stairs, and that's probably about it. Nothing too crazy over towards dirt or anything like that. This should be a rather rudimentary attack from Avert. Minute and a half remaining. Try and clear out as much utility as possible. Get balcony control, and then eventually go for the push.
Avert now have drone side a few times, I believe. Went main stairs. You have Cairo inside as well. So expect the execute to come shortly. Once Overt have this information and they feel confident, ready to go, they will pull the trigger, but they've been shut down. They have been mowed down. What an end to the half for the Chiefs.
Well, that was an extraordinarily fast, flawless round from the Chiefs, almost as fast as Samsung's NVMe SSDs, guys. Of course, welcome back to the Oceanic Nationals, presented by Samsung.
That wasn't bad.
It was a very good half in the end for the Chiefs. 4-2 defense, its job done, especially after what looked like Avert we're going to do to them. They were up 2-1, they were looking good. Even the opening round, they were pretty good, just couldn't quite execute it. But the Chiefs, they kind of flexed their muscles a little bit towards the back half of the first half.
Yeah, the last few rounds, the Chiefs showed that not only... It's one thing to be able to read into your opponent and set up counters to that, being the aggression from Overt, where they drone sight and then they go bang. It's another thing to actually play into that correctly and execute it in the fashion, in the clinical fashion that the Chiefs managed to do in those last few rounds. That was just a sign of a team that is red hot at the moment. They're currently first in APAC South. They're lining up to maybe be three-peat champs here in OCN. The Chiefs do not roll over. Whatever you throw at them, they are going to adapt. They are not going to go down without a really tough fight, and they are showing their grit so far here on Clubhouse.
Beautiful storylining, guys, but I do want your analysis here. 3 hard breaches have been brought to the table by the Chiefs. What's your thoughts on this one?
No faith in Fish. No faith in Fish. We saw Sawyer super clean on the Maverick tricks. Maybe Fisho just wants that additional backup. Outside of that, though, you do have more options. Ethan, for example, you can actually thermite the top of the walls now as the mute has been changed. It's now spherical, not cylindrical. I think you could thermite the top of that wall. Maybe not. I know you can for Jacuzzi. Either way, they will have to see whether or not that plays out. But yeah, triple hard breach just gives you a few more options, a little bit of a safety net as well. And with that mirror, actually, I forgot to mention that the mirror placed on Kennel's wall means that the Chiefs have decent counters towards that now. provided they clear the mutes or the electro claws that are no doubt probably protecting it.
Nice little angle here. Digital looking in towards CCTV. The time definitely going to be a question here when it comes to this Kennel's wall. Minute 40 remaining. Digital, where's he even going? Has this wall even been opened up? I heard an explosion, but I wasn't sure because they were trying to deal with the Kaid claws as well. Doesn't look like it's been opened up at all.
No. That's likely going to force a rotation here from Chiefs. So Vert needs to have the peace of mind to be aware of that. As I say that though, I think the Chiefs are still wanting to commit. Oh, they're trying to clear the utility, but Sawyer's ready and waiting, finds the first on towards God Legion. And to be honest, he can just post himself up in this position. Twent elsewhere finds that one over towards Bedroom as Fisho tries to rotate, go for a players. That blowtorch really wasn't going to be inside of the server or have much of an impact for the remainder of this round, and it really has fallen apart.
Wow. 3 hard breaches brought to the table, and they can't get open Kennel's wall due to the way that Vert have set this up with Clay Claw. Edpan gets the kill onto ETH, and it's only Digital and Worthy remaining. Digital, he's been popping off actually in this game, but he gets shut down in Lounge. Worthy pushes in, 2 kills, but it's all about stat padding now in this round, and the 3 versus 1, 30 seconds left. Does not even have the diffuser in hand.
Oh.
Still to this point can't even open up these bloody walls. They have just been really difficult for the Chiefs. It's been the difference maker in this particular round. Jeez.
Cheeky little nitro there from Cairo to conclude that round. The Chiefs having extreme difficulties opening up Kennel's wall, and it has cost them in the end. The rotation to try and aid in opening that wall proved costly. A great setup from Overt, and they played into it well.
Perfectly executed from Overt on the defense, and they just break that little streak that the Chiefs went on 3 rounds in a row. Now get stopped. That's at least a little bit of momentum that has been halted for Overt now. 3-4, suddenly a much better looking scoreline. On the defense here as well, on Clubhouse, we kind of expect them probably to really fight back here in the second half, and if they can do a bit of a world tour, establish a lead, then it puts all the pressure on the Chiefs. And I gotta say, guys, not the best looking attack, if I'm gonna be completely honest, from the Chiefs. They did look a little bit bamboozled for quite some time in that round, and just a little bit too slow to adapt.
Yeah, I would agree. Now heading into round 8, this is where we get to see, I believe, maybe a bit of an effect of that Mozzie ban, right? Overt, you look at their operators, they're not going to go for a roam here. Now, is that because the Chiefs took Mozzie off the board and they don't feel completely comfortable maybe executing that mute vigil combo? I don't want to speak on behalf of the team, so I'm not entirely sure if that is the case. But nonetheless, we are going to see a change up in philosophy here. We saw the Chiefs go for that roam game a little bit. They bought the vigil, they bought the mute. Overt, they're doing none of that. Every single operator here can anchor. You have Bandit to help with some of the walls, namely probably triple. Keep that from being open. But then you have your likes of Mirror, going to be tough to get past. Sawyer on the smoke can do a lot of area denial. Edpan and Elements, so 2 projectile denials or 2 projectile catches as well. This is giving me some 2019 vibes.
And Overt have to be careful that they don't go into a sort of too structured defensive setup that's going to allow maybe the Chiefs to really play into that. I don't think there's much that would be surprising the Chiefs. If anything, this is probably the kind of setup that actually would favor them. They're going to get a lot of free time for Digital to do some work with this sledge, slowly get to work in, you know, breaking down this utility setup from Overt. 2 minutes on the clock. They've already got a lot of map control, full knowledge that Overt are basically just turtling down below. I think, in a way, this probably just plays into the hands of the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's positions like these where the Chiefs are no doubt going to feel incredibly, incredibly comfortable. This is an attacking pattern, an attacking setup, and composition that they have probably played hundreds of times at this point. Maybe with Ethan jumping on, not as many times with these 5, but the core 4 have no doubt played this so many times. It's almost like riding a bike at this point. They can't forget how to do it. So it's going to be up to Overt to try and disrupt this somehow. Can they find maybe a Nitro from down below? Can they deny the plant somehow? Be a little bit sneaky in that regard. Because if they just hunker down and hope that the round lands on their lap, that is not going to be the case.
Yeah, and I wonder if Kara is eventually going to go for a Nitro Cell over towards main. The question is, where does Twent go for his?
Bang.
Well, Twent doesn't even need it. He can just use his gun, finds the kill onto Ethan, who's struggling immensely in this match at the moment. And well, as that Nitro Cell that was used, it does not find the kill though. Kyra still has his over in Church for the late round execute, 43 seconds left, and for the Chiefs, it's shaping up to be just a kitchen hatch drop, and that's just not going to work.
And Pan Ready and Waiting might be traded, but nonetheless will probably find at least one kill that'll leave it in a 4 versus 3. Overt well and truly in the driver's seat.
Is there going to be any sort of pressure towards main stairs as well from Chiefs? They need something extra. Well, easy fodder there for Twent. Finds his second kill of the round. Worthy gets shut down, and for the Chiefs, it's going to be, unfortunately, all too easy here for Overt. Gold Legion tried to come in from behind, but it was all over. Perfectly executed from Overt, and again, the Chiefs' attack just looking a little bit one-dimensional.
Really has been a bit of Twent diff today, hasn't it? He played really well, particularly on Coastline against Rhythm in the first series of the afternoon, and now here against the Chiefs, he's showing up as well. That opening kill there on to Ethan was pretty big. He had the potential inside of Dirt. The attacker that was in Ethan to really disrupt that defense and be an annoyance, hold the cross, pin those players back towards AK, but him being taken off the board straight away left everyone sort of struggling up above, and the Chiefs, in the end, they were filtered down that hatch. It was never going to work out. And that was the disruption we need to see from Overt. They did a really, really solid job.
So Jim Bedroom, big opportunity now for the Chiefs. I don't want to say must-win territory, but if you lose this site, suddenly Cash is going to open up, then Church is going to open up. Kind of struggle to see where the Chiefs are going to find round wins, especially with the way their attack has shaped up so far. It's not been that great. It really hasn't, especially when you compare it to the first half. I think for Overt, somewhat surprising to have only walked away with 2 attacking round wins, guys. I think if we had have just looked at those rounds without seeing the scores, we probably would have thought a 3-3 half would have been closer to the mark, but yeah, right now the Chiefs' attack has not been fruitful. It can change though very, very quickly. Overt won 2 rounds in a row in the first half, and then from there Chiefs won 3 in a row. So is that going to happen again?
Rooney being employed here from Overt, similarly to what we saw from Chiefs, in combination with the Wamai. This defense will be able to deny a lot of projectiles. Now here, they've done it again. Overt once again have brought the alibi, and they have thrown a Prisma onto that water tank over towards the top of Garage. Now, that is near impossible to clear. You could with a projectile like a grenade if you really, really, really wanted to, but it's just not worth the utility investment. And what that means is this opponent detected outdoors is going to be on your screen for the entire round. And what that means, not only is it annoying, but it will allow Overt to go for runouts, and it's more difficult for the attack to spot.
I swear it was against Rafflecopter that they did this, and Raffle were not happy.
I don't blame them.
He said something in chat, I can't remember what exactly it was. I think it was like a really question mark or something along those lines, but
I like it. If it's within the rules, then I reckon it's a great innovation. There used to be a spot on Border way back in the day. I believe it was Pengu found it. Very, very similar effect. And yeah, I'm just loving it being employed here. It's something new. We don't often see a whole lot of innovation here on Clubhouse, so any innovation is good innovation, in my opinion. The Chiefs, they're not going to allow that to shock the mental too hard. They already have quick control of Cash side. They'll need to convert that in towards Logi and Sight. But Twent, once again, takes down Ethan.
yeah, big couple of rounds here from Twent. Started off a little bit slow, but has now just started to get going. Not good signs for the Chiefs. Again, opening pick for Overt. And again, the Chiefs' attack has just been quite stalled out. Not very effective either. And Fisher Guy's trying to find something here. Of course, still needs to get rid of a lot of utility on site. That deployable shield needs to be taken care of. God Legion trying to obviously deal with some of this utility. Digital still on the roof, needs to drop logistics hatch. Just under a minute left, but the Chiefs' attack just starting to get going, starting to eventuate a little bit here. Can they find the picks along the way?
Overt themselves have been critical of teams in the past that play heavy into deployable shields, particularly on this objective. As those fall, they'll need to be careful. 35 seconds left, only one shield still remaining on site. No boots on the ground, really, for the Chiefs, at least in the site itself. This will be tough.
No more gas beams available from Elements. Twent's low. And control for the Chiefs starting to get established. Digital now with God Legion from this logistics position, starting to find kills here for the Chiefs, but unfortunately they've lost a lot of members for it. God Legion in 1 versus 2 in red time without the diffuser. Player for Avert does drop this gym hatch. God Legion can pick up this diffuser and they can actually get this plan off unless Edpan just sprints on over. 1 second left. Not going to be able to deny it immediately. God Legion gets up, can't quite land the tags that he was looking for. He gets dropped by Cairo and Edpan combined. And they will be able to get the counter defuse, and Avert will get 3 rounds in a row.
Oh, a killer effort there from God Legion, but it wasn't enough. Well closed out by Overt. 5 for the scoreline. They've won 3 sites straight. They'll now begin to unlock once again. We go back to CCTV, and they are looking red hot here to maybe break the unbreakable streak of the Chiefs here on Club.
To be fair, it is Avert's map pick, right? So you kind of... I can't even say it with a straight face. No, this is unprecedented territory. As you said, Gaz, the streak could be broken here. We will be heading to cash CCTV. Of course, tactical timeout has been called by the Chiefs. 3 rounds in a row to Avert. Now 5 of the last 8 rounds to Avert as well. They have been able to get going here. And they've got that lead. They only need they only need 1 more round to at least secure OT at minimum. Of course, there's no points on the line here though, so OT is just about more so security more than anything. And the Chiefs, you gotta say, they look a little bit stumped here.
Would you like to hear a Dev Martyr James High SI caster fact?
Always.
He has just notified us that Overt struggled on defense against Rufflecopter, and they only got 2 out of 4 rounds. That means they've already won more defensive rounds against the Chiefs, the best team in the region on this map, than they did against Ruffle. That's a pretty damn good effort.
Does that mean Ruffle's clubhouse is better than Chiefs' clubhouse?
Maybe.
Is that how it works?
Maybe. Does that mean Ruffle's the best team in OS?
Maybe.
Potentially.
They're not in playoffs though, so no.
They are in Apex South promos though.
Yeah, that is true. And Avert are 1 round up here against the Chiefs. Of course, best of 3, so this is only the first map for those who have just tuned in. But it's hard to not get excited, guys, a little bit if you're an Avert fan and what they're achieving right now here on Clubhouse against the Chiefs, the back-to-back OCN champs. But for the players themselves, they can't get ahead of themselves at all. It's all about 1 round at a time mentality.
Last time the Chiefs attacked CCTV and Cash, they had major issues in opening up Kennel's wall. There was a mirror window placed on said wall. Fisher Guy tried to Maverick trick it open. That didn't work out. They rotated down below, and then they got absolutely shredded by the defense, waiting with open arms. Oh, God Legion gets the first, sneaks away with 1 HP. Cairo goes for the run out, but he'll regret that one.
Oh, God Legion's so low though. It's almost a 1-for-1 trade, basically. Chiefs can get to work on this wall. 2 players over towards this rafters position though, not something we usually will see. 10th round though. Could this be the ace up the sleeve for Avert?
Interestingly enough as well, the Chiefs substituting out the 3rd hard breach, Ethan on the Thermite over towards soft breach, so Ethan now on Buck. That might open an avenue to play down below in stock, provide some pressure on towards Cash, could help open Conwall as well if required, so we'll have to see how that plays out. Ethan has been having a really rough match though. He's been in red hot form. Apex South against Invictus, man, he was absolutely lighting up the kill feed, but today he's lighting up the kill feed, but in all the wrong ways.
Yeah, it's been the Digital and God Legion show right now for the Chiefs. 11 and 10 kills respectively. Much more spread effort from Avert here in this 10th round. Minute and a half remaining, still that one-man advantage for the Chiefs. That was established a little while ago. Ethan now start to push through from this jacuzzi wall. There's still time as well, and should be able to establish control for this late round execute. Headpan though catches Fisher guy. That's Diffuser down on balcony as well. Twent gets God Legion. Suddenly, Avert go from a man down to a man up.
That's the aggression. They flicked that switch. Twent, he was the one that caught my eye, just swinging Kennel's wall. Got the pick. Really, really well played. The Chiefs though, they'll look to consolidate. Ethan will drone out Cash. Sees that it's clear. 2 members of Avert over towards top red stairs. Elements on rafters and a 4th elsewhere. Each of these players will be tricky to dislodge. ADS devices still up and active as well, making some of these projectiles a little less useful. Avert, surely they have this one in the bag.
Towards that CC window on balcony, and then you got the rest now pushing into Cash. It's Worthy, just jumps in, goes for the diffuser. That's the Nitro Cell that goes out, misses Ethan. Worthy can actually get this plant down. It's successful. Sawyer can't land the shots. Elements tries to find an angle, but all he does is walks into the window. Worthy and Ethan starting to find a few kills. Chiefs now with the advantage. Sawyer in a 1 versus 2, but it's Worthy. And his time of the round where he shows up big and a much needed round win for the Chiefs has been executed successfully.
Wow, I still stand by what I said. I think Avert were in the favored position, but it was Ethan. Hasn't had the biggest impact in terms of the scorecard, but in that round, he hit a really critical flashbang. Those players on top red, even though there was an ADS device active there, were flashed. That allowed those players to get deep in towards Cash. They didn't know that Worthy was planting on that soft wall, and then the attack themselves quickly repositioned, shut down any rotation from the defense, and that was really clean. For the Chiefs to bring back that round, that was a really, really clean effort.
It didn't give up on the round and adjusted. They understood they still had a good play. They had full con control. They could go for that Cash play. The players in rafters were never going to have an impact, so then they had to rotate late. Understanding that that's going to happen, you take that CC window position and you find a kill or two. And that's basically how the Chiefs were able to win that round. Perfectly played. And the ability to adapt on the fly. 5-5. Wonder if this round is going to get match point. Or we should say probably map point in this instance for the best of 3. Avert though, that was probably, and I know it's 5-5 guys, but that was probably the one round so far that should have won and didn't.
Yeah, I agree.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So close, but they just faltered at that final hurdle. They did so much great work, particularly in the mid-round. That potent aggression that they just insist on, working out so well, but that flashbang really just dislodged everything, so unfortunate for Avert. But now we get to go back down below. Once again, very defensive from Avert. Their composition indicating no roam, and they are going to really try and just hold site like they did last time. If the Chiefs try and throw anything out of left field at them, be ready, pounce at that opportunity to maybe get the opening kill like they did last time, and hope that the Chiefs don't tidy up this attack too much.
Reloading, cover me.
Should be an easy minute and a half or so for Digital and Ethan. Opening up these floorboards. Main stairs and kitchen. But I think the biggest thing for Chiefs here is establishing multiple modes of entry onto site. Round prior, of course, for Church Arsenal, it was just a kitchen hatch drop, and that's never really going to work at this level. Need to obviously have different entry points established. Minute and a half, a lot of work already done vertically. Now it's about opening up these hatches and then creating ways in.
Twent hit a Nitro. He attempted it last time Overt were on this site, but it didn't quite hit the mark. Digital walking a very, very fine line here. He's established a lot of vertical angles up above, and now it's probably his time to vacate this position before he gets taken down. Twent still ready, waiting. There's now a minute to go. How many other avenues the Chiefs have available to them? Blue Hatch still up, Kitchen Hatch still up, but Moto has been opened up. If Overt know what paths have been created here, I think they're in a pretty good position to counter this execute, but Kitchen Hatch is now being popped as well, and wow, this is a very aggressive rotation.
30 seconds remaining. Kitchen Hatch finally opened up. 3 players towards Dirt. Something that, well, now it's down to 2, but still, even 2 players pushing through Dirt, guys, is not something we see too often. Will this catch Overt off guard? Well, they get the opening pick. That's the biggest one. Ed Pan's down. Now they're able to push out of Dirt onto site. That's going to be the next step. But Twent lines up both of them. Finds 2. Elements gets Ethan. Worthy's the only one left. He's got no time. Needs to go for the plant. Got 4 seconds to eventually start sticking it. He doesn't even go for it. Overt. Subvert the attack from the Chiefs, and they get match point.
Twent is just the king of that Dirt tunnel at the moment. Again, a huge couple of kills. If those 2 players make it on towards site, the Chiefs win the round. Simple as that. They would have been able to cover the plant, no doubt, and it would have been such a challenging retake. Huge again from Twent, and the critical storyline out of this one, Overt. 1 round away from winning this map and ending that 10-win streak of the Chiefs.
10 in a row. Have not lost it since joining the Chiefs back in April. And at such a critical juncture as well. This is not just some throwaway round at the closing of a stage in the regular stage, guys. This is a playoff match for Overt to go 1-0 up in the series, then heading to Coastline, which, you know, Overt's pretty decent on Coast. I think you prefaced it in the pre-match discussion before we got into this game, guys. You said that they were going to win each other's map pick. Well, right now, Overt on the verge of winning their map pick.
Yeah. This has been a really exciting match so far, but who knows, maybe we're still a distance away from its conclusion. Overtime still looming if the Chiefs can bring this one back. But they are finding life on these attacks. Very uncomfortable. And Overt, really, they're the ones heading that. They're doing a great job so far. And wow. They're still fighting for something. I mean, both teams obviously fighting for something, but Overt, if they somehow make this miracle run, they could avoid relegations. We still have to remember that storyline.
It's a long way to go for that. They got to win the whole thing, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's a one step at the time mentality for Overt. Could you imagine? Let's not imagine just yet. Not only do they need to win this entire series, but then the next one, and then the next one. And hey, 1 round away. Going 1-0 up against the back-to-back champs is a pretty big feat in itself. The Chiefs' attack has not been that great to watch so far here in this second half. They've only won the singular round. It's now their second attempt of Gym Bedroom attacking it. They were unsuccessful first time around, guys. Will they be successful second go around?
Jacuzzi wall now open up cleanly for the Chiefs. That cuts off that top red stairs, top main stairs rather, rotation, and could be a point of entry late in the round. Now Ethan on the Flores sending in some Rotero drones, looking to clear these deployable shields. One on the bed like last time, that drone does not hit the mark, and the second near the bathroom double door, facing a slightly different orientation to last time, still standing as well. And with only one Rotero left, one shield now left, that could be critical. Ethan will be looking to get that done ASAP.
Still a minute and 10 seconds remaining here for the Chiefs, on the verge of losing Clubhouse for the first time since April. 10 wins in a row. Still trying to get rid of that that final deployable shield. They have not been successful in achieving that. We are now under a minute remaining. Ethan will join Digital over towards this balcony. Digital actually goes straight into side onto Jim. Kyra got the opening pick. Does get traded immediately though by Ethan. Sawyer inside of CCTV. Oh, does he catch him? Oh, you just saw him, mate. Swing again. Yes! He finds the kill onto Ethan. Suddenly it's happening. Fisher Guide though. He finds the kill onto Twent. Now goes for the diffuser, but he loses his bodyguard in Worthy. He has to stick this plant. He does so. Needs to find kills. He is so low. Got the kill onto Sawyer. 1 versus 2. Element reloads and he hits the shots. The streak has ended. 10 in a row now becomes 10-1 and Avert goes 7-5, taking Clubhouse 1-0 here in this best of 3.
Clubhouse is Dubhouse for Avert. What a performance. And they have shown us why they wanted to go to this map. So clean across the board. They'll be thrilled with that result. They are now 1 step closer to progressing through this gauntlet. Still a long way to go maybe in this series though. They cannot rest on their laurels.
I mean, regardless of what happens from here, guys, Avert again, once again, exceed expectations in every possible way. They take Clubhouse from the Chiefs, and they take it pretty convincingly, might I add. 7-5. Defensively, they were sound. On the offense, you probably felt they were a little hard done by. I honestly thought they could have got a 3-3 half in that first half. They only got the 2-4. But what a defensive performance. And honestly, this is scary times for the Chiefs. We're heading to Coastline after this, guys. There's a possibility our back-to-back champs could be knocked out in the second round.
Whew. Chiefs have shown some promising signs on Coast, however, so I wouldn't write them out by any stretch of the imagination. They're still well and truly in this battle, but losing that win streak, I think that's got to hurt a little bit because, again, that spans across both OCN and APAC South. Some tough competition that they've managed to maintain that record against, so quite disappointing. And for the most part, it was actually Overt outclassing them. I don't believe from a lot of what we saw, Chiefs played particularly bad. There are definitely a couple of glaring issues on entries, etc. But Overt, just the breed of Siege that they played was honestly really difficult to tame. They stuck to their guns and it worked.
Should mention, by the way, as we do throw it to the desk, the Chiefs are 4-0 on Coastline since the month of June. So we'll take that one to the desk.
You can pass that on, but all I'm saying is hashtag Overt all the way. That is the storyline. They're going to take this to the moon, I believe, Dev. This is unreal. They've just broken what was a phenomenal winning streak from the Chiefs on one of their most dominant maps.
And what a way to do it as well, to come back, bouncing back from losing to Rufflecopter on this very map, to only winning 2 defense rounds in that game, to coming and winning 5 defenses against the Chiefs. Overt have made a massive statement. We talked about it, Vast. We talked about the Overt mentality in the map Vito. You go and you take these teams to their best maps and you beat them.
Yeah, it's kind of concerning seeing them kind of dominate Chiefs on, their best map. Breaking that Clubhouse run, I'm sure, it kind of hurts for the boys, but look, they have Coastline. Coastline's a good map for them. I think that they'll know where they went wrong in this game. Their attacks really let them down. Their attacks were really, I don't even know how to word it, just poor is the only thing that comes to mind. Just really slow and kind of, I don't know, it just seemed like Overt chose their moments really carefully when to get aggressive, and then it just, I don't know, they had such a successful rate at getting picks against Chiefs while they're like setting up for clears and executes and whatnot.
So many of these rounds came down to the wire. It's been absolutely insane. Dev, I don't want to, bring anyone into the limelight here, but are we looking at Chiefs and asking any questions of individuals?
Look, there were great showings from players like obviously all the guys on double digits, 2 for each team. Digital in particular, Vast, we were saying, he tends to turn it up in playoffs, but we're a bit curious about what's going on with Ethan. Like, he really struggled. There was a point in this game where he was 1-7, and we're not really sure how Ethan's kind of been fitting into this team. Vast, you're kind of alluding that they've been tossing on a couple of different roles, and we're not really sure, what is the best way to use Ethan? Such a strong player. Why is it not quite working right now?
Hard to really say. I think with the roles, the thought process maybe, he's a very vocal player. He's a really good shot caller. He can definitely give a lot of ideas on what to do during the round, a lot of direction to the team. I'm sure he'd be working close with Fisho in that regard with the decision making. But it's kind of weird. Like he's been seeing play a lot of smoke, and he's playing Thermite on this map. I just hope maybe Coastline will give him more freedom to play less util heavy ops and play a lot more aggressive ops. And I think we should see him shine when he doesn't have that much responsibility with his operator.
Well, I guess maybe they're going to need to unleash Ethan because the Chiefs are down 1-0. I would not believe saying that coming into this best of 3, but it's true. Overt are pushing them to their limits, and we head to Coastline after the break.
Pick up, I know to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago, long ago. Doesn't matter what it come from. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around, look around.
Overt to the moon. I'm on the bandwagon. I've got my green and white merch out and I'm ready to go. Vast, as we head to Coastline, is this possible? Is it possible that we see Overt not drop a single map in 2 best-of-3s in the Gauntlet?
I think it's very possible. I mean, they look like they had a really good read on Chiefs. They've just been playing well all day. I will give Chiefs the benefit of doubt that in the past they have, or sometimes dropped the first map and then done a complete 360 whatever and come out full swinging. So this map could have been Chiefs' opportunity to get a read on Overt. I feel like once Chiefs get a proper read on them, from there they'll be able to actually counter them and play properly, I guess I should say.
Yep. Dev, final thoughts? We're pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, that's it. Well, Overt are very much warmed up. We've talked about the stamina game, and while Chiefs are likely to rise up as they warm up, Overt might start to feel that fatigue and go down. The other thing is Chiefs did watch Coastline earlier today when Overt played Rhythm on it, so they'll have a little bit of notes back in the head there. Chiefs have a good record on this map, but Overt picked it for a reason, or rather, Chiefs picked it for a reason, but Overt have shown they're good on it as well when they picked it earlier today against Rhythm. So I think this is definitely going to be spicy. I did pick Overt to go all the way through, so I'm going to back him in. I'll say they can get it done in 2.
It's going to be a fight on no man's territory. There's no doubt about it. We're going to head to Coastline, and we're going to 2 of the very best in the business, Cousins and Alex.
You said our names because otherwise I was a little bit confused as to who you were going to throw it to, because it's certainly not us. It's definitely Manic and Dev that are the best in the business. Vast is not too bad himself either. In fact, probably right now, guys, Chiefs could probably use Vast in-game.
Oh, hashtag Vast was not the problem?
Maybe because he's won 2 champions. He probably would have won a 3rd championship if he was still in the team.
How many times has Vast lost Clubhouse this year? I'm waiting.
Yeah, don't know. He hasn't lost it for a long time. Chiefs. Well, they haven't lost Coastline for a little while either. Maybe a second streak could be broken here by Overt as we head over to Coastline. For Overt themselves, guys, they've played it twice now this stage. They've won it twice.
Yep. And they were both pretty solid performances as well. So I'm not sure I can completely get on the Overt train just yet. I know Dev has a lot of confidence, and he's probably not hearing me right now.
To the moon.
Running off and making a tea or whatever the hell he's doing. But I don't think this is going to be over here. I'm expecting 3 maps. Can the Chiefs bounce back, though? I have no doubt map 1 has probably left them startled a little bit. They probably wouldn't admit it, and they're probably not going to show it. But I think they'd be startled just a wee little bit. If that creeps in here to Coastline, maybe Overt can really exploit that.
I think the other thing as well here for the Chiefs is that they're facing adversity that they probably haven't felt for a little while. And now you need to play into that. Use that as your strength. That, okay guys, this is a good little tester for us. We're behind. We're down a map. We are playing from behind. We are facing adversity. Now let's figure out what we need to do to overcome that. Because I guarantee at some point, especially if they do end up making, say, APAC South playoffs, they may find themselves in this position. No disrespect, but arguably probably against a tougher team than Overt. So it's about using this as that sort of learning experience. Otherwise, if Overt, I mean, they're going to continue to do their thing. Nothing changes for them coming here into Coastline. Overt will be aggressive. They're going to utilize this map to their advantage. They're going to be happy to be playing here. And obviously, anything is just a bonus for them, right? It's house money.
Yeah, and Overt, as it was not their map pick, electing to start on the defense. And they're probably going to get right in the face of the Chiefs. Prevent them from entering and taking any control by any means necessary. Now, I was really hoping Cairo might stick the clash there, but difficult to justify here on Coastline. It would mean that you have 1 less gun on your team, and on a map that is so frag dependent, very, very risky. Instead, switches that out for the Bandit. No Kaid available, banned out by the Chiefs. We saw Twent as well, not too pleased with that. So I can only assume that was a target ban, and if I recall correctly, Kaid was pretty potent in the last map as well and caused quite a few issues.
Well, Overt, defense first. Something that they were in line with in the very first matchup of the day against Rhythm. They went 4-2 defensively here on Coastline. Will they be able to replicate that here against the Chiefs? as we head over to Hooker Billiards first up in the opening round of our second map of this best of 3. Avert win, and they get to play tomorrow. Otherwise, we head to a third map, which will be Villa.
You mentioned that Chiefs have some good performances here on Coastline, but part of that has hinged on Ethan fulfilling the Finker role in a lot of those rounds, and here once again for round number 1 against Overt. Now you might be thinking, well, that's why you're pointing that out. Ethan's top rated in APAC South, he's a damn good player, and yeah, you would be correct. But unfortunately, in the last map against Overt, only a short while ago, he was really struggling. Now, I don't know how much of that was because he was playing that hard breach role, then the bark, maybe not feeling overly comfortable, etc. But nonetheless, was proving to be a little bit of a hindrance for the rest of his team. Oh, there we go, right on cue. Edpan taken down.
Bit of a cast of blessing from Guz there. Yeah, and I think on this role of the Finker as well, probably a little bit more off the leash in being able to find these kills compared to Clubhouse. Oh, Digital. Oh, there's a second one, though. He's probably wondering what's going on here. White Stairs, double occupied. E1D deployed from Worthy. Only has one more remaining, actually, with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Still 3 Adrenal Surges available through Ethan. Next, Kairos for days for Fisher Guy, but not sure exactly where those are going to be utilized just yet.
Attackers located.
Chiefs at least with some decent vertical control down below. Digital looking to see if he can flush out that player playing in between Vars and the top of Cool Vibes stairs. Ethan may be able to assist. Gone 6 whipped out, can take down that Banshee posted inside of Hookah. Digital though now transitions over towards Flank Watch. There's a player lurking inside of Kitchen. Oh, he doesn't get the kill. Ethan elsewhere does connect the grenade though.
Minute remaining in the round. That's the final EE1D deployed by Worthy. Cairo gets a big kill for Avert just to stall a bit of momentum. Twent over towards Cool Vibes. Unable to find the kill. Ethan's got 3 in the round.
Oh no.
There's that Adrenal Surge. Twent gets Fisher Guy. Plant gets denied for the time being, but Digital, of course, pushes in the flank as we would have expected it late in the round. And he captures Twent off guard. Element's now in Aqua. He's not going to be able to deny this one with 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Worthy gets it down, but Elements finds the kill onto Ethan. The 1v2 retake.
You're not meant to win these. Cross established. 1 Vars, 1 Hookah Bulk. Elements needs to cross right between these 2. I don't think he has it in him.
He can create 2 1v1s though, that's the main thing. Although he doesn't quite know Digital's position. Plays it perfectly, and in the end, Digital with a big impact to close the round. Ethan, of course, kick-started it for the Chiefs. That's a good way to start their second map here of this best of 3. Chiefs take the opening round.
Yeah, Digital has really been quite impactful so far this afternoon, particularly on the defense of Clubhouse, but already showing what he's made of here on the first attack. Got the vert, played the flank watch role, applied quite a bit of pressure. Now, unfortunately, didn't get that kill, but then, of course, swung through late and also played a part in clutching out the round, or holding on to the round, rather. So, yeah, solid work from Digital, and Buck is an operator that naturally on Coastline, you have a lot of freedom. So much of the map is destructible, so you can really get to work with that util.
I think you can almost say any operator on this map is going to have a lot of freedom. There's not a whole lot really to it. Generally a lot of fragging, a lot of roaming. Just a lot of opportunities to find picks and find kills along the way. Of course, the Chiefs did get the opening round over on Clubhouse as well. And not the worst defense from Avert, although I've got to say, probably not the aggression that we tend to see from them.
From Avert?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
I don't think we can really question their aggression on site just yet. That's probably going to take a little bit of time to develop, but off site, I am expecting them to be more aggressive than they were in the last round. They cannot allow free vert play here for the Chiefs. Now, over here on Kitchen, that's going to also take the form of VIP and bedroom, which you can hold from that theater at extension. You can see the Sawyer gates, deployable shields, reinforcements, prepped and ready to hold those positions. And if the Chiefs play into them, that is going to create that really interesting minigame up above.
Oh, Kairo's down. Gold Legend taking a lot of damage, but he ends up winning that little battle, finishes him off with the Gone 6. Little statement there. An advantage once again for the Chiefs, just as they had in the opening round.
It's time for big bro.
That gives the Chiefs now a little bit more freedom. Fisher guys trying to open up the VIP wall, get those X-Kairos on the border where the Mute Jammer doesn't quite reach, having some struggles at the moment, but eventually we'll be able to achieve it by blasting out the top. Need to follow, clears that Mute Jammer, and it should be free real estate now for the Chiefs. That exposes that 90 position a little bit more once it is eventually opened up. For the most part though, going to say Avert feeling quite safe, but Worthy's just sent it inside.
Yeah, finds the kill. Elements though with a double. Worthy inside a kitchen, should catch Elements though, and does indeed now retain the advantage for the Chiefs. In a minute and a half on site as well. Suddenly the round well and truly in their grasp. Final EE1D deployed by Worthy. Still Adrenal Surges available from Ethan as well. Twent and Edpan, the duo. Can they bring it back into the round for Avert? So far, though, the Chiefs looking pretty good. Digital catches Edpan, going for a bit of a wander. I don't see a way Twent's going to be able to clutch this round out.
You'd be right. Ethan closes things out. Well played there by the Chiefs. It almost had a bit of an Overt-esque-ness to it, didn't it, right? They found that point in the mid-round where they could exploit sites, send it deep. Elements did a good job to try and hold on, found the 2K in response, but then cut off on the rotation. And then from there, the Chiefs convert it in a pretty convincing fashion. It's been a solid start for them on their map pick.
Avert actually electing to go to Penn Theatre instead of Blue Bar Sunrise in this position. This is something we don't tend to see too often, guys. Since, of course, the rework, we have seen it a little bit more, but even then, it's still not exactly a staple.
No. And from the most part, we have seen teams that attempt this kind of struggle a little bit on the defense, so who knows? Avert, again, all their eggs in the basket here for OCN. They have the ability to come up with strats, fully invest in this site, and maybe bring something that really throw the Chiefs off. Now, in terms of the initial setup, I'm not seeing anything that's too wild. Those mirror windows, though, definitely pose a threat. That's pretty default here on Coastline. That harps back to when Penthouse used to be the primary site, and there's a map all the way back. 90 reinforced off makes that pretty difficult to hold. Vulcan shields as well to allow for those peaks, and defenders elsewhere looking to try and hunt down drones. So yeah, very excited to see how this one plays out. Twent doesn't quite hit the spawn kill.
Yeah, but this is what you want to see from Avert, though, on the defense, right? Looking for these spawn peaks, looking for opening kills. So far, the opening 2 rounds, it's been the Chiefs to find the picks. Digital, oh, so close. He's had a couple of those so far here on Coastline, Ditch, but once again, unable to find that kill. Difficult shot, though, of course. But the Chiefs just in control. That's an easy one, though, onto Twent.
No one inside of VIP really being pressured here from Overt. Silence across the map at the moment, really. Trying to get a gauge as to what the Chiefs want to actually accomplish here. At the moment, a lot of preliminary droning, still 8 drones up available to gather intel. Fisher guy slowly moves towards his position. Only hard breach available here for the Chiefs. It's imperative that he stays alive.
Chiefs on the verge of doing a World Tour here on Coastline as well. Looking for 3 in a row on the attack. Definitely expect this to be attacker-sided here on Coastline. So if you are an Avert fan, it's not exactly doom and gloom. Yes, they had an amazing defense against Rhythm, but as was proven, they also had a very strong attack as well on Coastline. God Legion. To establish top white control now for the Chiefs. Still a minute remaining as they slowly make their way over towards Penn Theatre. not much of it are going to be able to do in terms of stopping them beforehand. They're going to have to hope they can hit their shots on sight.
Drones established. Chase looking to maybe cut off some of these rotations back towards site, but they are still struggling to get map control. Digital. Oh, he can't quite get this pick. Goes for the vert, exposes the Malusi and does force the drop. Well played by Digital. Elements off the board. There's a player inside of Theater though. Does God Legion know as he progresses forward?
30 seconds remaining, still just that 1 man advantage. Final E1D. God Legion gets his head ripped off though by Sawyer. Good little angle. Digital's got 6 by the way now. 3 in this round. And keeps that advantage for the Chiefs. It's playoffs. Digital showing up big here on Coastline. Worthy. Oh, good little angle onto Edpan. That should be the round. Ethan to close out and does. Avert just get picked apart. Digital, the enforcer that round.
Digital looking sharp on the vert so far. A couple of rounds now where he has been really impactful, and in the most recent one, 2 direct kills off the back of his vertical pressure down below inside of lobby. Got the opener as well, but that wasn't off the work of the Skeleton Key. Following 2 definitely were. Great trade. If he doesn't get that kill in Theater, it probably changes the outcome of that round. Would have been really, really tricky, particularly for Worthy to make progress forward. But nonetheless, he got those kills, and that triggers the attack from Overt.
Wow, very early tactical timeout has been called by Overt. Not the worst tactical timeout, all things considered. You got 3 rounds to, I guess, sort of figure things out, right? Because in a way, you're going to have the expectations in the second half on the attack to do well. This is where you're trying to, what I would say, guys, pinch a round or 2. That's the goal. They're generally 2 more so than 1. So by taking this tactical timeout now, this is where they can see if they can figure out a way of defending 2 rounds here in this half. If they can have a 2-4 half, Chiefs, of course, the 4 and Avert the 2, going into the attacking half on Coastline, they can probably feel a little bit more comfortable. It's not going to be an easy job, but still, right now, it's shaping up to be an attacking Coastline, and that's the way we build it going into this match.
I wonder what the discussion for Overt is at the moment. How are they going to try and bring these rounds back? What do they want to try and change up? Because they are being pulled apart here quite a bit by the Chiefs, who are sort of systematically going around the objective and just picking one player after another. And unfortunately for Overt, they're not really in the best of positions to try and trade back this pressure. And unfortunately, they are kind of falling into a little bit of a heap. But they still have a chance to bring this back. And if it does eventuate to be a very, very attacking Coastline, Overt will probably thrive in that environment.
Chiefs also thrive in that environment though, as they've already proven inside of the first 3 rounds. They won out on Hooker Billiards, Kitchen Service, and Pent Theater. Now we head back to Hooker Billiards. Avert coming out of that tactical timeout, looking to establish their first round win here in the second map. Of course, for those maybe just tuning in, Avert did win the first map on Clubhouse. They broke that Chiefs streak, won 7-5. A pretty hard-fought match, but right now it's Chiefs all the way here on Coastline, looking to send us to Villa.
Hookah set up here from the Chiefs once again. Sawyer off the board. Ethan, he's been playing that hookah window on both occasions. Finds a free opener for his team. The fortunes have really reversed. He was the one getting constantly taken down on Clubhouse, but now finds himself 5-1 up.
Staggering the difference that one map can make it for, you know, a player's performance. And I think you said it best before though, guys. It's the role that also has an impact on it. Digital's almost finding kills where he's not expected to even do so. He is just fragging out at the moment quite extensively. Still yet to die as well. Just under 2 minutes remaining here in the 4th round. Ethan finally gets shut down. Digital goes to 7 kills. 1 ED remaining for Worthy.
hasn't really been able to even get in the map yet. Actually get Vert from down below, pressure some of these positions potentially, cut off some rotations, etc. He's just sitting outside at the windows waiting for Overt to re-aggress as Gold Legion aggresses himself. Worthy as well onto Cairo, leaves Edpan inside of Hookah.
The Chiefs just cannot be stopped right now here on Coastline. They go 4-0 up as they're starting to just get some revenge for that clubhouse defeat. I gotta say, guys, a lot of the boys, of course, they're on the Avert bandwagon. They are saying that they're gonna take them to the moon or something like that. Oh, I'm too old. I'm a bit of a boomer. I don't know these analogies, but what I will say is that you cannot count out the back-to-back OCN champions. They're 4-0 up. We could be, honestly, a couple of minutes away from just going to Villa.
Couple of minutes away?
Yeah, it can go pretty quick for a 7-0.
Yeah, 3 rounds.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
2 or 3 minutes each. Yeah, a couple minutes, give or take. We'll round it down.
A lot. I'll round it down a lot, but yeah. Look, obviously the point I'm trying to make here, though, guys, is the Chiefs are just on another level right now here on Coastline. Yes, this could end up being very attacker-sided, and we may see Avert emulate this in the second half, but the Chiefs have got an opportunity here to get 5, maybe 6 rounds in this half. That's a long way back for Avert to dig themselves out of a hole. I will say it. This is a must-win round here in round 5.
Ooh.
5 seconds left.
Big call.
Not entirely wrong, though.
Yeah.
Attacker's objective is to defuse.
It has felt very lopsided. If Overt don't start building any momentum, this is going to crumble pretty quickly, I think. So I'll stand by you on that one. Overt just really not having a meaningful response here. They don't look near as comfortable in this map as they did Clubhouse, at least so far, which is strange and is Overt's map pick. So
No, it's not.
Oh, Chiefs map pick. Yeah, sorry. It does make sense. Jesus, I've gone off the rails. These last 4 rounds have kind of just chalked my mental, I'll be honest. It's been a very strange match to watch so far. Oh, God, Legion
no,
gets another down. And confirms it.
Yeah, and I think that kill in particular, though, sums up the way this is playing out at the moment for Avert. Elements, though, at least able to get that trade. Nitrocell kill onto Worthy. Makes it 4 versus 4. But so far now, that's 5 rounds. 5 in a row that the Chiefs have been able to get the opening kill.
That's a sheesh from me. 4 on 4 now. Minute 50 on the board. Probably the best position Overt have found themselves in, as I was saying earlier. This is not their map pick, forgive me. And they are not looking comfortable. Especially compared to Clubhouse. Their defense, they were bringing out aggression as required, but on this occasion, that has been shut down at every occasion. Elements droned out. Gold Legion to follow with a frag grenade. Doesn't hit the mark. Elements misses as well. It's an awkward engagement. Gold Legion wins it out. Probably shouldn't have, but manages to.
And 20 seconds remaining. Advantage once more for the Chiefs. Ethan catches Sawyer. God Legion has been downed, though. They need to confirm that. Cairo and Edpan, the 2 for Avert. Now at least 3 versus 2 is somewhat winnable. But geez, I'll tell you what, guys. Digital, Ethan, 13 kills between them inside the 5 rounds. You would probably back them in here against the duo of Avert. And they've got Fisher Guy as well.
You would think so. If they do it to 5-0 lead, salvaging that on the side of Overt, near impossible. I'd probably count them out at that point. But still a ways to go here for the Chiefs. The round not confirmed. 30 seconds left on the board. Service no longer. You can plant inside of that, which may leave a weakness, but Ethan finds one to exploit. Cairo not even shooting where the enemies are at, and no doubt probably going to feel the pain very quickly.
Already they are feeling the pain. They're feeling the pressure. It's the Ethan show at the moment on Coastline. Co-signed with Digital. They are just running amok in this first half. 5-0. This really is going as fast as a Samsung NVMe SSD. Not as fast, though. Those are pretty quick.
I really, at this point, not even entirely sure what to comment on about this match so far. It really just has been a clinic from the Chiefs. It's as simple as that. And every time Overt go for a flank, they try and change something up. They bring something new to the table in terms of their preparation setup. Nothing is working. And it must feel so bad inside of the server right now to just be going from the highest of highs. You've broken the Chiefs win streak on Clubhouse. You're feeling really good. Lads, you know what? We might be able to 2-0 this to being just struck down to, I don't know if to reality is the best way to phrase it, but to what many may have expected heading into this one. Despite the community poll favouring Overt, let's be honest, the Chiefs, they should be the favourites heading into this one. And here on Coastline, they are showing why. At this point, 3 maps is almost a certain.
I mean, what's the mental even like at this stage? You're down 5-0. Obviously, you've at least got the 1 map, so it's not like your playoffs are over or anything like that. And obviously, since you're already up 1-0 in the stage, so in this best-of-3 series, there's a lot to really fight back for. You get this, like, let's say there's a world in which they get this final round, right? Like, it makes it 5-1. Then you're on the attack, and you know how potent Overt are on the attack. They can bring it back, but boy, am I clutching at straws, guys. I'm clutching hard as well because the Chiefs have just been so formidable here on Coastline. I mean, Edpan, they couldn't even last 10 seconds and he's almost dead.
Yeah, it's been really, really rough on the entry. Overt really struggling, throwing away picks early, and the Chiefs manipulating the map from that point onwards to their favour. Edpan again, critically low. I don't know how he was taken so low, but recovering from that will be tough. Now, Kona stations are deployed by Cairo on the Thunderbird, but whether or not he can get back to those is another question.
Yeah, and Edpan's got to be super, super careful here. Won't take much to take him out. I feel like, where's the Ethan and Digital Cam at the moment? Just sort of follow them around because they're the ones that have been tearing Overt an absolute new one. Chiefs looking to establish this vert control. Yeah, and again, it's Ethan with the opening pick onto Elements, as has been the case so far for the majority of this first half. He's gotten actually the most first picks in this first half. 9 kills for the first half. It has just been utter dominance. 2-man advantage. They've got vert control established as well, guys. 6-0 looking quite ominous.
Relentless pressure has been the theme of this map so far. The Chiefs choking out their opponents. A 5-3 advantage with a minute to go. They win this round. It's a perfect half for the Chiefs as they look to cap off a perfect year. They are going for the 3-peat. They must win this map to keep that streak alive.
40 seconds remaining. It would be almost impossible to come back from 6-0. Almost. We have seen it done before. But certainly a team you would not want to discredit going onto the attacking half, but need to see if they can find this defensive round, but it's not looking possible with the way that Ethan is playing at the moment. He cracks double digits. Sawyer, unfortunately, in a 1 versus 5, catches the kill onto Fisher Guy. That's Diffuser down. Not much time either, but God Legion snaps him up real quick. An absolute dominating performance from the Chiefs in that opening half.
The scoreline, the Chiefs in pole position to win out this one. Overt falling asleep here on Coastline, and the Chiefs making their mark known. This is why they picked this map. They've shown good form in APAC South. They're transitioning that across to OCN. It's only a matter of time before they conclude this one.
Yeah, and look, honestly, this is the back-to-back OCN Chiefs showing up here on Coastline. Very much so. Avert. I don't even want to say disappointing because I don't actually think Avert was that horrible. It was just utter control by the Chiefs. Digital playing lights out. Ethan quite literally just could not miss even if he tried. Everything going their way. They played it perfectly as you can really ask for. And I think for Avert, maybe just a little starstruck in that opening half because it's sort of like you're trying to stem the bleeding a little bit. Maybe you're just not quite playing the game you want to play. They're not able to dictate the tempo because of the way that the Chiefs are playing. But now Avert will be on the attack. Now Avert have the chance to dictate the tempo. And look, if they weren't playing the Chiefs, I probably would say there's all the possibility in the world of, going 6 in a row here as well. But boy, it's so difficult to say that they're going to be able to win 6 rounds in a row against the Chiefs here. I mean, all it takes is just that one little slip up and the round can be lost. But good start. Twent gets the opening pick onto Worthy. Big play to take down. They still need to flush out Digital down below. In Sunrise, he's going to be a bit of a nuisance, trying to just stop Avert from being able to push in. Cairo, good use of the flashbang, gets that kill, pushes in. This is the Avert we like to see. Cairo, though, loses his life to Ethan, who's just quite literally unstoppable. Even Fisher guys swinging with the shotgun. And they suddenly make it 3 versus 3.
Still one more inside of red bar. Twent looking to squeeze, pinch this position out. Sawyer sees the elbow, or does he? Oh, eventually gets that kill, not traded from up above. Avert once again with the man advantage.
God Legion takes a lot of damage as well. Ethan still over towards Cool Vibes, has not been flushed out. He's 11-2-3. He's not going to be an easy player to take out through the vase. Gets the kill onto Elements. And once again, Avert will lose that one-man advantage. Down to Twent and Sawyer. Of course, it's match point for the Chiefs. It doesn't feel like it. We just came out of a break into the second half, but it is match point. Villa could be awaiting us very shortly here if Twent and Sawyer can't find the goods.
Only now just eclipsed the halfway point of the action phase. As Ethan goes for a rotation, he'll need to make it count. Twent left in the 1 versus 2 and gets mowed down.
Wow. 7-0. Utter control from the Chiefs. God Legion just gives a bit of a shrug. He's saying, what's up? Let's head to Villa and see what you've got over there. It's 1-1 in this best-of-3 series.
It's not too often you see a 7-0 in Siege, never mind in a playoffs bracket, but the Chiefs pull it off. And they're pretty emotionless. They just got the job done at the end of the day. Likely still disappointed at their result, or their performance rather, over on Clubhouse, but they do a great job to bounce back. That's the resilience that you need to show in a BO3.
Yeah, certainly so. And obviously, this is why you never, ever count out the back-to-back OCN champs. 7-0 from the Chiefs, doing it in style, clean as you like. We now head to Villa, of course, for what will be the final map of this best-of-3 series, guys. And I think after that performance that we saw from the Chiefs, they go into that probably as the heavy favorites, based off of the way they were able to control that entire game, start to finish.
Yeah, Villa's going to be very interesting because on the spectrum of super structured to super loose maps, I would argue it sits somewhere in the middle at the moment in the current meta. Clubhouse has loosened up a little bit, but nowhere near as much as Coastline has. So I don't think the Chiefs on their attacks will be able to 1-for-1 bring across that aggression, that control, that manipulation of the map like they did. But no doubt they're going to be feeling very confident that they'll be able to close out this series and progress further into the bracket. I think the expectation, funnily enough, actually now lies on Overt. They'll need to bounce back. That's been a very, very tough loss on them, I can only imagine. So now use this opportunity, reset that mental, and get prepared for the third map.
Certainly so. Well said, Gus. Let's throw it over to 3 guys who definitely also know what they have to say. What was that?
I don't know, man. I don't know what that was. That was one of the best throws that I think I've ever received. I'll tell you what. And that may well be one of the best throws I've ever seen, period. Fast. What a performance from the Chiefs.
Yeah, they look like, I don't know, they were switching. I'm not too sure if this is the case of Chiefs having that read on Overt's coastline. Obviously, we mentioned before they were able to watch it. For me, it kind of felt like they just switched on from the first map. Like, I kind of mentioned at the end of the first map that sometimes Chiefs will use that first map as a bit of, you know, an opportunity just to learn from their opponents, and then they'll make the adaptations, the changes after the first map. So that's kind of what it seemed like. This is, what I wanted to see from the Chiefs on Clubhouse, to be honest. That kind of playing to their opponents, playing adaptions, not being so kind of step by step and kind of stuck in that mindset.
Yeah, Dev, is this one of the first 7-0s we've seen? I can't even remember the last time I saw a 7-0.
Oh, you are testing me here. Let me have a look. I'm just going to flick through OCN Stage 3. I don't think we have had a single 7-0. We haven't had a single 7-0. Have we had an 0-7? We have not. This is the first 7-0 in the entire of Stage 3 for OCN.
Jeez, and I mean, like, what a dominant performance. That was really well deserved by the Chiefs. I don't think we could really ask too much more of them. Like, what more could we really say about this? A 5.17 rating for Ethan and a 5 for Digital. What?
I mean, so the player rating is really a reflection primarily of KD and cost. And as you can see, those stats are absolutely busted. 100% cost on
all of them.
Every single player are 7.0 KD for both Ethan and Digital. I mean, it's funny, like, Ethan and Ditch have the same KD because Ethan has twice the number of kills and twice the number of deaths. Absolutely cooked. I just think it's hilarious that we were talking about Ethan on map 1. We're like, oh, he's not really doing so great on, like, you know, the smoke and the thermite and the buck. Chuck him on the Finker, man. He'll get the job done.
Well, apparently he has, and I mean, this is just... Is this a scary prospect for Overt now, Vice? Like, this has to be mental in the bin, or do you think it's kind of just, you know, taking one on the chin?
I think this is a tricky situation for Overt because this kind of reminds me of the Bliss game. We haven't really seen many teams really put that pressure on Overt and match that aggression. And when that has happened, we've seen the Bliss game, we saw in that last map, when teams are putting heaps of pressure on them, they kind of get uncomfortable, kind of struggle to really play their game, and I think that's the win condition against them. Chiefs had a really good read on them that map. They were a lot more aggressive, and I think maybe Overt were just based off Clubhouse. We're expecting Chiefs to be a bit slower and methodical and just kind of not like anticipating when Chiefs are going to execute, because I feel like Ethan, Worthy were like, just all of them, even Godleitrim, were like really explosive, fast entries, caught them off guard so many times.
Look, that was probably one of the more insane games I've seen in OCN, period. So, you know that map 3 is going to be a banger. It's Villa, and it's up right after this.
Order now at macros.com.au.
cause you not my team, Bob, my team, Bob. Who really got the block, sipping to rock in a cup, They say they wanna party with us, 12 as and how much be that boofy, it's a la. My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the shower. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to your promethazine, only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next on top. Lay your girl when she counting my checks. There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck.
At least on the spot. He's going to go late. 17. Graphics looks to have another pick. He's going to be rushed through there. Down deep. Oh, 30 again.
I tell you what, that game was shorter than Xenox's ability to throw back to the desk. We do go into the third and final map here. It's Villa, Dev, and honestly, I could not pick it. I really do not know which way this goes because Chiefs are on fire, but Avert are fighting for something that no one else could be right now.
It's very true. Avert have it all on the line. Like, they're so eager to make it. If they can win the whole thing, they won't have to play relegations. Chiefs looking for the three-peat. But yeah, I think that my mind keeps going back to what we've been saying all this time, which is that Chiefs that experienced team, and after they warm up, they only get better. Like, they have shown that endurance with 2 bracket runs so far in Stage 1 and 2. Now, Avert did make a bracket run in Stage 1. It wasn't as long as they're going to have to here. But I think that, like, if anything, it's more likely they'll start strong and then start to peter out over time. And of course, that 7-0 maybe is a bit of a reflection of that. Villa is, look, I think a good map for both teams, but also we've seen some pretty horrendous losses from both, so I'm not sure which way to call it yet.
Well, Dev's just talked for the entirety of the pre-show, so Vast, I'm going to ask you a quick question before we get into this one. Is it hashtag Overt to Hell? Are they going to promos? What's going on?
Hashtag what? Overt to Hell?
Yeah, well, what's the opposite of the moon? They're going to go to hell, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
they're going to be in the bin.
I mean, I have predicted Overt to win this game, so I think it would be... I mean, it'd be a bit, backwards of me if I just come out and be like, oh, I think Chiefs are going to win, changing the shirt. I do think what both maps have shown, it's whoever's got the better read on the other opponent seems to be dominating the game. So from what we've seen on Coastline, Chiefs have changed their playstyle slightly and accommodated that. So from Overt, we need to respond. We need to see them kind of change something and maybe have a bit of a mental reset, because a 7-0 loss like that can be pretty hard, but you just got to use the small breaks as an opportunity to just go reset and treat the next map as just a brand new game.
Well, I guess that's it. It's a clean slate. It's now a best of 1. We head to Villa, and we're going to pass it across the 2 casters that can only do this game the justice it deserves. Xenox and Guz, please enjoy.
Yeah, it's a best of 1, all right. Obviously, the last time these 2 teams played in a best of 1, though, guys, it was Avert who came away with the win. Maybe they can do so just again. Obviously, as we've already seen, it was a very quick 7-0 on Coastline, but Avert's a team that's got to be more than able to come back in this match on Villa.
They have shown throughout this entire stage that they can dig deep, right? They had no expectations on them, and I have no doubt in this final map, they have nothing to lose. Throw everything you have at the Chiefs. This could go down in the history books as a certified banger.
Well, it's do or die time for both of these 2 teams. One of them we are going to say goodbye. The other will move on to tomorrow. Of course, awaiting them will be Team Bliss in the 3rd round of the gauntlet. Let's head over to Villa for our final map, not only of this best of 3 series, but of the whole day.
Could this be another big match for the Chiefs, just coming off the back of their APAC South victory against Invictus. That was a really good game of Siege, and I feel like we're set up for yet another. The series now neutralized as Overt will target ban Ethan. Finker off the board. Clearly a response to the last matchup in which he kind of ran a bit of a riot, and a target ban in response. Wow, Ying off the board. We saw Overt on multiple occasions throughout the stage play a lot of Ying. So this is really interesting so far. Both teams directly countering their opponents.
Yeah, and then probably a bit more of a staple there with Wamai from the Chiefs. Avert now with the final ban. I think Valka or Mirror probably is going to be the answer here, as you can kind of see with our wonderful statistics graphic down the bottom. Avert taking a little bit of time there to make that decision, but it is going to be the Valkyrie. So pretty much the final two bans as staple as you could like. Element says, good luck, have fun. Well, definitely we know the Chiefs had some fun on Coastline. Will they be able to have some fun here on Villa? Remains to be seen. For Avert on the defense first. It was the defense that let them down on Coastline, but Villa an entirely different map when it comes to playing the defense. Avert have a good opportunity, I think, here to find a couple of rounds early, get back some of that momentum. The beautiful thing about losing 7-0 on Coastline is it doesn't really matter anymore, right? Whole new map. It's 1-1. You win this one and you go through. So you can just put that all behind you now. Focus here on Villa.
Whoa. Okay, this is
interesting. Okay.
What my taken out means that there's only one projectile denial on the board. I would have assumed that Kai was going to 6-pick off Capcan onto Jaeger in a response to that. Especially considering there are a lot of projectiles available to the attack, but instead we're going to see firstly Kitchen attempted straight off the bat by Overt, but also the Kavira being presented by Kyra. Now he made it work in the previous series against Rhythm over on Oregon, able to flank around, lurk, get a kill or two. Very different ballgame here on Villa. You have a whole floor, being the basement, that the attack really doesn't tend to hold outside flank watch, of course. So he has a big opportunity to maybe go for something here, but it is very much high risk, high reward.
But that's Avert in a nutshell, really, when you say, you know, high risk, high reward. That is what would sum up Avert. They are a team that takes the game on, and this is really what you want to see from them, this sort of adaptation. Of course, a reminder of the HP community vote that we saw at the very beginning of this series, 62% in favor of Avert, which suddenly looked amazing after that Clubhouse game, and then took a turn for the worse off of Coastline. Early EE1D. Kairos already now in position down in Wine to see if he can make something of this Cav pick.
A bomb has been located.
I'm not anticipating the Chiefs to put necessarily direct pressure on this position. Instead, just prepared, cut it off. Oh, Kyro can deny those X-Kairos. That's brilliant. That impact grenade will deal with 6 of Fisho's X-Kairos, now 12 remaining. Of course, to redeploy those, Chiefs may well actually need to send direct pressure down below to prevent the next set from being taken down. So Kyro maybe not necessarily in a position to frag out, find kills, etc. on this roam, but at the very least has disrupted some of this utility and some of the time management of the Chiefs.
Obviously, the Cav pick in itself is already one that the Chiefs will be surprised about once they find out about Cairo, but it's the site choice as well for me. You kind of briefly touched on it. The kitchen dining, not typically the site we would see first up. Usually it's Aviator Games on the defense, but everything they've got here in this match early on. Good start. I know it's only a minute 20 seconds remaining, but it's 5v5. Defensively, Cairo is still able to sort of flank late game and catch Chiefs off guard. This is a really good start here for Avert on Villa.
Ethan, though, on the flank watch, and I believe the Chiefs had decent control inside of Laundry, not far away from the site, as they set up slowly. Get the diffuser down, but it is going to be challenging. Still 5 members alive, and I don't think the Chiefs will have intel on all of them. Can they deny this entry, though, in towards the objective? Fisho guy, he's the man to watch. He has the diffuser tucked under his arm.
Yeah, there's not much time remaining here. Chiefs need to just start heading onto site. A couple of pings go out. That was from the EE1D of Worthy. Opening pick goes to Gold Legion onto Alan. It's Cairo time to strike. He's just unable to land the finishing blow. Twent gets the kill onto Ethan, though, at least makes it a 4 versus 4. A lot of damage on the Fisher guy, and eventually does go down. Diffuser out of the hands of the Chiefs now. Good swing, though, from Gold Legion. He's got 3 kills. Now it's down to just Twent and Cairo for Avert. The Chiefs have been able to just push onto site, but 2 are down. It's only Digital that remains for the Chiefs. Cairo goes big on the Cav. He goes huge. And Avert take the opening round here on Villa.
The Cav sweeps through. The Chiefs unable to pick up that diffuser in the dying seconds. The pressure from the hatch, the pressure from China. They fell apart in the dying seconds. They did a good job dismantling every other piece of that defense. But unfortunately, a couple still remain. They poked and they prodded, but it wasn't enough. Well done by Avert.
Yeah, really good start from Avert. Even though it looked like maybe it was falling away from them mid-round there, Gold Legion pushes in, finds 3 kills. Suddenly they got a big advantage. It's Cairo who's able to swing in late game, find some impactful kills. 4 for the round. Probably didn't play out the way they thought the Cav would in the end, but it still works, and Avert do take the opening round here in this final map of the best of 3 series. Now they head to AVG.
Yeah, now we see a bit more of a traditional lineup here for AVG. The mirror's on the board, so they're going to bring that. Jaeger, in compensation for Wamai being banned out, means that you can play some of these strongholds, top brown stairs, maybe even top of red stairs, for example, deny some of that control inside of Study in combination with those Sawyer gates as well. So probably expect Overt just to reel it in a little bit here for round number 2. The Chiefs, no doubt, still a little bit startled at the conclusion of the first round.
In good signs, I think, for both teams there. Chiefs obviously able to push in late into that round, still find a few kills. Just fell away, obviously, at the final hurdle as Cairo really just sort of slapped them silly from behind. And for Avert, a really good defensive start in that round to then just still at least have Cairo to frag out at the end. So it's a good start here on Villa, and you get the sense, early days, Guz, but could this be the map that maybe goes the distance? Maybe an OT, wouldn't that be a finish to watch to close out a best of 3?
Oh, start for Ethan. Gold Legion as well, posted up top red stairs. There is a player though that could cut them off. It's Edpan, but unfortunately he's off the board. That forces an aggressive peek from Sawyer. He loses as well. And just like that, a minute into the action phase, it's already over.
Well, Cairo's still up. He's still up. He's got 4. He could do it again.
Oh, he needs to find 5 now.
Oh no, he needs a 1 versus 5. Yeah, not going to happen here. In a way, sort of shades and reminiscence of Coastline as well. This sort of dominance from the Chiefs. Ethan with the opening pick. It's deja vu a little bit. Really solid round from the Chiefs. Just completely taking Avert apart. You cannot expect Cairo to really do much here in this situation.
Chiefs will play it smart. Ensure that site is clear and they can think about getting this diffuser down and securing the round. At this point, Overt probably just quickly having a chat. What went wrong? Are they going to reattempt this site? What do they need to change up? Do they rotate over towards Stat? Keeping in mind Kitchen now locked. So a little bit to unpack here. Overt treating this probably at the moment like a little bit of an impromptu tactical timeout, and maybe even the Chiefs are to some extent. Fisher finally will stick that diffuser and get that fuse ticking.
Yeah, it's actually really good that you brought that up because we don't see it as often, but every now and then it is something that we do happen to see where there's, you know, a good minute and a half still remaining on the clock. You can just go and sit in the corner somewhere, talk about maybe what happened, where did it all go wrong, how can we sort of adjust from that, especially when you're on the defense. You can actually ask the question, do we repeat? If so, what do we change? Cairo will just let that time tick out. 15 seconds left. It's going to be 1-1 here on Villa. A very solid opening round, but the Chiefs, they bite back pretty hard here in the second.
That fuse will expire. Chiefs to win the round, but it was over within the first minute. Clean from the Chiefs, echoing that performance over on Coastline where they did not give their opponents an inch. A little bit of a concerning sign. Overt, sure, they get away with the first round, they go to the tertiary site, they pull off the Cav 4K, but then to go to a staple objective in Aviator Games and to lose it in that fashion, got to be a little bit concerning. Overt to reattempt.
Yeah, and that was sort of the question I posed there while Cairo was having that impromptu timeout, is you can have that conversation about reattempting it on the fly there. And obviously for Overt, now that you've seen the Chiefs sort of just pick you apart there, and you go, okay, here's where it kind of went wrong for us, here's how we can adjust and adapt, and let's do it again, let's do it even better. Let's not allow Ethan just to continue to constantly find these opening picks, as he did over on Coastline, and as he's gone and done here in the second round of Villa. They reattempt, and we'll see how they play this one differently. Capcan as well from Edpan brought into action.
How do Overt respond? How do they prevent the round from being dismantled in only its opening stages? How do you stop Ethan from tearing up? You've banned out the Finker, but he's still, with nades in his hand, going to be really, really tricky to deal with. Took him a little bit to warm up on Clubhouse, but now he is well and truly lighting up that kill feed, and the rest of the team is stepping up massively as well. Gold Legion currently on 5 kills, looking sharp.
Well, second attempt of AVG for Overt, and so far so good already compared to what was an onslaught very early on into the second round. It's about, I think, 1 minute and 45 seconds when it became that 5v1, so that's just how quick they lost their members to the Chiefs. Don't sense the Chiefs are going to be as aggressive here in the third round, probably a bit more of a conventional approach. Digital playing off that ping, though. Oh, no, just the angle there for a second, not going to give him what he was looking for. We could obviously see how close he was, but you can obviously get to work down a piano and get some pressure through those floorboards up above.
Digital on the vert today has been quite deadly, doing a lot of work, both on club and coast. Once again, he might be able to find a kill down below. Oh, it's been so close. Now on at least 2 occasions, but Digital not privy to the outlines like we are. Narrowly misses those opportunities, but Edpan seizes his. God Legion, the danger man, now taken down.
Yeah, and that's actually a really big kill. Overt on Coastline struggled to get opening picks. Now, Edpan is able to get Overt off to a good start here defensively, really breaks up the attack from the Chiefs. Digital still getting to work down below, but it kind of means he's not really offering much above though either. Early gas bait to just stop Worthy over towards main stairs. Twent holding this position with a shotgun as well, so 1 minute left, down a player.
Wait,
much better from Overt this time around.
The flash lands on his lap, but doesn't send his screen wide. Worthy plays off the back of that, but doesn't quite get the kill. Now both players low. Ethan over towards Study window to find that pick. Now Cairo under a lot of pressure, but manages to get the down. A single bullet was enough to find that. Fisho does eventually trade.
Yeah, and Worthy's going to get brought back up as well. Sawyer can't really go and investigate. Ethan watching that Study window, 35 seconds left, and all of a sudden now the Chiefs have gotten themselves that one-man advantage. They got Vert established as well. Brownstairs control for the Chiefs, everything you could ask for, but Sawyer on site finds the kill onto Worthy. And now makes it a 3 versus 3. Suddenly, time not on the side of the Chiefs. Edpan over towards 9, he just swings. Catches Fisher guy, gets the down, should get this one as well onto Ethan. He goes down to Sawyer, and Overt turn this round a round. And suddenly, they go back up 2-1 here on Villa.
What a round from Edpan. Huge, huge work. Took down God Legion, and then he played 90 in the dying seconds to hold back that push through long. Extremely well played. Over, again, relying on an individual to step up and find kills. Now, that said, the rest of the team was also doing decent work. We saw Twent, for example, do a decent job holding Brownstairs. That was a point of contention for quite some time, and they are playing off one another pretty well here. Overt. the Chiefs, unrelenting in their pressure. They are really being tested at the moment. They are throwing everything they have at Overt. The timing on some of these clears has been really solid. The util as well, hitting the mark, but Overt just holding on.
Yeah, but the main thing here for Overt on Villa is the signs of just winning a few rounds and being involved in these rounds. And this was already a stark difference to Coastline, where sure, they didn't win a round, but they really weren't in those rounds either. This is kind of actually a little bit more reminiscent of Clubhouse. Of course, for those who missed that one, Overt were sensational. 7-5 victory on Club. Probably could have even won that, like a 7-4 kind of scoreline as well, to be completely frank. And their defense was impeccable. And I think here on Villa, this is something that they can sort of highlight a little bit better than Coastline, the defensive side of their game. And then, when they go into the second half with their offense, and we know how potent that is, that can also shine as well if the Chiefs aren't going to be set up all that well.
Fun fact as well, over 3 maps played on Villa, 2 of those were victories. Interestingly enough though, their attacking win rate was actually stronger than their defensive win rate. Attack sat at about 77%, defense 50%. So if Overt gain a lead, statistically, that puts them in a really, really nice position. So we're only 3 rounds in, 3 and a bit rounds in, but so far they're doing a really good job here against the reigning champs.
Yeah, and getting these early rounds on the board as well defensively is really what they needed more than anything. If they had have come out here on Villa off to a slow start, allow the Chiefs on the attack, find a couple of rounds, they would have been disastrous. Edpan, thought he was going to swing into Laundry then. God Legion was waiting for him. Oh, maybe it's the other way around now. Never mind, God Legion lands the headshot. Edpan loses that fight. Now gives the Chiefs the 1-man advantage at the 2-minute mark.
Bird on the back foot. How are they going to try and respond? The Chiefs with really good vertical control, nades in the pocket as well. God Legion and Ethan can cook these up and maybe find even more kills without really having to expose themselves all that much. Low risk. Sawyer though, oh, he gets timed. Peaks and unpeaks at the imperfect moment. God Legion though will feel the pain. It's Twent from up above. So much aggression on the vert from both teams at the moment.
Yeah, but it's more so from Overt just constantly peeking these positions. And it's the downfall of the Chiefs right now trying to play this vert, which we tend to see from them on Villa. And honestly, it's backfiring for themselves at the moment. There's under a minute left. They haven't really established much upstairs either. You kind of have to give up on this vert now and just go for sight, go for broke. Which is exactly what Overt are going to want. That's the minigame that they've now won. Oh. And these entry denial charges doing a lot of damage onto both Digital and Fisher Guy.
Yeah, that's something that the Chiefs will need to contend with. Digital though, oh, I thought he had control, but the flank from
behind.
Cairo. Oh, it's too strong. He gets another over towards Bathroom. No way he wins that fight. Chiefs now in the 2v4.
Cairo going huge right now on Villa, has 6. Fisher Guy with the kill onto Elements. Keeps the Chiefs around a little bit longer in this round. Worthy catches Cairo. And suddenly there's a chance now for the Chiefs to get back into this round. I thought Cairo had done enough to win it for them. Worthy doesn't check his right-hand side, and he loses his partner in crime. Sawyer and Twent hold on strong for Overt. They are up 3-1 here on Villa.
It was a good flash, but the timing not quite there, and unfortunately Fisho unable to win his fight. Overt, despite being at the man disadvantage pretty early in that round, they crawl it back. Again, Twent Diff hits that shot through the vert, and the rest of the team able to come up clutch. Cairo as well. Talk about a flank when unchecked by the Chiefs. That is a misplay by the attack. Well done by Overt to capitalize.
Tactical timeout called by the Chiefs. And a 1-3 scoreline here on Villa. That is a very early tactical timeout that has been called. And what if things go wrong in the second half, guys? They're not going to have it available. This is it. You only get one.
Yep.
Real possibility that the Chiefs get knocked out here in the second round. The back-to-back champions of OCN, Overt, playing a phenomenal game at the moment here on Villa.
And we can only theorize as to exactly why the Chiefs have elected to use their tactical timeout right now, but maybe they have a bit of an inkling on the same stats that I do. That, again, the attack is actually the favored side for Overt. The data that we have so far, 3 maps played on Villa, 77% win rate on attack, 50% on defense. So they are exceeding not only our expectations, not their expectations against the Chiefs, but the expectations statistically set by themselves. Long way to go. And again, they could beat that 50% mark if the Chiefs win the next 2 rounds. But I've got to say, the fashion in which they're playing this map so far, a lot more comfortable than Coastline. They're not allowing the Chiefs to just walk all over them like they did there. The utility game, very, very different here on Villa, and they're leaning into that.
Yeah, and the only round that they lost, of course, was the flawless round by the Chiefs. Practically flawless, technically only got the 4 kills, but a lot of that was just through those early eliminations, like within the first, minute of the round, basically. Ethan with an early nade kill, then you find one through a window, and suddenly it's 5-3, then you just sort of snowball that advantage a little bit, and it just became 5-1 very quickly within 1 minute. But if you take that one round out, all the others have been Overt, for the most part, leading the way, dictating the tempo. Their defense has been hard to crack. The verticality they receive from the Chiefs, which typically has been very successful, is not really finding that much success at the moment. As we head back to Kitchen Dining, this is going to be another point of contention for the Vert game, more so above than anything. Last time, of course, for this particular site, we had Kyra on the Cav, and he pulled out a big 4K, which we don't see a 4K from a Cav all that often.
No. Definitely do not. But that's arguably twice now, right, where there has been a very critical flank that's either been misdroned or misplayed, miscommunicated, whichever way you want to spin it, that has cost the Chiefs a round, or 2 rounds now. No Nomad being picked, no Gridlock. Understandably so on a map like this, but you need to make sure that you have those drones established, they're being monitored, and you can play into those flanks. Overt, they're going to keep going for them, so their opportunities to get kills, fortunately not been the way so far for the Chiefs, as they look to get control across the map. They're going to be contended by Ed Pan shortly.
And the Chiefs fresh off of their tactical timeout. That could have been such horrible timing for Ed Pan. Risky. In fact, loses his life anyway to Digital. Opening pick to the Chiefs. But that does not stop the Vert from bringing things back later in the round here on Villa. Unlike Coastline, where they were never really able to get back into rounds, that they lost a member or 2 early. Here on Villa so far, they've already done it a couple times.
Yeah, much larger map and limited options to really snowball rounds like they did over on Coastline. And just like the last round, very big window of opportunity for Overt to still snatch this one back. Again, particularly if Overt lean into the roam and it's not played properly by the Chiefs. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case. There's a near one of these will rain down on the map. Digital goes for the vault. Oh, he misses the shot onto Twent. That was a free kill. An opportunity goes begging.
Twent, though, taking a lot of damage, an absolute beating right now. Under a minute remaining. The pressure of the Chiefs mounting here. Now on site. It's God Legion with the headshot onto Sawyer. Finds the kill, but Elements gets one back. There's that second one that's down as well. Twent able to finish off Digital. Elements, though, loses his life in the process. 40 seconds left. Still a one-man advantage for the Chiefs.
Charge set.
3-0 on the clock. Music plant prepped as Fisho has the diffuser inside of Laundry. Third established. Can the Chiefs maybe find one more pick to secure this round? I think the answer to that will probably be no. Oh, the aggression from Cairo. Again, the man loves a flank. Can he get the second shot? No! Fisho to win that fight out. Twent in the 1-on-2.
Oh, Cairo almost had it. Had he been able to find that kill onto Fisho guy, Ethan will finish off Twent. The Chiefs quite literally only scraped by Overt in that round.
Again, Cairo on the flank. He has been so dangerous. And once again, the Chiefs left with egg on their face. Unfortunately, for Overt, the second gunfight doesn't go their way. Fisho guy, one of the biggest clutches in the region, pulls that one off again. Probably shouldn't have found himself in that situation, but nonetheless able to produce a result. good response from the Chiefs off the back of that tap.
Yeah, it's that 1v1 there between Cairo and Fisher. If Cairo wins that, maybe Ethan still wins that fight, but then it's a 1v1, not much time.
Attackers need to locate.
Although it's a lot of ifs and coulds and wouldas and buts, but nevertheless, credit to Fisher guy for hitting those shots and Ethan for closing out the round. Chiefs, well and truly, are not going to go away easy, Guz. They're going to fight extraordinarily hard for this to keep their playoff hopes alive. As we head to AVG for the final time here of this first half, can Avert establish a 4-2 lead going into their attacking half?
Aviator Games for round number 6. Again, we're going to see the cap cam brought out here by Overt. Last time we did see multiple players from the Chiefs hit those entry denial devices, inflicting a little bit of additional damage onto that attack, forcing them to check windows, check doorways, a bit of a hindrance, an annoyance. Maybe that's one way we could describe Overt's playstyle at times. It can be really damn annoying, and Cairo in particular has embodied that. At least 3 rounds now, he's hit successful flanks. And there's probably been more where he's at least attempted that I can't even recall. So, again, something we'll need to keep on monitoring. And Chiefs, on the flip side, they want to even out this half. They probably know, again, Overt's so strong on the attack, so they cannot allow them to have the lead.
God Legion so far has been so instrumental for the Chiefs, 7-4 in helping find these picks. As usual for the Chiefs, pretty well spread of kills. They haven't had the most rapid of attacks, the Chiefs here on Villa. They've been a little bit more calm and collected with their approach towards site. Heavy emphasis on vert control, which you would imagine will be the same here again for AVG. Never mind, a bit of a send over towards top main stairs. Worthy gains full control of this area with 1:40 seconds on the clock. This is what you like to see if you are a Chiefs fan.
Saw a lot more action over towards Brownstairs last time, but Overt more than comfortable this time to forfeit that control. Sooner rather than later, the Chiefs should have a foothold inside of Study. They can work that hard breach on the bar wall, for example, or even into Aviator if they want to spice things up a little bit. Fisho tasked with that. 6x Kairos deployed. He'll go for the AVG option on this occasion. Or the AV option, not the G. The G is the west wall. That's my bad, but nonetheless, pressure really starting to be applied here on Overt. It's a slow, painful choke being applied, and they hold on.
2 nitrocells available for Overt, still in the back pocket of Edpan and Elements. If they can land those, chance to disrupt this attack from the Chiefs. They've got them strangled on sight. Gold Legion, he finds the opening pick onto Edpan. EE1D still has one more after this. 30 seconds remaining in the round. Now it's time for the Chiefs to head in towards site. Now it's time for Overt to hit these shots, to deny them entry. Gold Legion, he's not going to expect this. Never mind, he does. He checks the angle, loses his life to Cairo anyway. Twent's down, so it's only Cairo and Elements still alive, but they're finding some kills. Ethan's down 2. Suddenly it's a 2 versus 1. The plant down from Fisho Guy, successfully guarded once again by Ethan. We have ourselves a match here on Villa. It's 3-3.
Well, it was a perfect tactical by the Chiefs. They bring back the deficit 3-3, the scoreline. Can't split them. It has been such a close matchup. The last couple of rounds, though, in particular, off the back of that tactical, the Chiefs have looked so good. Particularly late round, throughout all that chaos. They are the ones on top at the moment.
Oh, well, I mean, it's 3-3, so I don't think anyone's technically on top.
Momentum, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Got to use the momentum buzzword every now and again.
Yeah, look, you win 2 in a row. There's a bit of momentum there building for the Chiefs. Off the back of that tactical timeout as well, should I add. But a statistic that you've mentioned already a few times in this broadcast, guys, the attacking win rate of Avert here on Villa. This is going to be the testing point now against the Chiefs. Straight to AVG immediately. This is where we're going to see what Avert's attack is made of. It's always highly anticipated. It's always engaging and fun to watch. I expect no less from them here to close out this final map of this series. The Chiefs, you know that they're going to be ready. They're going to be prepared. Has Avert got any final aces up their sleeves?
Oh, they're not bringing ace this round, instead opting for just the Soul Hard Breach of Habana. Interestingly enough, though, Jackal being brought, I like this adaptation from Overt. We saw Overt themselves go for some pretty extravagant roams, and the Chiefs, they never really elected to go for that said Jackal to maybe speed it up, or even to keep an eye on those flanks. Maybe Elements here on the creep can find an opening kill.
Yeah, and it really just, yeah, as you said, speeds it up, allows him to get information as well late round too. Oh, almost loses his life and then almost takes the life of Worthy as well. Oh, swing from Godly to Deadpan, who wins the fight though. That was even nicer. And Avert with the opening pick of the round, and honestly already surrounding sight pretty early on through the Jackal. The speed here has been rapid in this attack from Avert.
Worthy reaggresses, finds a drone and then falls back towards site. It's a good start for Overt, and in doing so they've now cleared the northern side of the map. That allows Cairo now the freedom to use these Roteros to maybe find a kill, or not a kill or two, but displace some of these players and destroy some utility. The first one though gets mute jammed, I believe, so that will disable that one. Ethan trying to find something back with Blur Nitro Cell. Over towards 90. Hits it.
Oh, he got it.
3 versus 4.
So down on Cairo, but he should be able to get brought back up by Elements. Sawyer watching over towards 90 now, covering. Oh, he lands the shots onto Ethan. He swung back at the last second. Sawyer will punish him. Now it is indeed a 4 versus 2. Fisher guy gets a little ballsy, and he gets punished. Avert with a very disruptive attack from start to finish. It started with the Jackal. Guess what? It ends with the Jackal.
Bit of a messy round, that one. Hard to unpack, but Overt got the opening kill. They dictated the terms of the round, and they didn't allow the Chiefs to regress. There are a couple of opportunities there for maybe the Chiefs to retake a little bit of ground, find a pick back, or trade out the first a little bit later into the round, but didn't work out. Overt put the foot down here on that first attack. It's a solid start, and it forces the rotation.
And it halts that very small amount of momentum the Chiefs may have had coming into this second half. They had the 2 in a row. They've already used that tack timeout. This is where it can get really tested. If Avert can find this next round, 5-3, damaging scoreline and no tactical timeout to sort of fix things. And the Chiefs need to be a little precarious here. They head over to Stat Trophy. We only saw it once in the first half, actually. It was defended successfully by Avert as well. The Chiefs, this is going to be a very early sign of it, rather than going to kitchen dining, which was a little bit more prominent by Avert in the opening half. How do they set up for this one? Jackal again by Elements. Same lineup, essentially.
Flashboard out here from Digital, that's the one I'm really keeping my eye on. Where is Digital with that shield going to post himself up? What area of the map is he looking to zone? Does he commit to the south push and prevent the roam clear rated by the Jackal from really being accelerated? Does he play more passive in towards side and focus his efforts on denying the plant? A lot of options available to the Chiefs here, and Avert on the flip side, plenty of utility and information gathering available to play the way they want as well.
Again, with this Jackal, though, speed is going to be the aim of the game here for Avert. That's their motto. Move fast, shoot fast, and kill fast. Pan already inside a pantry. They can already establish this vert control, of course, on the buck. He can do a lot of damage from down here. Obviously need to be wary that there's no one lurking down below. And they've already got so much time as well. He questioned before, where does Digital go? He goes to where the action is.
Rotero likely spotting out his position on bricks. Bedroom take seems to be the play here. For overt. Triple wall. I don't know if it has any denial on it. Maybe a mute jammer, but that's going to be pretty limited in its effect. So Sawyer should have a pretty easy time opening wall. But, one jammer left. That might prevent the long angle through the doorway in towards Trophy. In terms of stat, that's being held with the Clash. Edpan and Elements elsewhere to rotate to the south. And that could throw a bit of a splatter in the works here for the Chiefs. Again, have most of their efforts focused towards the north, but Gold Legion is hyper aware and uses the default to get the first pick.
Yeah, and that's obviously without seeing the Clash in play, but that is indeed having that extra, defensive capabilities over towards site. Gold Legion can be a little bit more precarious with that position, expecting one or two to try and flank him from behind, and catches one. And now towards top red stairs, just under a minute remaining. So far, successful defense from the Chiefs. Ethan playing off of Digital. Let's fall back a little bit in terms of position, allows Avert to get a little bit more bedroom control. Cheeky angle being held, and Ethan now inside a stat. Can use Digital for a little bit longer. Elements and Twent trying to pinch Gold Legion, but it's not so easy. Elements has to swing now, knows his position, gets the headshot, makes it 4 versus 3, but not much time. And Chiefs still with that one-man advantage, not for long though. Cairo, the X Factor here on Villa so far, he cracks double digits, he's got 10. Now, down to really just 2 guns remaining here for the Chiefs, because obviously Digital on that Clash not going to be too effective with that. What is Sawyer trying to do? Don't mind it. Elements finds the kill onto Ethan, but time is of the essence. Digital, talk about not having a gun. He does have a gun. He finds the double on the Clash to close out the round.
Bit of a funny way to end the round there for the Chiefs. Digital, protected by that shield, is able to block the knife, get that final pick. There was an inkling of hope there for Overt when Gold Legion was cleared on red stairs. That really weakened the southern defenses of the Chiefs, but they still managed to make it work.
Oh, and all you can do is just breathe a little bit here. What a tense round. Big play from Digital. I think he was so confused there at the end. I was certainly as well. AVG we go. It's 4-4. It's also 1-1 in this best of 3. Winner here of Villa will play tomorrow against Team Bliss, the loser, while their playoffs are done.
Heading into round 9, I think it's probably safe to say if the Chiefs win this round and are on the precipice of match point, that's going to Overt trigger the tactical. They still have one in the bank, Chiefs do not. So Overt, despite the scores being even, I would argue is still in a pretty decent position, particularly if they win this next round. If they win the next round, they lose after that, bang, tactical, and then they should be able to claim match point. So I would argue that they're still in a pretty favorable position at the moment. And that last round, again, super close. Despite losing the opening duel, they were still able to bring it back to at least a 2 versus 1, or at least hold on to only a 1-man deficit. So they're playing really solid Siege at the moment, and the scoreboard reflective of a close matchup.
Yeah, and the other thing to take into account as well is that Avert won AVG last time as well. And they won it pretty decently too. Chiefs going to have to learn from those lessons and adapt here for their second defensive effort of it. Terror drone goes out. Over through study. Elements can sort of sweep across. Of course, last time out, it was the sweep from below, up Astro stairs into Astro, and very quick round, but this time it'll look like more of a bedroom push.
Worthy with a mirror window on triple wall facing in towards bedroom. Does have assistance, Gold Legion with a mirror window of his own facing Astro. That may pose a bit of a threat. Overt could go down below and clear it. There's no defenders actually fortifying that position, but that will take time and effort. They'll need to drone down below and make sure it's clear. The fastest option would be to take it head on. But look at the Chiefs. They've called the reinforcements, 4 members up above.
Heavy extension from the Chiefs.
Just naded their own ex-Kairos trying to clear the mid-jammer. That's it.
Fortunately for Sawyer, he's got a couple more. It's not the end of the world. Cairo pushing up red stairs, and in fact the trades just absolutely ring out. Forget about the mirror window. Let's go find kills, says Avert, and they do it successfully. It's only Ethan and Fisher Guy that remain. No Nitrocell either. Fisher Guy takes a big chunk of damage, still has 3 gas babes in his back pocket. The Cairo elements, Twent lingering around, especially with Cairo still on the board. You back him in, you back Avert in. They've got a 3-1 lead. Forget about the extension, forget about the mirror windows. Avert take this round by storm.
Ethan now being tracked. Does he have it in him? If he gets one, you start to believe, but all 3, that's going to be tough. Flashed out, forced back, over towards Skull. Hits the Gemini, and Avert clean up the round in the post plant.
A little bit back and forth now over the last couple of rounds. They are so close. They are on the precipice of heading into the 3rd round of the playoffs. The dream run. Will it become a reality and not a dream? Sawyer looks maybe a little nervous there. Good nerves though, guys. Not the bad kind, the good kind where you're like, you know you're doing well, you know you're winning, you're that close.
Yep.
One more round and it's not just match point, but it's series point.
I do wonder how many times Overt have truly felt nervous throughout this stage. This might be the first time. Throughout the regular season, no real expectation. Heading into the playoffs, the first matchup, again, probably not really much of an expectation. But now they're really getting a taste for it, aren't they? They're 1, 2 rounds away from taking down the back-to-back champs. And maybe keeping that dream alive of avoiding relegations. This is when it starts to get really serious for these guys. Can they handle that pressure though? Because as I mentioned, it's probably the first time they've really felt it.
I think even then though, it's still not real pressure. Realistically, they came into this playoffs with house money. I mean, they came into this entire stage with house money. They had literally nothing to lose and everything to gain. And so far, they're taking as much as they can get.
5 seconds left.
Playoff experience, a playoff win, something that Team Bliss have not been able to do all year long. Something that Order have not been able to do all year long. And then Avert just come in, their first stage, and bang, playoff win. Maybe 2, if they can win these next 2 rounds. Chiefs are still going to be very difficult to defeat from here. They have not attempted kitchen dining though yet so far in the second half, guys. Maybe highlights some sort of weakness. They even tried AVG twice and failed twice. Now they finally go to kitchen dining.
Still committing to a very similar lineup for the attack though. Looking to get quick entry off the back of the Jackal and Cairo as well, wanting to pressure the likes of Digital on the Bone already. God Legion up above though on the Vert. Lights up Cairo. He's playing up above in 90, supporting Digital in this position. That will likely force the attack to take an alternative route. If they can funnel these attackers where they want them, the Chiefs are in a good spot.
Early days though, and we know of Vert's ability to sort of wriggle out of those bad situations and find themselves in an amazing situation. You even look at the last round, it's a perfect example. We thought maybe those mirror windows were going to be their undoing, and defensively the Chiefs were quite sound, and Vert just found a way in anyway. All it takes is, that one opening pick opens up an avenue onto site, and Avert will take it every single time. Kairo's got good information here, but it's Worthy who finds the opening pick. He's been a little quiet in this series, Worthy. Has high expectations. Fisher Guy probably doesn't even know where he got shot from, but tries to reposition himself in Memorial, catches out that drone, and he is down to half health.
We have seen Overt bring back a man disadvantage on multiple occasions on this map, so do not count them out. It does though mean someone needs to step up. Cairo for the most part has been fulfilling that 13 and 5 so far. What can he maybe achieve? Edpan a little bit quieter on the scoreboard, but still got a good position. But as I say, that Worthy doubles down here in round 10.
Peekaboo. He catches him from behind, and now only 50 seconds remaining in the 10th round. But Cairo's still alive, and Cairo can do some big things. So can Twent. Ethan, though, inside a pantry. Might just be their undoing here, and it certainly will be. That's going to be the round. Cairo unable to be the hero this time. And Sawyer in a 1 versus 5. They've got 30 seconds. They've got a bit of time to extend what could be the tactical timeout. You said if it was to play out this way, Guz, you made mention of the fact they can still take this tactical timeout now. Do you still agree with that, or do you go for one more and worst case scenario, maybe you're down 6-5 and then you take it?
I'm very split at the moment. You can either take the tactical timeout to try and hold momentum, or you don't take the tactical timeout because you'll be going to an objective that you've already won. Keep in mind, Chiefs, that's the first time they have attempted that side and converted around. So, I'm very split.
It is also back and forth right now.
Difficult decision to make. It's a very difficult decision to make.
It's since the 6th round, it's been Chiefs avert, Chiefs. Playing into that theory, then it's avert next up. I'm probably leaning towards, and obviously the decision's already been made, I would have lent towards playing out this round and then taking the tactical timeout after this.
So, apologies, we actually are going back to stat trophy. Yeah, as you mentioned, it has been back and forth, so the Chiefs did indeed win this objective. Now, that would probably put me back in my original position, overt. Take the tactical then. Take it now. Take it now. How are you going to change up what you did last time? Because you lost the opening pick, and sure, you kept it close, but you weren't able to close out that objective.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Yes, you got a small window of opportunity at the end of the last round, 30 seconds to talk things over in preparation for this objective, but that was very, very limited. Overt, if they manage to lose this round and then the Chiefs close it out in regulation, they'll probably regret not taking it back.
Absolutely tense moments, as close as a best of 3 can ever get. 1-1, 5-5. No one is currently winning this best of 3 as it stands. But whoever wins this round will be leading, and they will have series point in their hands, as well as the safety of overtime to boot. Cannot state how important this 11th round is.
Once again, we're going to see Digital with the clash in hand. He has been playing so consistently well throughout these 3 maps. Especially on the attack with the Buck. The verticality has been great, but on the defense as well, the Kaid and the Clash. There's a couple of examples of the clutches that he has brought to the Chiefs so far. And on the topic of star players, Cairo for overt. Can he have another big round and swing something in the favor of overt? I think the opening phases of this round are going to be critical. Who wins that opening duel?
Digital just trying to be a bit of a pest. He gets a lot of info here from Aviator looking into study God Legion, then watches main stairs. So not a lot of entry points on this south side of the map. Of course, remember, this is stat trophy, so quite extensively extended over here at the moment, the Chiefs, but they will eventually fall back.
Worthy and God Legion are in really precarious positions at the moment. If Overt can capitalize upon this, there's 2 kills waiting for them. Digital Shore has assisted, and in fact, they are now falling back. Worthy gets out as well, so that opportunity goes astray for Overt, but God Legion re-aggresses at 90.
Yeah, a little bit of time wasted, but no real utility wasted. God Legion gets away from 90. That position being held by Edpen on the rappel. Minute and a half remaining. Worthy. The shots don't quite land as well as he would have liked, but still damage done to Elements nonetheless.
Such a fine margin playing behind that clash. Risk-reward factor as they try to prevent Overt from taking control on the AVG side of the map. Eventually, though, they are forced back towards site, and they are ready and waiting for this rotation.
Yeah, the time here is a little bit, well, precarious at the moment. This is going to be, what, the first Rotero drone to really go out? Is there enough time to really try and clear everything? Ethan, inside a closet, could swing at any moment if he wants to be greedy. Obviously, could get droned out and then may force that upon him. But the longer that this takes for Overt, the less likelihood that they win this round, although they are pretty good at just that sheer aggression. Cairo just goes straight in. Sawyer loses his life, so it's a 4 versus 4. Ethan, what can he find from this closet position? It feels like he's the linchpin.
Cairo's in a very, very bad position if Digital spots him. Ethan could go big. Cairo swings wide. Needs to win this fight, but he misses. the critical shots. Fisho drops Edpan, Twent to find a nade onto Digital, 3v3.
Yeah, and there's not much time remaining inside of the round either. Diffuser still needs to be brought back up. Ethan, there it is. There's that moment we were waiting for in this round. Swings, gets that kill onto Cairo. He's stopped, so is Twent. Element's down to 1 versus 2, but no time, no chance. Worthy shows up when it matters the most, and suddenly now the Chiefs have series point, and they have OT secured at minimum. Avert need to take this tactical timeout right now.
And they do. That's 2 defensive wins on SAT Trophy for the Chiefs. But now they need to win Aviator games, or if they want to go to the library, win that. As the only other site they've won in Kitchen still blocked out, as that was played in round 10. Ethan and Digital will take a quick nervous one as they prepare themselves for what may be the final round in this series.
I'm tense just watching for them. It's almost unfair that we have to say goodbye to one of these two teams. It's either the back-to-back champs or it is everyone's favorite team of this stage. Let's be real. They have just been a joy to watch. Their journey from entering OCN to this amazing playoff run here for day one. Could it just be minutes away from all ending? And relegation then would be on the other side, where, as I said earlier on in the broadcast, they go into that relegation series as the best team, by far and away. I would be shocked to not see them back here next year. But maybe there's still a tail in this particular best of 3. It's not over yet. Match point, and we head to AVG. And as we know, guys, the Chiefs have not successfully defended AVG yet in this second half.
It's a damning statistic. Very concerning for the Chiefs. They had an opportunity, just like their opponents, to have a quick chat. How are they going to change up this side and get it across the line? Because on both occasions, Avert have looked quite dominant, particularly during the execution phase. They are thriving in the chaos, particularly on this objective. Ooh, deep breaths. Surely overtime is brewing.
I kind of hope so. I'm just going to say I really would like to see an OT here. Everyone would love to probably see an OT, as tense as it can get when you get to that sort of moment. Best of 3 on the 3rd map into an overtime. The Chiefs, though, would surely like to wrap this one up right now here on AVG. But going into this round, Avert have to be clear favorites, considering they've won AVG twice in a row now on the attack. Can they make it 3 times?
Haro with Twitch. Getting a little bit spicy on the skylight to maybe try and clear some utility. What can he achieve here? This could be not the most critical part of the round, but does aid in the roam clear. That drone there, or that mute jammer rather, being taken down will facilitate more droning. Prevents the Jackal from being blocked out as well. So a small play, but is aiding in the speed of this clear.
Cairo has been absolutely sensational. If they win this map, if they win this series, he will be the MVP of today. Spoilers, I don't care. It's pretty obvious. If the Chiefs win, there's quite a few candidates, as is from such a tremendous team. Minute 45 seconds remaining. Chiefs on site. Worthy over towards top brown stairs. And Avert start to get moving. They've got 90 control. Twent maybe late through Study.
God Legion roaming inside of Study goes for the peak, but Twent not exposing himself just yet. Could be an awkward engagement. But God Legion and both Worthy can call out that south. Not being pushed at the moment. Basically everyone from the north going for the map clear, looking to expose Vault, apply pressure in towards Model. Those are the key positions that the Chiefs will now need to monitor. That said, there's a small rotation being made. God Legion, his elbow has been spotted. Can Overt get the kill?
surely, is he going to die here in this position? He has to. No, he doesn't. The nade. 2 nades. They need to get this kill onto God Legion, and they don't allow him to find a kill back. He is down, out for the count. 45 seconds remaining. Now it's all about sight, though. Moving over to it, but here comes the Chiefs. Still to 2-for-2 trade. Edpan, Twent, they find kills. Edpan loses his life for it, though. It's down to just Twent and Elements for Avert with 30 seconds remaining on the clock in a 2 versus 3, but Worthy with the flank from Red Stairs. If he finds this kill, it's probably game over for Avert. Diffuser down, close by to them. There's not much time. Ethan has been incredible. The Chiefs have been incredible. They win out on Villa in an absolute heater. 2-1 in this best-of-3 series. They will move on to tomorrow against Team Bliss.
It was a hard-fought contest, but the back-to-back champs won a 3rd trophy in that cabinet. They close out Villa in regulation. They put the foot down. They get the job done.
What a performance from the back-to-back champs. Their playoff hopes, they linger on. They were tested. They were pushed to the very edge from what has been an amazing Avert team here for Stage 3. It's somewhat bittersweet in a way, of course. The Avert dream run does come to an end, Guz, unfortunately, at the hands of the Chiefs. But boy, did they put up a hell of a fight.
Yeah, they played out of their minds. Not even just here today in the playoffs, but to even make it to this stage is really, really impressive. They seemingly, yes, they put in really good results in OCL, but they've seemingly, quote unquote, come out of nowhere. They've done a great job to establish themselves now here in OCN, at least for now. Unfortunately, though, as they have lost this, they do need to make that relegation run, skate through that, make their way back, and then really make inroads.
They were incredible all stage long. Of course, we'll chat about the Chiefs. They'll get all their plaudits, but I do want to give a bit of a spotlight here to Avert for a brief second before we do throw it back to the desk. I just want to say thank you to Avert for what was an absolutely amazing Stage 3. They brought a style of Siege that was maybe sorely missing a little bit in Stages 1 and 2. We were grateful to have them, and I can tell you right now, they'll be back next year, so don't take this as too much of a loss. The Chiefs are, of course, a great team, and it was a great series. For that, though, we're done for the day. We're going to throw it back over to the desk.
Nah, honestly, Chiefs all the way, never had a doubt. I'm telling you right now, there was never a question. Not a single question, Vars. They were phenomenal all bloody game long. They were seriously just one of the best teams we've ever seen play. But let's actually give the credit where credit is due. Avert put them through their paces, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a typo with my predictions. I swear I put Chiefs winning this game 2-0, to be honest. I don't know, something's gone wrong there. But no, really impressive for Avert. They really took Chiefs to the limit. I mean, I think, honestly, that Clash round really defines the way that game went. Because if Avert won that round, who knows, they could have definitely had the momentum there over the Chiefs. So that was a really important round. Such a back and forth series, to be honest. It really lived to the hype. I know a lot of people talk about this felt like the grand final already. But yeah, really impressed from both teams. I think Avert, they should not be disappointed with this loss, to be honest. I think fundamentally, they didn't really play bad, didn't really make many mistakes. I think the mistakes they made are just very fixable, and they should be really impressed and proud with their season.
Dev?
Look, it's honestly unbelievable that Avert haven't yet locked their spot in for 2022 in OCN, but I've no doubt they will when it comes to the relegation tournament. Chiefs, on the other hand, I was definitely worried for them for a while. We really saw them demonstrate their prowess on the 7-0 on Coast. And coming into Villa, it looked sketchy for a while. They lost quite a couple rounds there at the start. They weren't leading, but they brought it back, clean sweep of 3 at the end. And look, a fantastic showing once again. A lot of highlight players on the Chiefs tonight. Really nice to see Ethan step up in the latter 2 maps after having a shocker in the first one. And like you said, Digital, he might not be at the top of the scoreboard right now that we're looking at, but man, he's so consistent tonight. He always shows up in playoffs, and he has a massive impact in the server, even if it's not on the scoreboard with ops like Clash.
It's pretty insane to think that, Chiefs were tested to the limit that they were. 2 7-5s and, of course, the 7-0 we can kind of brush off as Chief Tings. But, Vars, this has got to be positive signs heading into tomorrow where Chiefs will take on Bliss, who we are all kind of getting a bit excited about, honestly.
Yeah, right. It's kind of the rivalry that's been brewing between those two teams. I know Chiefs are definitely going to want to beat Bliss just for the kind of style points, maybe just so Digital can talk a bit of smack about Oda and whatnot. I'm sure they'll be keen to do that. But yeah, tomorrow's game is just going to be insane, to be honest.
Well, let's bring in Digital and hear about today's game, because that's what matters, is them getting across the line. Digital, we wear with you the Chiefs jersey because, of course, you were never in doubt. There was no question. But before we get to the serious questions, were you guys sweating? That was a very, very close match from start to finish.
I think today was like best case scenario. So I'm not going to talk too much. Don't want to say something I'm going to regret, but yeah, today was best case scenario. Sort of got what we want, showed what we want, and yeah.
Jeez, I think you've leaked a bit too much information there, Rain.
No.
Order, if you're watching, don't take it with a grain of salt, what he just said. I mean, we've asked you a lot of questions about Ethan, but I think something that I found really interesting in today's game is we saw in map 1 Ethan play Thermite Smoke, and then map 2 and 3 he's playing more aggressive ops and is going off. Maybe could you give a bit of insight on the roles for him, how that impacted today's game?
I think that was his idea. Like, yeah, I don't know. Even though Thermite has this sort of Sigma of being like a support operator, he wasn't really. Clubhouse is that sort of exception, I think. You can sort of open up your want from the outside and then sort of be like a turret with a good gun. So I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think putting him on the Thermite was maybe bad, really. I just think, yeah, they were just getting really aggro and just winning their ones, I guess.
Yeah, look, dude, congrats. You're now in the position where you often find yourselves in, where you just got to win that second game and then go straight into the final. Maybe you'll do the 3-pit. I won't get too ahead of myself. But I did want to ask you about Club, because, look, Overt, they picked your best map against you. You would have seen that come with a veto. Maybe you're a bit confused. I don't know. I certainly was. It's a map that you've won 10 times with 0 losses since that you got picked up by the Chiefs, and they gave you your first loss. So maybe tell me a little bit about that game, a little bit about the map veto and what happened there.
Yeah, I don't know. They picked Club. I don't know. Their club wasn't that good. Ours wasn't really any better, but
here we go.
Say it,
mate. Sorry, what was the
guys,
scoreline again? I just want to know.
Did you guys win or lose that one?
We're 10-1 on Club. I'll say that. So it's just because there's no 0 anymore doesn't mean we can't play Club, guys. So yeah, I don't know.
Well, I guess we'll kind of give you the floor here, mate, because we do know you got your game against Bliss tomorrow, and you're not going to give anything away. We know this because, you've told Barstoff in the past for, maybe leaking some strats, so there's no way we're getting any more out of you before tomorrow's match. So any final words, mate?
You're exactly right, Rob. Thank you to Chiefs, thank you to my teammates. Big day today and a big day tomorrow. So, yeah, no, just thank you to the supporters, and yeah, thank you to you guys for the cast.
Beautiful. Well, we thoroughly look forward to talking to Oda tomorrow, mate. We might see you then. Who knows?
Get stuffed.
Oh, just add it on there. Add it on there. Jeez, their clubhouse wasn't very good. Tell you what, Vars, I'm about to take this off. I tell you what, but that game was tighter than this shirt is on me, so I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, do you have a Bliss jersey for tomorrow, Rob?
No, I'm still waiting. I'm waiting, mate.
Might have to cop one, get express shipping for tomorrow or something.
Look, Dev, as we look back at that matchup, I mean, I'm sure Digital's got all high hopes, but that was very close. Now, granted, I'm sure they weren't showing exactly what they wanted to. I don't think they're going to be able to do that against Bliss, do you?
Yeah, well, the thing that we always talk about with Bliss, it was a storyline through all of Stage 2, is they are a BO1 team through and through. They were just so good in the BO1s. The only team they lost to in Stage 2 was Chiefs, in fact, but they just didn't have the map pool depth. So I think that's definitely going to be our massive talking point tomorrow in the Bliss game. Chiefs have a fantastic map pool, but we've seen even their best maps, they're not undefeatable. And Bliss have been making massive strides with their map pool. They've been playing all kinds of Villa and Chalet in Stage 3. 2 maps that they didn't play at all in Stage 2. So this is going to be a massive rematch of the Stage 2 Grand Final. There's a rivalry there. I really was hoping we would get to hear maybe Digital say something to Bliss in the interview, a little bit of a like taunt or something, but that's all right. He was busy fighting with you, Rob. Look, I just could not be more excited for this game that we've got tomorrow. We've developed such a tight rivalry between those two teams.
And I guess that's probably the question leading into tomorrow. We'll get to a bit more of that discussion in a second there. But Vast, I mean, surely if they approach the same kind of, what's the best way? They approach the game in the same capacity that they did with Bliss, that will not be allowed, surely.
Yeah, Bliss is a different beast, right, to Overt. I mean, the aggression we see from them is, you know, unmatched. I think for Chiefs, try to replicate some of the ideas from Coast and Villa. Just play to their opponents a lot more than, you know, just sticking to themselves and their defaults. Because Coastline, we started to see them kind of come to life and actually adapt and play a lot more aggressive and explosive against Overt, and it really worked. I think to counter Bliss, it's a lot harder, right? As I've always mentioned every time I've kind of analysed and talked about Bliss, is you have to match their aggression and their pressure. There's just, you just can't win off playing slow and methodical. It just won't work.
No, not at all. Let's have a look at the predictions as they stand for the gauntlet. I fear to have a look at this one. I think a lot of us, we're split, and it was a very split decision. Vast, you ended up getting something out of today, but geez, what was that rhythm pick? Come on, mate.
Wait, did someone change my second pick? I swear I picked Overt for this.
No, you.
What?
Well, you can't pick Overt for your second pick if you pick Rhythm for your first pick, mate. What are you talking about?
I'm honestly in shambles.
You're
I am
absolutely
in shambles
right
today.
now, mate.
I don't know what's happening. I'm just all over the shop.
All I know is that me and Sky are confirmed to tie dead last. Because we went for Overt all the way. Look, I'm pretty gutted to be sitting at the bottom of the standings, but hey, I'm totally fine with that, especially since I got Sky for company.
Yeah, you're in good company with the birthday boy. There's no doubt about it. Hey, Ducky still might get a better score than I will, so I guess I can't really say anything just yet. I'm gonna have to hold off there. But let's have a look at the MVP from tonight. There were a couple of standout players, and unfortunately, I hate to say it. This pains me to say, but it is Digital and Fast. I think we can all agree that on his role, it would be particularly hard to pop off, but he has been phenomenal in that last best of 3.
100%. There's just something about Digital and playoffs. I was speaking to Dev about it earlier. I feel like in the regular season, we don't really see big performances, but just for whatever reason in playoffs, he really turns up. His vertical play today, especially on Coastline, was just phenomenal. I don't know if it was perhaps due to Chiefs' having really good info, but if you can see here the way he bucked, kind of forced the hack drop, and then this kill here. I love the timing as I'm talking about his vert that comes up. But yeah, he's just been doing really well today, and this clutch play was just ridiculous. I mean, there was literally only one way that Chiefs win that round, and it's him doing this.
Yeah, look, I think I can lip read, and I think I'm very much on the same par as him there, Dev. Yeah, I think we all know what he said there, and I think we can all agree what on earth was that. It's unreal. But Dev, he's been a standout performer today, and I don't think sometimes he doesn't get enough credit in the role that he's in, but he certainly does have that kind of impact week in, week out.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's always hard, and there's always going to be people out there like, oh, God Legion had a fantastic day today. Why can't you give it to him? And look, there's totally an argument for God, but I think, I had to be Dig for this one. He was so consistent across all 3 maps. And a player like Digital, and he's not necessarily a hard support by any means, he's their vert player, but his impact isn't just felt on the scoreboard with like his KD or his kills or his opening kills. He's such an integral player to how that team is attacking a lot of rounds. So yeah, massive credit to him. Also, I mean, bit of a lad, so that helps.
I don't know. He's a bit average. But what is not average is how tonight has played out. Let's go back and have a look at how the gauntlet is going so far. The run has been stopped from Overt, and so have their hopes for booking in OCN 2022 directly. They still get to play through promo relegations. Unfortunately, Rhythm stopped short. Maybe expected a bit more out of them, Dev?
Yeah, I mean, I think that most people had backed in Overt going into that game. Overt's first ever win in OCN was actually against Rhythm. And while Rhythm have been good, I just think there's a lot of hype for Overt at the moment. So I'm not too surprised. I think we gave Rhythm a decent amount of credit, but it was a convincing win, especially because of the map veto. Like, that was just not a good map veto for Rhythm. I think that was a couple mistakes made during the veto process there. But yeah, of course, our second game definitely did not disappoint. It felt like the grand final.
Vast, would you agree with that? Was it the grand final that we were hoping for?
Oh, it definitely was. I mean, I haven't seen a game so, back and forth. I mean, sure, Coastline was a, really convincing win for Chiefs. I mean, they just slammed them on Coast. But I think kind of Clubhouse, I think it looked like Overt were the ones in the lead on Clubhouse, and then Chiefs just completely flip it around. And then on Villa, we just get a really back and forth game that we just have zero clue who's going to win that map. Like, I legitimately, there was at no point I was like, oh yeah, these guys 100% got it. Because the next round, Chiefs and Overt would just pull something out and then, build the momentum.
Pull a rabbit out of the hat. Dev, as we look forward to tomorrow, we've already prefaced it, but these are the three teams that I think are the most competitive in OCN. And it starts off with Bliss and Chiefs. Where it goes from there, no one really knows. I think we're all pretty split on that too. How are we feeling about it?
We get a Stage 2 Grand Final rematch, and then we get potentially a Stage 1 Grand Final rematch of Chiefs beat Bliss with Chiefs versus Knights. Or we get Bliss and Knights going head-to-head. Bliss getting an opportunity for revenge after Knights beat them during the regular stage. So I think after we've already said this Overt Chiefs game felt like the grand final, to be honest, like, it feels like we're going to get 3 grand finals during this playoffs. Like, Bliss versus Chiefs, that could be a grand final right there. And then the winner of that, whoever goes to face Knights, absolutely, that's going to feel like a grand final. And it actually will be, and that'll be a BO5. Like, we are absolutely treated for this playoffs. Like, the level to which OCN has, like, just climbed up a hill, it's insane how much we have seen it. Grow.
Blossom and look even better than what it was in previous stages and years. Vast, any final thoughts before we close things up?
Yeah, I mean, not really too much to add on to what's already been said. I totally agree. Tomorrow is going to be a really long day for all the teams. We've got an early start. For the Chiefs to be able to go all the way, I mean, I think that would be... I know it's kind of hard to say because they've been back-to-back champs, but I really think tomorrow's, like, I feel like Chiefs are the underdogs for tomorrow. I know that might sound a bit backwards because they're the back-to-back champs, but, I mean, Bliss and then Knights in a BO5, I don't know. It's just going to be insane.
Oh, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. I'm sure you are at home. It starts at 12 p.m. Don't forget, that's the historical match. Proceedings start at 12:45. The first game is at 1 p.m. Chiefs and Bliss, and the winner takes on the Knights. It's all on tomorrow. Make sure you set that alarm clock early because it's an early start, but we will see you then. He knows exactly where Sawyer is. Mad right now pulls out the sidearm. Surely can he find the kill? There's only one HP. Come on, Ringer Rosie, no! Oh! What is going on? Twent now sprinting in a position to try to deny this. What can he get done? He should be able to find both of them, and he does too! 2 smokes and 2 candelas, and here they come. Now he's going to be the linchpin, and just like that, he's going to find a double kill.
Zervert have this information and feel confident, ready to go. They will pull the trigger, but they've been shut down. They have been mowed down.
He is so low. Got the kill onto Sawyer. 1 versus 2. Element reloads and he hits the shots. Not going to be too effective with that. What is Sawyer trying to do? Don't mind it. Elements finds the kill onto Ethan, but time is of the essence. Digital talked about not having a gun. He does have a gun.
For now, where does it end though? Can Overt really run this gauntlet? Right now, they are showing us that they deserve to get first 2 opening picks in the opening minute, and they're going to continue to push shortly. Not Ghoul. How does he find that? How does he find a double? What is going on? He's going to find a third.
That is unreal. They just found 1 kill.
He fell one with the SMG, one with the bailiff, and he knifes the last one. He puts the lol in chat as well.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time. Taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. This can be lifting you. Can't go alone.